words concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me for who I can't go back to. Oh.
Hellos, कैसे हो the lows? What is up? A very good morning. What is up? कैसे हो chat? On time बे, on time. देख रहे हो? Oh well. जेंजी चलो सब लोग जेंजी बोलो जल्दी जेंजी बोलो ये जस्ट वेकअप वाला फेस क्यों लग रहा है क्योंकि मैं 12:30 बजे उठा था लेकिन मेरी जस्ट बॉडी उठी अलार्म से
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time to round out our first week of action here. Stage 1, 2024 VCT Pacific. I am Achilles here once again alongside William, and we'll be guiding you through the action in our opening series. We have Talon going up against Genji.
Yeah, quite a giant in your first week, but obviously a team like Talon, they've been waiting for this chance since they didn't get to go to Masters Madrid. They will take whatever chances they get to try to get a win no matter who the opponent is. And again, the question is Genji, sure, you got a lot of experience from Masters Madrid, but how much time you should have to recuperate from that to maybe fix some of the errors that
body
have now
present,
been shown to
mind
the rest of the world
absent.
as well.
Well, if Paper X has anything go by, they made a roster change and things went right as rain in that opening series. So I think we still have very high expectations from Genji. They're on the back end. They go on the last day of the week. They got a couple extra days to relax after returning from Madrid. Before they get back but even then, a very scary team.
Yes.
So Talon, this is a David and Goliath tale for them if they could find success here.
Good morning.
Boy, what a hot start to the season it would be.
I mean, the Des talks about it, right? Obviously, you're comparing against other teams in your group against the same exact teams from the other side. So Genji is going to be that opponent that everyone's kind of thinking, like, can we even get a win against that team? So Talon can get that on the board. They're already looking pretty good for playoffs. They're looking really solid. It's a very big lead. So while you said David and Goliath, absolutely worth a shot.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. I mean, there's plenty on the line. I mean, not only just the championship points, but I think that the clout that it would get you alone would be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, then the comparisons online to Sentinels right away comes up. So.
Yeah, but I mean, also I think that if that does happen, I'm all in on DFM being able to take down T1 because that would just leave the Alpha group completely winless. So maybe the curse actually is there, but Talon showing us a new look. Frost able to talk about it a bit more in depth there on the desk, talking about Lenny, the struggles that they had, trying to get things poised and ready to go. But we'll see how they do fare here today. The starting lineup, I do believe that we're going to have Surf once again playing alongside the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and quite frankly, he didn't look like he missed a single beat. It's been a little bit since we've seen him with this core on this brand of Talon. Obviously, he was playing challenges for a little bit and then took a bit of a break himself, but returns with
Genji already इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है
अभी and looks solid. Does it look perfect? Maybe not, but he filled that role that they needed for the rest of the team to shine. For members like Governor to do his thing, to show off his own skills and carry the momentum forward.
Yeah, and I think looking a bit more high-spirited here today coming into this matchup. You know, that first hurdle, being able to jump over people, get that win in stage 1. And it's just texture. He's such a character.
He's been his jovial sense today.
Solo.
We're going to have to wait for Solo.
Solo taking his time in both map trap and his entrances onto the stage.
It's really become a thing at this point. They're very thorough. Of course, you know, a little
आज भी टाइम लिया क्या इसने?
Solo and Frost from their previous careers, but at the end of the day, we're talking about texture. He seems to be in high spirits, kind of random as well. He's joking around about like, what can I take on the stage or not?
आप कब खेलोगे वहाँ मेरा कल है match.
So I think Genji is feeling just fine.
By Governor मारेगा भाई.
How Talon do look out the gate because you know it was a bit of a slow start, especially for Governor. You know we were talking about it ad nauseum on the analyst desk. Wanting to see that explosive performance that he put up in their opening series back at kickoff. We didn't quite hit that high of a high in their series versus Bleed, but was heating up as that series went on. So
yes.
ये राज ही रहेगा. Out the gate, how do they look?
And quite frankly, Frost talked about it
Extra
here.
fight
Obviously,
again,
I touched about it a little bit during the broadcast, but
by the
one of the big things was
talent
while
model,
Governor
excuse me.
was looking very good at kickoff, they overheated a lot as a team.
Oh, sure.
And now Governor talked about it in the interview, Frost talks about it again, where they want to calm things down. That for sure has happened. So whatever training they've been doing, it's been working. Now it's about finding that balance. And
भैया आज दो बार उल्टी हो गया तो डॉक्टर को बताना पड़ेगा. Okay, talent first map पे गया. ये गया.
Getting so well at that limit test. Well, we'll see how they do fare. It seems like, of course, Spirit's very high. I think that overall the team will be feeling very comfortable, very confident at this point. Just need to
Genji का
avoid
first match
dipping
है ना ये
into
Pacific
complacency.
का.
That's, of course, going to be the killer as Cruz leading the cheer, leading the charge, ready to lead the squad in-game as well. Talon will get ready to take their seats. Ross and Boy making their way back over the coaching booths.
When one more team will get add to VCT only through franchise.
But of course, you know, we saw some Talon fans out there in the audience saying buy
they
the
win
bundle and whatnot,
Ascension
but
यहाँ का बाद
given the
में
locale, given that the HQ
जो
is
सबका region का
basically down the
Ascension
street,
लोग का winners का fight होएगा उनमें से जो
Talon will
जीतेगा
have the
उनको
crowd
slot
against them for the
मिलेगा.
most part.
Yeah, and that's something that, of course, some of the teams will have to deal with. I got to talk to Ryan Jaker a little bit about that as well. And, you know, it's just a result of where things are. But I will also say, just given some of the performances these teams have had even in 2023, they do have growing fan bases even here in Seoul. And of course, you know, especially if it's over the weekend, we've got traveling fans. But right now, it's just going to be the same old comps from both teams. Talon kind of making that adjustment coming in with Surf playing the Killjoy and Genji. No reason to change it. I mean, Lotus, one of their comfy picks, even at Masters Madrid, and they are able to play real fundamental Valorant when it comes to this
Vampire dude, no sleep, full energy. Full energy to
Going
hai.
over to these Omen players, Jit Boys.
Yes.
Has just been absolutely magical.
पूरे ऐसे में सबसे best Valorant player कौन है? Goodbye.
Yeah, Jit Boys was putting up numbers even in their loss against Bleed. I believe maybe even taking match MVP in terms of the in-game ratings at that point. So looking very comfortable. There were a couple smokes, sure, that didn't line up perfectly, but you can maybe chalk it up to the first game.
Which team you think should go next from India to VCT?
As well. And Karon was in the same shoes, right, during the offseason at Convergence in their first games at kickoff. And now he's
after
become a
office
world star.
dancing.
So we'll see how Jit Boys matches up against that.
What is this series name? VCT.
Here for both of these teams. Lotus on the horizon, Genji looking for some decent comfort here. We'll see how they fare as we go ahead and get ready to jump into map number 1 in this best of 3 series. See if Talon can draw blood first.
कौन जीतेगा by Genji 2-0 by straight up.
And one of the things that Talon struggled with a lot was actually, quite frankly,
straight up
a lot on the defensive side. So since Genji picked the
single
map,
digit होएगा लग रहा है.
Start on the attack. But even on the attack,
trying
to get too much space, trying to play things maybe a little bit too slowly on a 3-site map like Lotus, and trying to make sure that they have all the pieces of information. Sometimes you don't have that luxury.
Genji,
you just have to
baby.
start to send it on a timer. And right now, looks like B site is where their sights are set.
Just the one ghost here on the side of Talon. Lucky and Texture both going to be picking those up. As for now, Talon just
lineup के लिए खड़ा था अभी
creep up
Munchkin.
here in towards B. Nice paint shell. Munchkin going to eat a decent amount of damage off that one, actually. Doesn't pull away from it. Doesn't get the snake bite out.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they might have to push out here, though. They're set up for it.
It's a little bit of a 50-50. Not going to be able to find either. Meteor and Munchkin getting a kill
थोड़ा
piece.
ज़्यादा हो गया.
Swapping out some of the weapons now. There's a little bit of post-plant util. Was set up, but I believe now cleared. Holding her onto the spike and serves simplifying one. Now there's the
hello?
Munchkin will get dropped. 2v2. Meteor holding up close, able to find one. Retap onto the spike. Looking to spray through. Haunt now coming out. Force back, takes the fight.
NT by Talon.
Still the fuse held. Genji will find that pistol round win.
Yeah, getting that half done earlier was all the difference, because Talon, they came
By
in prepared,
Talon,
right? They
plant
recognize
होने के बाद अलग खेलता है मेरे को ऐसा लगता है.
here on the pistol against most teams, but especially a team like Genji. And then you even have the foresight to say that we want to push out, because otherwise the retake becomes a menace on this side in the middle of the map. So they wanted to push out, not able to get a single kill there, but still the snake bite, you've got the lineups, you got the spam, but the half was done. And that's all that mattered to wrap up the round in favor of Genji. And now we'll take a look at the buys here. Guardians galore here on the side of Genji.
अच्छा एजल है
Already a little bit of
उसको
damage
bench
across their
क्यों
on
bench
the
किया?
cruise. Jump to 75.
कल रात को वीडियो कॉल करना भूल गया मैं उसको.
Genji just making the look at A side of the map completely unassailable. Now it's going to be Talon shifting their sights over towards C. Wary of Not expecting a forward
You
lurk
had
here
to
out of
both
mount, but
police.
as you can tell,
No.
it's going to be Munchkin and Meteor playing back well within the C site.
I might have
Sending the
lit.
paint shows there just to push them back. Sure, you get the ore, but that does make entering C site near impossible, especially given the weaponry. So Talon will have to try to wait for a pick. Given the fact that they don't have any information left on A, most likely they're just going to cut audio, try to get a pick first. And if so, they'll get the plant on C.
दो बंदे by C
Close
पे.
left side,
Impossible.
way in.
Impossible.
It's going to be a share for plan. Munchkin, as he swings out, is able to find 3. He's going to up down Meteor with the Spectre.
Crossfire छोड़ो अकेले लड़ा है.
Now just looking for the last. Gun is recovered. Shit Boys an opportunity to maybe deal some serious damage here, but he's not ready for Lockheed to continue pressing forward.
Crossfire तेल लगाना क्या? अकेले लड़ा है वो अकेले.
Their heart rate just went up.
Overall,
बिना
one
smoke
weapon loss there for the side of Gen G, which I think it was actually just a ghost in the end. So overall, no real economic damage dealt.
Yeah, Gen G, recognizing
Hola,
that
amigo,
that's a possibility, so
¿Qué
you still trust the turret, you don't try to go for the peaks, you make sure that Meteor is hiding himself until you get contact to go for the trades. And it swings out close, able to wrap things up, like you said, only dropping the one weapon. Munchkin calling for the Guardian pickup, and that'll give them quite a bit of firepower into the bonus here. No extra buy up though.
We need
So just
texture
gonna
again.
be mostly the two Guardians that
भैया
Gen G will be
अच्छा कर रहा है
relying
वो.
on as they continue to take control of Rubble.
Trying to get these orbs where possible. Texture doing very much the same on the opposite side. Just going to be behind by 1 here comparatively.
भाई A लेंगे लग रहा है लोग.
Around towards B. Alarm bot around the corner. Lakia, Sheriff in hand. Looking to try to hold this second. He's actually going to be moving forward. And this could be fortunate circumstance for him. But Nanoswarm actually kind of tips him off. That forces him back. And the catch cannot come through for Talon.
Yeah, kind of a crazy
B
moment
पसंद
there
है
for
बेटा
Lockheed. If he had
इनको.
said that Prowler, that might have been the death for him.
Sure.
But we'll just delay as he waits for the fuel to recharge for the toxic screen. Talon finding a good opening in between the utility to try to break the site open.
Oh, looking for the run.
Aye. Oh, nice.
Fire is able to find Texture. Governor clears out.
भाई मेरे को लगा texture मार देगा.
Damage there is Caron able to just mow down 2. 12 bullets though. The double push gets ready to come in.
भाई almost था, almost लाल है वो.
Finish off Jit Boys. So he's down to 46, but now we find ourselves in a 2v2. Already though, Talon.
बहुत fight लेता है
Far too
Talon.
many weapons. Need to hold on to these last ones and get this round win.
If Cruz can just stay alive, this flank around from Jet Boys is going to be hard to predict. Now they're still going to try to clear him. The turret won't be able to check for him from heaven, but his own smoke is going to block him
push
off.
out. Yeah, he has to try to interrupt this one. It's just being held, and as he swings, Munchkin.
बाप रे भाई अच्छा खेला था.
The bonus conversion coming through is Gen
दो
G.
kill के
Kick
बाद
things off here on Lotus 3-0.
separate किया.
And this is the trouble with B site. The entry was good, right? You are able to take up Link through that or next to that baby door, things like that. But at the end of the day, it's just too many angles that you still have to cover in the post plan. And with a fast help like this from Caron, of course he gets a triple, makes all the difference.
बहुत मारा बे कैरन ने. बोनस भी जीत गए. नहीं बहुत लड़ते रहे लोग. बहुत लड़ते हैं.
Love to see that energy. It's hard to imagine that this guy only started playing at the top level, at professionally at all in Valorant, just a mere 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's
Rebel control तो must है
absolutely
ही है.
astounding. Already just that, have that royal road, let alone a second place finish. Governor jumping his way in, but it's just going to be a leg shot there on a Munchkin. Now does have a pit available. The snake bite looks like he was suspicious of somebody creeping their way in, but Boys is not checking right. I don't think he realizes that the Viper is there. Well, an opportunity for a big backstab, but with just a classic. Yeah, and stranded away from the rest of his team. I mean, it's just Cruz left. Like, what can he realistically do?
So trying to double check it looks like for Jit Boys to see where that rotation happened, to try to make the call for Cruz to enter into C-site again.
But
he's checking for the fade. He has no idea the Viper's here as well. He goes for one,
but now there's a turret on the opposite side. You give them the alert. I think this would confuse the ever-loving hell out of them.
Down, C.
Try to smoke it off.
Oh, but this has just been a trip around the world for Jit Boys. But ultimately, I think that this might just
and they just
end
keep
in
running
despair.
away.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even realize that they're rotating away from him. They're on the hunt. They're looking for him.
Free plant
He's
मिलेगा
stalking
क्या?
him, but he just doesn't have the weaponry. Honestly, I'd turn tail back over to C and try to get this plant down.
Yeah, just get the plant, quite
Do
frankly.
they hear that pickup? Munchkin starting to notice it. Yep, now they certainly do know, as the plant does come through.
बाप रे भाई, बाप रे.
My ultimate is ready.
चलो plant का तो पैसा
turn
मिला.
shots, avoiding some additional damage. Swings out, chest shot there, but Texture just spamming through. Will be able to get the wall bang kill. So I think a bit of a head scratcher here for both teams at the end, but it's still going to be Gen G moving up 4-0.
आया कैसे वहाँ पे?
Smooth start for Gen G.
All set पे पूछा रहेगा क्या?
Surely a lot of question marks there, but like you said, I mean, it's a flawless at the end of the day. Can't hope for better than that. Giving over the plant, it's not the biggest of deals. It's not like you were really losing too much on your own econ. And of course, it's also the Omen that gets the plant. Texture, calm, and crisp.
First buy round Talon जीत सकता है.
Just as good as he did when he started on the
Genji अच्छा
grid.
खेला.
Yeah, he's just a little bit of head scratching
क्या
there.
कैसे हो?
And I'm not surprised about the timeout, because here's the thing, is that you're playing Lotus, you gotta at least have some really solid control of Mound into the entrance of C-Site or Rubble. We're not really seeing that from Talon. Sure, you get up to Mound, you get the ult orb, but you haven't disrupted the C-Site at all.
Your prediction 2-0 Gen G.
Yeah, a bit of a rocky start here for that attacking side. You can see Frost just trying to convey as much as he possibly can here, given the limited time.
Gen G is the most complete team. हाँ अच्छा
Really
खेला.
animated.
Yeah, we're seeing HSK
ये लोग क्या
into
बात
the
कर रहे हैं बे
discussion
Gen
as
G के
well. We
coach
haven't
लोग?
really seen someone in HSK get this involved during timeouts. You know, a couple of times at Madrid, sure, but this is also something they might have talked about. It was one of the
मेरे को
questions
लग
that
रहा
was
है
brought
दोनों
up in
आपस
the
में बात
press
कर रहे
conference
हैं.
after their tough loss in the
हाँ?
grand finals. Was what are you doing to make sure that the mental game stays at the very top
ऐसे ना
for the
ignore
players?
करो
And Solo
free का
admitted
वड़ा
that
पाव
right
दो
now it's
हमें.
up to the
Free का
coaches,
वड़ा
and maybe
पाव.
that's something
रोज
that they
आके
need to
लेके
work
जा.
on going further. So we'll see how much they take advantage of the opponent's timeout. This
By
time,
Texture
Talon
ult भी
fixing
है.
their eyes onto the A side. The Rubble portion has
Texture
been
ult
given up
भी
for
है.
free 4 rounds in a row. And Gen G perhaps getting a counter read on this, just saying we want to push out the other side and tighten things up. The Killjoy Yuta will delay enough on the A side of this map.
Well, you're talking about getting that Rubble control. They're able to have it. Gen G this round playing back. They were playing on the opposite side of the map, looking for that mountain control. Just widely trading places as Cruz clearing out that Prowler.
This is a very solid
क्या
start for
वाइपर को
Talon,
लर्क
though.
पे
But
रख
you're
के फिर
denying any extra
free fight
information out of
करेंगे
B
क्या?
main. You still have set up next to Mound so that you can retake control of this. And
दोनों
then
controller
you've
पे.
taken control of Rubble. So this is the ideal scenario for an attacking side. Now, do they check for Charon?
Oh. Kill nearly found
Yeah.
there, but Mound able to absorb the bullet. And Cruz alive as paint shells just sent forward to try to clear close. Ban in the meantime is able to find a pick there on a Munchkin. The spike right now is being committed over towards this C-side, so the rest of the team are going to have to try to rotate over, but now Charon going to be gone. So solid start here for the side of Talon, but low HP on Governor and Ban as Texture now arrives.
Yeah, we'll see if Lakia versus Ban. That's
क्या
where my
वाइपर
eyes
को
are at,
मार
105
पाएगा
HP,
ये?
But if he can get this kill, that's huge.
He does.
5 HP पे
Know that
बे.
there's going to be one very disconnected from the rest of the team, but
Aim
actually
तो है
play
बे
this one
Talon
out.
लोग का.
Texture looking around this smoke, but Wiley has to wait for it to dissipate, but that is crucial time bought here for Talon.
क्या लगता है
Gen G,
Deadly
the
Duo?
creds are there, so perhaps they go for this just to put more damage onto Talon. The round surely already lost. You look at the health bars.
Nade onto the ramp. Satchel, that would get a kill, actually. Almost on the Governor. They're going to be able to get one apiece, but Jit Boys and Surf able to return fire.
भाई वाइपर उधर ही था बे. Imagine नेट करके अल्ट मार रहा था चारों डेड
And
थे.
Talon has to try to think back to that round and say, why did that work? Because what we saw on the mini-map was a Gen G that has never looked that
वो लोग को
lost
दिखता नहीं है
before
ना,
on
आपको
any
तो
of the
दिखता
maps
है.
that they play. Normally, they're pretty good at committing because they were able to isolate the information. But this time, it's a double strike onto A while there's still a showstopper flying into C site. And you saw the other teammates of Gen G kind of caught,
ये लोग
bouncing
अभी
back
ऐसे
and forth in the
खेलेंगे
middle
यार,
of the
दो
map.
बंदे
A near defender
अपना
spawn.
लड़ो,
It's
3 बंदे
not
अपना
the
लड़ो.
type of moments that we've seen from Gen G. If Talon can replicate that, it's going to be a good half for the rest.
Well, now it looks like they want to fight over Mount a little bit more. Nades out, Texture able to find Jit Boys.
बाप
Swings
रे.
back around. And gets
भाई
covered
है
in the
बे
boots. 2
Texture.
kills very swiftly.
भाई टेक्सचर
G
है बे.
very much realizing what the game plan was going to be going into this
पहला
round
वाला
here
किल
for
तो
Talon.
चलो
They
फ्री का
counteract
था
with
क्योंकि
perfection.
रिवील हुआ.
Yeah, and one of the other things
सुरा
is you
वाला
said the
रबल किल
Nightfall as
बाप
well,
था.
right? Saying we're not taking any risk. We are eliminating this portion of the map. That way we can go for our usual defaults once again. The very
गया है ना
heavy 3-2s
पैसा
or
अभी नेक्स्ट
4-1
राउंड लास्ट
splits
राउंड
that
है.
Gen G likes
और
to
नेक्स्ट राउंड ये
play.
लोग हार गया.
And this
बाद
time,
में
just
इको है
trusting
और
the
लीड
util.
बहुत ज्यादा
They
होगा.
have faith that with the numbers in the showstopper, the retake is on their side.
They can't clear the secondary nano, so that does slow them up a bit as the rotations start coming in here for Gen G. 3v5. Ban, if he can get the plant, that would give them a pit. I'm curious to see if he actually commits into it, but it's actually going to be Cruz getting the Nightfall online instead. I mean, it's 3 crucial ultimates, really take your pick here for the side of Talon. Now, Ban pushing forward, look at the challenge at Waterfall. Showstopper comes out. Munchkin will find the headshot before the rocket can fly.
Oh,
Cruz. But now Cruz, yeah, falling low, tries to go in for the challenge. Falling to the wayside is Surf now. Needs to stand his ground, cannot. Triple kill there from Munchkin on the back end. The defuse will come in. Meteor going to get one step closer, perhaps. Yeah, Texture swinging in his face, but will be one away now from that lockdown as Genji. He stopped Talon from getting 2 in a row.
Yeah, going for the Nightfall over the pit. I don't mind Texture,
that. Dude, watch my streams,
yo. Right? So the pit, if you put it up, maybe the Showstopper comes in anyway. Would have been disaster. But they weren't quite in position to take advantage of the Nightfall. I think they were trying to gain more space so that they could create a crossfire, and then they could send the Nightfall in if they see the retake coming in from the other side, kind of funnel in Genji.
Genji
doesn't pan out that way, and this time Talon coming with another attempt to control Rubble. Not going to be met with the same force, though.
लेकिन एक strong opponent के सामने दिखने का मेरे को.
Pulls it up outside of C as there's a reveal on the 2.
यार ओडिन रहता तो मरा था ओमेन.
Texture inching forward.
10 दीवार छेद के गया था ओमेन.
Swung out wide.
Let's get Nancy. The alarm bot is here though. He can rely on that.
A matter of timing. Oh, yep. Alarm bot will go off. Texture going to be made vulnerable by that. Does have the back pedal.
Oh, but look at
in the meantime.
Yeah, he stays there because he knows the main force wasn't there. Meanwhile, Ban gets taken out.
Just able to find that one. Governor now. Position given away just in front of Baby Door. Cover going out. Curious to see what Talon decide to do with the rest of this round.
Yeah, right
Creep
now.
Up now, moving over towards B.
It's the best shot they have just because they had control of both B and A main. But of course, the question when it comes to B side isn't about can we plant. It's about can you defend it. So what the members do from A link near that Baby Door, it's going to be crucial. If they can get a pick and then rotate around, it's going to be a much healthier setup.
This is going to force Texture quite far back, all the way back over into the C site. As Nightfall already on the back end will be committed. 5v4, Governor starting things off nicely, does find the opening shot. Meteor going to be taken out.
I mean,
time-wise, Talon looks comfy.
Genji very much getting slowed up and running out of time to try to get this defuse off. They have to try to push through the smoke. Governor able to find one. Cruz gets us back with another. Makia equalizes. 2v2, but still an operator in hand. Texture staring into the smoke, but they have to stick onto this defuse right here, right now. Shots across the way from Jit Boys. This round is not winnable here for Genji. Blast back to try to take himself back to safety. And a second one, Texture loses out on the operator, and Talon finds themselves an extra little advantage on top of the round win.
I was wondering, because it seemed a little iffy, but Texture looked comfy, so I thought he must be out of range. Just barely lose to the operator. That one hurts. I got a little dicey because Talon was aware of the operator. So they had to play it safe on that post plant, but they will get the round win. They'll take away the operator. The operator's down, the Odin comes out. So Talon not quite in the clear just yet.
Final adjustments, but ultimately going to be Vandals across the board here as Nade goes out. Governor does eat a bit from that.
All chat please. Hey, do you want to come back? My cuties.
Governor just creating a lot more noise there to see if the Odin continues.
This map was very enjoyable.
Bola na round 2 for Talon.
Yeah, but now it feels like home. This is what Lotus sounds like, right? You got the crunching of the rotating doors and then the drilling of the Odin.
Sounds like Ascent.
Yes, somewhat similar for sure. You got doors, you got Odins.
किसने तो पिंक किया है कि waterfall लेना पड़ेगा.
Doesn't clear out both. Just short.
Yeah, doesn't quite find the one.
किसने तो पिंक किया है.
Triggered there, trying to dissuade any further push up. It's going to be invested here for Munchkin. This Meteor driving over on the ramp, managing to find 2. Looks for a little bit more. Swing in. Can't quite get the job finished there on the Cruz, and will find Munchkin. That's going to drop his pit.
That's sexy ult मारा था.
3v3 though. Karen still holding, stopping them from getting up to a position where they can actually plant this spike.
Yeah, right now, just trying to stick the plant seems way too dangerous, but little do they know everyone is here.
बाप रे भाई गलत team है बे.
2 headshots found.
भाई गलत team है भाई.
Counteracting every twist and turn there. Now up to 6 on the defender side.
हाँ गलत टीम
Already
है bro.
feeling very healthy in the round advantage for Gen G. Talon, they use an early timeout. I don't know if they'll want to use one again because overall, the round-to-round adjustments, the reads seem a lot better than they did in the first couple rounds. But even this one, kind of making the assumption that they're going to be able to break into the C side.
I feel like
get
Scrim
that hit
team
up.
won't show 100%.
They give
Scrims
up all
are
control of
to
Rubble, then they're met with the opponent's Viper's pin.
Scrims are for two
And the
things.
rush forward. There's
One
the
to
reveal.
show
I mean, it looked like he was
100%. That
basically
is
spraying
fair.
that before the hunt had even
And
hit.
second is to fix what is going wrong.
Yeah, just looking to mow him down. 2 kills found here
तो अगर
with the
Scrims
Odin.
में ऐसा कुछ है कि जो बहुत ही गलत हो रहा है तो they fix on the
But it
spot.
certainly works.
Whatever gets you that win. I mean, even things like spraying before the haunt actually lands, you see that a lot once you get to the higher levels,
Plus
right?
नया
Because
try
if they
करने
get
के लिए भी
attacked, they're
रहता
going
है
to
Scrims.
leave. So you try to predict that they're going to shoot down the
नया
haunt, things
agent
like
है वो
that. It's
सब
all
try
part
पहले
of the mind
Scrims में ही
game.
होता है.
And it gives Gen G a 5-to-2-man advantage. Now even
What a push bro. भाई रबल में fight नहीं ले सकते.
Rubble control given up.
अगर
E being cleared
3
with the
बंदे
Prowler.
हैं A पे
Let alone the numbers, but
impossible for Talon to fight.
They've got a long way to go if they want
क्योंकि
to attempt
3 ने
anything. Looking at
actually
the
4 है.
creds,
वाइपर का
maybe it's
split
just
20
a
से
save for
आता
the
है
next
ये पे.
50 seconds. Talk about the rounds
तो
coming up.
इसलिए
Yeah, I mean,
extra
pretty much
agent
has
का
to be.
util.
Just no money to really work with. No way, realistically, to try to convert a 2v5. Sure, we've seen teams do that plenty of times in the past, but
Talon को अगर रबल लेने का
starting
ना
off like this,
तो
and you just have
ये
no
agent से है next.
space. Realistically,
वो लोग को फिर
maybe if
double
it-
blind वाला
if
scene
you start
चाहिए
going
मतलब
top
gecko
turn
रहना
after
type.
you've already scaled up towards the site, you can try to play something out. You have the spike planted.
रबल के आगे
But
नेट डाल दे
with nothing
फिर
to
बाद
go
में
off
डबल
of,
ब्लाइंड दे तो
all you
रबल
can
ले
realistically
सकते
do is sit back and
या
hope that
फिर
you hold
ब्रीच और
onto these
गेको
weapons.
या ऐसा
Gen
कुछ.
G, time continues to dwindle. They might start inching forward, looking for these kills.
10
You're
seconds
not in
left.
danger of
Retake
giving any
कर
crucial
सकते हैं लोग ये.
ultimates, so might as well try to
लेकिन
take away
straight
the
up fight
creds.
नहीं कर सकते.
Oh, well. Away
That's
with
the
his life
cue.
there is Surf, but now they don't know that they're both stacked up. Can't clear all that nano, but oh, the spray across Jin
और
boys.
भाई
Lucky
almost
to
पड़ी
be
थी ना.
alive. Did you push up
Oh!
and get them both?
क्लीन खेला बे पैसे गए ना
Lucky with
गया
3 in the end.
भाई जीत गया भाई जेन जी.
Fortunate for Talon, just milliseconds away from being able to at least have those 2 rifles.
Talon जी DFM
Talon.
all same level with different
They
players.
just have
बढ़
been
जाएगा
hitting a
ये.
wall time and time
Chill
again,
है.
and a lot of it has been on the C side.
यार बात
They've gotten
बताओ.
control of Rubble a couple times, but never really got to push past that.
That rock you shouldn't be able to shoot through.
Yeah, no, I was thinking
Likes
that
big
maybe a
Like
couple
करो
portions
chat.
of Lotus could be a
Hey,
Can we
hey,
bump the
ayo.
rock, Riot?
आई
do a little
Chikara.
reconstruction here on the map.
Should do an
Adi
April Fool's
Chikai.
where the bullets can actually ricochet off the
Oh,
hard
wow,
surfaces.
that's a good idea, actually. I can only imagine all the threats that start to pop up of all the Odin users.
A Mitch man would be in shambles. And he would deserve it.
पहले अल्फा की टीम विनिंग लेट्स गो इट्स
Right
जेंजी.
Gen G feeling like they deserve.
देखो,
It's
देखो,
time for Genji to win
देखो,
champions.
Crazy
By
map win.
PRX में झिंगा है
So
यार.
already it's been pretty quiet on the A
Jinga
side
hai.
front.
हाँ बे लाइक्स नहीं कर रहे हो चैट
जरा
क्या
भी
सीन.
likes
Get the
नहीं,
bite.
जरा भी नहीं.
लाइक करो.
Terran's still here, so Texture not too worried.
PRX में झिंगा है.
In some ways, that works out in their favor, right? You think you've pushed one away, but Talon a little bit wiser than that.
I didn't have to use the paint shell. Still have
Good
that
morning
for
Bugs
potential
Bang.
reclear.
Pinky जी good morning. Why no breach in Lotus?
At the end of the day, it's
नहीं
old
खेलते रहेंगे.
trusty B site to get the plant. Even then, an extra nanoswarm this time. Gen G came prepared.
नहीं खेल
Please,
सकते.
Prowler might have
please,
just given the game up. As there's
Oh,
the
no.
C's on the
Oh, no.
entry.
Bye
Yeah.
crazy bे.
All too easy for Odin gameplay.
Oh,
As
no.
Meteor will
Bye.
find 2 with a nanoswarm, and Lockheed guns down
ये
the
यार
last.
क्या हो रहा है यार.
Rapid fire defuse.
Ranked
Passes
game
over
खराब
to
कर
Texture
रहे
to
हैं
Try to
लोग.
get another showstopper online.
ये
Flawless
लोग
round
VCT
here.
नहीं खेल रहे. ये लोग ने
Gen
सोच
G
के रखा
carry
है
on
कि
their merry
मुझे
way, now
रैंक
8-2.
गेम्स खराब करनी
You know,
है.
I hate to tell you, Achilles, but you gotta
Huh?
imagine with a lot of these new agents
कितने
also
लोगों ने
coming out
Odin
with
plays
some
देखा है
form of
अभी ये
decay,
मैप में?
the Odin's never going away. Right? You've got obviously things like the Fade, you've got the Vipers, the ISOs, the Cloves.
दो need के
Everyone's
इसके
only like 1 or 2
meteor
bullets
में.
away now from the
Enjoy
Odin.
need.
I hadn't even considered that with Clove, to be honest, and now I don't like you.
Well, I've been
Wow.
having fun with it in my own game, so.
Binks does size matters. Yep.
Well,
If it's your heart.
let's see. Talon, can they try? Turn something around us. Oh, the C's finding Governor as he pulls the showstopper. The nade protection taking him down the hot reveal, allowing for Lock to get a headshot wall bang through the box.
Huh?
आय
And it is
आय.
just
क्या हो गया?
मेरे को नहीं पता था वो
Disaster
बॉक्स स्पैम होता है
a
इतना
shoulder
तक।
there of Meteor, but seeming like he's realized it and now certainly is aware as
भाई
arm
combo
lock
कर दी बे.
does go off.
हाँ?
And
Combo
they might be
कर
able to
दी.
get into the A side. It would be one of the first times that they actually do. But again, the round seems so
इतना
far away from the
teams
grass.
off
Meteor
guard जाता है
already
ना
in
यार,
drop.
C
That's going to be a hard
push
position
से.
to predict because basically
C
he's stuck.
push और
Not expecting
B
anyone to take
plus C
that risk.
push.
I think you're right. I think this is the first time they've set
Yes.
foot on A-site soil.
Yes, at all.
ये
Even
बहुत
on
जल्दी लेते
There
हैं ये
you go.
लोग.
Not quite suspecting it.
Oh, Chip Boy's
Clean.
gone. Cruz now
Hi,
backpedaling as the
Shane.
Prowler just comes surging in behind him. He's got to try to stand his ground against
Hello,
absolutely
Shane.
everybody.
Binks noob,
But will
he's
be
not
locked
playing.
Why
in.
Binks
Binks
To claim
not
the kill,
playing
to get them
VCT
another
yet?
flawless is Gen G.
Because I wanted to
Now
play
look for
some
a 10-2
ranked games
half.
with you.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
we
if,
knew.
here's the thing: is any time that you're watching a game, if us as casters, we're able to tell you that it's the first time that they've set foot in, the opponents know for sure,
And you,
right? So at a
and
certain
you.
point, Genji's quite
And
well
you.
conditioned that any pressure on A is relatively fake.
They're getting vada pav.
That's, I mean, Governor tried his best to push
So
back.
far.
They execute the set play there.
पता नहीं।
You have learned everything, huh?
Whole blast pack back there from Texture trying to show off that mid-air mobility. Was it Nukia that did that?
Yeah,
Is there any team you are supporting, Chef?
On Bind.
a historic moment for sure.
It's okay. A little bit early, a little antsy there with the op shot from Meteor. Got to back up, swaps over the rifles. The Nightfall will chase in, will be able to find that Killjoy. Jit Boys in the meantime, TPing around the back, is able to find him. It's a quick kill. That's also a good start
Yeah,
here for
but
the
this
Talons.
is the
Governor
yeah.
somehow manages to drag that crosshair over just enough to take out Munchkin. Now, Texture and Karen
Save.
up to their own devices
Last
in a
round, save.
2v5. Last round.
We'll support if you're
Will be
playing.
playing for
It's
this one.
time to get back in esports.
Yeah, you've got ban as insurance over by B as well, so Talon
Oh.
should feel
He didn't even
comfy.
qualify for
Boys not
India.
realizing that his elbow had been spotted. Texture able to find that kill. Karen
I
now
qualified
position
for
reveal.
Premier. Let's go,
Swamp holds up big for
Premier!
now as Paint Shell looks to clear the close corner, but flushes Governor out into the open. Karen is able to finish him off.
Karen had suspicions earlier about his flank.
Now a 2v3, Texture flying in. Karen, last one standing. Vulnerable across. He's got a clear waterfall. So he's going to be TPing forward into his own smoke. Snakebite flies, he gets pushed
Empty.
out.
Nice.
Will be good for the final kill. So 3
Winnable
rounds
round?
here for Talon on the attacking
9-3
side. They're gonna get one at the
9-3
very end.
ये करना
9-3
है।
Spare their blushes just a bit more.
Yeah, but again, one of those maps where the losing team can't string together, 2 rounds or more. They're all spread out apart. And one of them off of a timeout, some good adjustments, but afterwards, kind of trusting
By
in
the
the
way,
fact that
how's
they're being
life
pressure
and
on A is
how's
opening up the
you,
C and B
how's
site. And
everything?
if you've played or if you've been playing against Genji, if you've been watching Genji, you know they don't ever give up C side easily. If they ever do, it's because they've got
How is your
ults offline
family?
for that retake. They're oftentimes met with the walls and the likes of Munchkin and Meteor.
यार 4K watching 1500
Well, a
like
brutal
cheap है।
position to be in here.
Bunks army में power नहीं है।
The Talon faithful out there are certainly believing in
Life
curses
is
at the
full
moment,
of
but
red carpet. Are you
Gen G-
back to some silver
they
gameplay?
are firm believers in clean gameplay. That's what has been on display thus far. So we'll all have to start with a pistol. Gen G were able to take the first one. See if Talon, moving over onto this defender side, will be able to make it happen and start the run back.
If they can get the pistol, we'll see what the adjustments
I'm
are.
going to
Again,
uninstall
Intervention gets
Valorant.
bleed. A little bit too much safe, 2-1-2 defaults, trying to
Hey,
hold on to
hey.
all portions, but never actually taking full control, once again, of either side, C or A. Somehow the pistol
Well,
is going to be
If you want a
set
noob
play coming
teammate,
out on C side, and Gen
always
G
happy
already
to
in
help.
position for A. So they'll just swap
I can
places.
tell her to play.
The question is, does Talon pick up the tempo to chase him all around the map?
Huh?
See, Jit Boys was trying.
बोलो खुद को noob कैसे बुला रहा है?
Well, looks like
I'm pro, I carry.
maybe an aggressive crunch coming through. We have the rest of the team getting ready to push out of B main as well. Could potentially find Lakia here on his lonesome.
When
Mr.
will you
Already
stream
cleared
from
out, the
Korea?
rush coming
Hopefully
in,
next
and
month.
the rest of the team
I'm
okay,
only
now
Diamond
doubling
1,
back
can't
and saying,
play
okay,
with
we'll
her.
come and try to rescue Lakia here. Almost finds a second
I'm
elimination,
flat
but
3.
Governor getting one apiece. Cruz will be able to be the finisher this time
See?
around. 3
Actually,
kills
she's
from
flat
him.
1.
As it's
But
an
she said
absolutely
flat 3,
chaotic pistol,
just to
but
be
one that
close to
Talon
diamond.
able
No,
to
I
pilot
am
to
flat
success.
3 duffer.
Yeah, and
You
I want to
duffer.
give a
You
lot of
duffer.
props to
You
Talon because
duffer.
they somewhat
Okay, she's flat
suspected
3.
that
She can
Gen G
play.
would turn around from A if they push that
But
fast.
she
because that's
has
exactly what
a
Gen G did
radiant
against Paper
aim.
Rex in the grand finals of Pacific Kickoff.
Of
So they
turret.
smoked that off to make sure that they could get the numbers advantage. It didn't go as cleanly
So
as they
basically
wanted,
her
but they were
turret has,
prepared
like,
if they come out on
radiant aim.
top.
Overall, really sound strategy.
And she has a new update of
the first step of many. Take it.
here we say
Now,
Chalta
looks like
Filta
nobody going
Alambot.
for a pistol buy. It is going to
So
be
moving
rifles
Alambot.
across the board. The one stinger in the mix there for Jit Boys. As once again, a lot of forward
Ah,
pressure out of siege.
no, she
Getting
plays
that
good.
orb
She
taken
plays
away, handed over to
She
Governor.
plays good.
And I like
Opposite
this
from
Talon.
Binks.
They don't press the
He's
issue. Not sure
radiant,
if
but
they
aim
suspect
like-
the
True,
Marshall. I
true.
think you always have to when it comes to Meteor.
If it's a Meteor or Saya player,
Yeah.
they always have that one in their hands. The rest of the pistols is okay. Bam, snappy with that Guardian shot. Ends up the first kill.
Hey, it's time for some comeback here.
Genji can't break through. They
Because
will
I don't
rotate.
have any comeback for sure.
On
Thank
the door,
you.
Meteor taking a bit of damage there as Texture tries to push his way up through the smoke. Ban gonna be finding a second kill as Locky gets taken down. Paint shells will slow up the rest of the squad. Ont over the top, not finding much of anything here. Genji now on the
Now, how
pushing
about
position
we
where
5 men
they need to
someday?
die one way or
Let's say.
another. They don't have a
After
spike
the
planted.
watch party, maybe?
Be huge for Talon if they can get a flawless here. Carry on as much momentum as possible.
Binks no Pinky Pro.
Thanks for that.
Just enough
Plus one.
spotted there to work
Plus
Meteor down to 10
30 seconds
HP. Shot goes a little bit wide, can't quite find it. Caron looking forward,
Shot.
snappy with that headshot. Does take out one, takes out
Hey,
two.
hey.
It's for a little bit more. 2 bullets
Aim
left though.
practice kar raha hai
He will eventually fall as Ban's able to collect a triple kill here in the anti-eco.
Okay, I'm also
So
free
that's
today.
about
Need to
the
eat some
limitations
noodles
of
for
what you're
dinner.
willing
Not
to lose
today,
in that
after the
round.
watch
So
party,
overall
as
for
in
Talon, not a bad
after
look,
the
but now the
whole
rifles
watch
come
party.
online for Genji.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
overall,
I am doing
generally,
watch party
this isn't a
for
bad look at all. It's
3
just a round
reasons.
differential, right? So
Sure.
this is a bonus that you would
Pacific,
desperately want
NA,
to win
and
for
EMA.
Talon.
So no time
Not
to sleep.
exactly the best setup. Again, just so you gotta give a lot of respect to the likes of any of these players on Gen G. They'll always do some damage even as the last one alive. But they're not gonna.
I think we can
force up
play
anyone
tomorrow
else.
or
They're just
day
gonna stick
after.
with it as a true
Because there
bonus,
is
see
no
what they can
Pacific
do.
matches. So we can plan something. What's it?
Presence now here towards
I have to
Rumble
check
from
the
Genji.
dates.
Spray across, but Governor already well out of the way.
Tomorrow, maximum day
Immediate
after.
reaction out of Talon. They just clear Mound entirely. They're not even trying to just keep the space. They want to tighten things up because they've given up Rubble for free.
Prowler going on the hunt.
Only
Meteor
2k left for
looking forward
300k.
to
By the way,
alarm bot
chat.
just around the
Thank
corner
you
on the
so much
site.
for the 298k. Got a pause.
Down onto, on a connector, but Ban now eliminated as Munchkin looks to take some forward space. Swing out, spots another one, backs away.
Now serve, he has to play this so cautiously. There's so much time that Gen G can do everything to push him back out.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting encroached upon here, and they could just swing back over and try to just really force him out of the C site. Surf still backpedaling. Governor in the meantime
Oh,
with the texture,
oh,
but Surf thinking that he was going to be able to just drift
Excuse me?
away, creep his way back over
Free
onto the
side.
site. He ends up getting caught.
Super chat
Is
me
now going to be C
member.
site completely opened up. All this KJ utility deactivated. The plant will come through.
सबसे बड़ा. Chris, thank you for the membership.
Started off as a pretty good reaction
Love
from
you.
Talon, but Gen G, the internal timer on Munchkin ticking away, knows exactly when to
Sir,
check
are you
the
calling
flank.
me?
Able to get that kill. Of course,
No,
Meteor
no,
already lurking in the middle of the site. Got sight of Jit Boys, I believe,
Happy
going
Gudi
up to
Padma,
B heaven.
Mithul,
So Gen G had a lot more
and your
information than Talon thought
family.
they did.
Same to you, मेरी जान. Same to you. सुजीत का सुपर चैट मिस
See if
पढ़ा
they
तो
do
सही
it.
है.
इतना
extra
वड़ा पाव
damage on the
देगा तो
retake.
खत्म हो
Oh,
जाएगा
check
ये।
ahead.
बात तो है.
Spotted there. Meteor
थोड़ा आराम से।
pulling back over around the bend
Rare है वो। वड़ा पाव।
as it looks like wide lead. Talon, what are they going to do here? Sitting around, maybe try to just open the door and get the catch, try to take some of these weapons out of their hands on the exit.
They hear them going.
There's the tap, there's the first one instantly found, but Karen immediately finds two as well. Jit Boys and Cruz, both dead, and Governor with a spray will be able to take down Karen. Blast packs just far enough back.
मेरे जैसा
Keep
खेला
himself
ना?
alive and recover a phantom.
Same.
So overall, I think not a bad strategy there from Talon, but this does allow for Gen G to get the 10.
Yeah, again, it's the round differential. If it wasn't the same first half, if they were just
Everybody
any
bangs back
closer,
because they seem
this
to
would be another
gamer.
round where you can kind of give yourself a pat on the back and say it's all right. It was a
वही
bonus.
सोच रहा
We
हूँ
move
मेरे को
on.
गर्मी क्यों हो रही है?
मैं
just that they
वही
still have a
सोच
long
रही
way
थी
to
कैसे
go.
बैठा
But the texture screen in the background. I think everyone around the world now familiar with his voice.
Sounds like your neighbor, like through the walls. Just yelling. That's like this guy just stubbed his toe.
Well,
that is going to be a timeout call here from the side of Talon.
That's what we need. Instead of, I know we've been showing.
How is it possible? I watched all watch party and showed I was only for 1.75 hours. क्योंकि तू दिल से नहीं देख रहा.
An eye on him 24/7. Talon catching up to
मत
5.
कर यार ये देख सब lose हो रहा है यहाँ से.
See if they can go through. It looks like Ross trying to tell them that things
Hello,
are going their way.
New to channel.
To read his body
Love it
language.
in here. Welcome, newly killed Roy.
I think he knows the importance of this next round.
Welcome.
I don't think that this timeout in any way is a reflection
Guys,
of what
नया
just
बंदा
happened.
आया
I think
channel
he's
पे
overall
गाली
gonna be
दो.
very satisfied with how that bonus went, despite them not being able to get the win.
वो तो ऐसे भी खाता है.
It's likely just the game plan to make sure that they can come out, get this victory right here with their own full buy. Whole key ultimates nearly online for Talon as well. The Nightfall, the Showstopper.
Clean ना ये map.
When used in
Comeback हो सकता है क्या chat?
can be absolutely deadly.
It's a haunt instead of a seize though, so there is a world where texture gets all the way around rubble.
Cross, haunt reveals going out. Let's get the ping onto one. I believe it's Lakia receiving that as the Prowler goes out, but texture able to find Jit Boys. Get him down on top of rubble. Now Meteor fighting Governor as well. Things starting to very much unravel swiftly here for Talon. This A site is completely opened up.
ऐसे लग रहा था वो लोग half minded है कि rubble आया नहीं
The
आया.
paranoia had already ended by the time that Jit Boys is shrouded stepping forward. So unfortunate, again, one of those cases where they had a good read on the round itself.
वो लोग को
but the
करना है नहीं
execution
करना है
just
करना है नहीं
slightly
करना है.
lacking.
And because of the positions that you're in,
ये
you know,
उमन ने
down two
इतना लेट
players
भी मारा.
You gotta
couldn't draw
save.
blood. It's
वो भी
just
ऊपर.
an immediate save.
I mean, at least it's not map point yet. That's the silver lining, is that this is a round where you can at least afford to save and try to run it back.
Time out है क्या Talon के पास? I think time out चाहिए.
And just making sure
At least
that
ये
he only
देख के
has
तो
to
time
watch
out
one
चाहिए.
angle.
How much?
पक्का हो गया.
Gen G
हाँ,
wanna
half
hunt.
minded लगे बे.
Texture and Meteor both do have decent weaponry, but I
क्यों
suppose
blind
the Cruise
hot
being one
combo
away,
तो
maybe they don't
counter
want to
नहीं हो
go on
सकता.
too much of an excursion for it.
Yeah, I think
Love
if they
you,
had
Binks,
multiple
man,
people
Binks,
that
love
were
you,
only 1
guys.
point away, something like that, maybe they could go as a group, 2 or 3 people. But Gen G, for the most part, playing it safe. I think also probably one of the things that you take away from a tournament like Masters Madrid is no reason to really greed it if you don't need to, right? Just make sure that you're playing for the win. We have so many win conditions. We're only 1 away from map point. Those are the conversations I gotta imagine Gen G is having in that round.
I hope matches go to third map. Need more entertainment. This is 2-0.
Yeah, or
this is 2-0.
even if you don't give the round, right? If you give them like a triple kill, something
भाई
like
Gen
that,
G के
the
team के
confidence and
सारे
momentum
players
goes back
देखो.
over.
11, 12,
We've seen
13,
that.
15.
This has to be a big turning point here for Talon.
close है
Otherwise, Gen G
और
going to get
सारे
themselves up
मारते
to
हैं.
map point. Governor,
इसलिए close है.
Showstopper online.
सारे मारते हैं.
Completely
सारे.
on its
कोई है
lonesome
बंदा
over at
Gen G
C.
में जो
Look
नहीं
at where
मारता
Gen
इतना.
G are stacked up.
एक नाम.
Governor gotta be ready to back out here.
Okay, clears the haunt, clears the alarm bot, sees the jump across, is able to find the headshot there on a Munchkin, but can he hold his ground? The answer is going to be no. Texture flushes him out. Forward, Karen does end up falling. Jit Boys able to get that pick off, and with Locky down 12 HP, this is still going to be Talon in with a decent shout in the round.
Yeah, but good setup from Talon. You could tell that they had the read. Jit Boys was immediate on the flank, looking for the Omen ultimate. Governor's job was just to buy time. Ideally, he would have wanted one more kill. Almost got Lakia in that scuffle.
Texture, though, now his own showstopper ready to go.
Yeah, they got to take that into account. That could delay so much time if they don't activate it soon. So Talon, they have to pressure it.
बोलता.
Not landing close, not spying out much of anything. There's the showstopper now called in.
How about mate?
Avoids the
बहुत
Prowler,
तुक्का मार के
sends it.
काट
Damage found. Crew's taken down. Trade out there on the fades. Now 3v2 here. Favor of Talon. Push down first shots. Going a little bit whippy, but now Texture versus Ban, and Ban has the
भाई
headshot.
कैसे जीते Talon?
Clean on the adjustment. Finds it. Gets to the fuse. Pit now online as Talon hold on and move up to 6.
Yeah, don't look at the creds. That's not what's important. You got the round win. That's the crucial part, no matter what it took. And again, something that Talon can take away is the read on the round at the start of it was good. They had an idea. They were in Gen G's head, figuring out what their game plan was. Didn't go as perfectly as you would have wanted, but the initial setup all the way towards the retake was very, very good from Talon.
Still in with an opportunity, and Alt Economy very much on their side. Talon can space these out. Especially try to get some extra charges here on the Surf, who has been having a little bit of
Hatoda maro.
It's that lockdown online.
Set up towards door, trying to see if anyone bounced forward.
Oh, Munchkin gonna be spotted. It's lucky to get away with his life.
Oh, but I like this so much from Talon. Again, they suspect it might not be a full send on A, so they go for that slow retake of Rubble. That means they get to keep so much of their util. Pain Shell, Showstopper, Nightfall, all of that still online. The ban.
ये crucial था यार.
Wow.
By comeback, अगर ऐसा हुआ तो comeback हो सकता है.
Off guard.
हाँ?
Again, just giving them such a monstrous advantage.
Sorry, क्यों sorry यार? सुजीत भाई क्या हो गया?
Down below half HP.
Thank God the 40. क्या हो गया बे?
So Genji's gonna find themselves in a situation that normally their opponents discover, right? Where you are kind of down in numbers, you haven't really cleared out anything from C
Why
site.
sorry हो रहे हो भाई?
Don't have control of A Rubble, so you're scratching your heads. We'll see them try to pressure them away, but for the most part, it's going to be a fake. Try to re-aggress towards C site.
Prowler's going to be exchanged there. Now Gen G going to start moving up and taking some space after that pressure gets applied over towards A.
Toxin screen down.
Rotating back out around.
Talon's prepared for this, cutting audio. They're just waiting for the peaks.
Playing in very disconnected positions.
Timing.
Peak fan now going down that snake bite protection just a little bit too fast. He's able to get on top of him. Finds that kill.
भाई तो घुसते ही जा रहा है रेस तो घुसते ही जा रहा है.
Leaves Kara on all and is lonesome in a 1v3.
रुकने का इस नाम नहीं लेता.
He's done these before.
Door tap, but now he's at 50 HP. Spotted. Paranoia is dodged. He cannot find the headshot.
नहीं इसको कैरन को मारता तो भी पॉइंट नहीं था. डोर वाला वाइट से कर लिया था.
Now as Talon continue to lessen this gap, just 4 rounds separating.
For the most part, again, a very impressive round from Talon. I like the fact that they're holding back, right, just going for these peaks, once at a time to see if Gen G has crept forward. Now they do miss the timing on texture, moving past Waterfall. So Ban gets pushed in, but you still have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. That's why they were willing to give up that space. The retake was always going to be there, and a clean double right above their heads. That sets off the alarm to retake the site.
I mean, if Munchkin doesn't get tagged up earlier on, he survives that rocket. He was far enough away that he would have been able to survive it, but that little minute punish earlier over at A, it ends up as that ult comes through. So now Gen G forced to use their own timeout. I think Frost's going to be very happy with that. Their opportunity to get back into the ears of these players.
Now, oftentimes,
भाई क्या हो रहा है?
they've only really felt the need for a timeout when they were one step away from winning the map, things like that, when they just had to close it out with something out of their playbook. Currently not exactly well set up for it, but we'll see. I gotta imagine that Gen G is gonna have a variation of trying to reclaim control of A Rubble, because again, they've been giving that up a little bit easier the past couple rounds.
ऐसे मेरे तरफ से भी एक भी सॉरी ले लो. लव यार सब. मेरे तरफ से भी सॉरी. और किसका दिल दुखा है तो? चैट में से सिर्फ. चैट में से अगर किसका दिल दुखा है तो मेरे तरफ से सॉरी. Binks दादा बिगिन दी वहीनी ला हैप्पी गुडी पड़वा. हैप्पी गुडी पड़वा. Love you.
Nearly there for this squad. Talon need to be prepared to deal with these ults.
WhatsApp or Pinky Favi.
Cross, a little bit of spray there from Governor. Just gonna see if he can find anything.
Karen's down so low. Being tagged up by some of the decay.
Just saying 11-0 हो गया. Just saying.
By the paint shells, it looks
like. Any comments? एक रोने वाली फोटो भी भेजो जल्दी.
Start off this round in here for Gen G. Now 4 players from Talon stacked up over towards the safe side of the map. She's still just fishing around, but widely going to make the call to back off. Looks like Munchkin may just stay in a bit of a lingering lurk position.
Talon start to slowly spread out apart. You've got the Poison Cloud. It was just activated and taken down. Now that they hear the Prowler, Poison Cloud to buy time until the Omen Smoke comes out. You got to refresh.
Hey, like, is our full house your hall, dudes?
I love that Talon is also trying to clear out Rubble thoroughly before they rotate, and they decide they're just going to try to pinch on. Do they know? It's hard to read.
Governor is very much suspecting this. They're going to try to avoid the boom bot, but does eventually have to be cleared. Meteor not swinging out fast enough to be able to try to find the punish, but it's also, you can tell he's wary about overstepping. TP now going to be used. Jit Boy's just putting himself properly back over onto the side. Is the pit now going to be dropped in? Governor, the door! 3 kills picked up, 1 after the other. Cruise
पेड अल्टी भाई कमबैक पॉसिबल है भाई पेड अल्टी में ऐसा घुसे वो लोग
for nightfall, a round win for Talon, continuing now to run it back here on this defender side.
Welcome to Towns' governor. Gen G greeted with open arms as he tried to rush through the revolving door. It doesn't matter if you don't have audio, you know they're coming through it. And the toxic screen still denies them, still puts them on decay. Governor just has to keep his crosshair steady, and the pit covers his flank. Excellent round from Talon.
And didn't get to hear it, but I saw Cruz's camera there at the very end. This guy stepping back into the IGL role. He is absolutely heated up.
Supreme Court
adjustment from Talon this time.
Supreme Court, are you there?
Immediate control, and they're stacking up their ultimates as well. They want to try to match that cycle, and they're not far away from it.
ये देख रहे हो?
Here's to see if they get the
लॉयर होके बीकॉम वाले से डरी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट
towards the B side.
The time.
लॉल
Alarm bot.
Right as they outrange it. Meteor. Not sure how aware of this he's
आज
going
मैं
to be.
सोच रही थी विशाल भाई
Back in range of it now, but damage
भाई
screen's already
हेवी
taken,
टाइमिंग पे
damage
टाइमिंग
already
हुआ है
dealt.
लेकिन
So that is going to be a lockdown just to get them into this site. Which can now pulling away from the angle.
Smoke करेंगे वो लोग?
3-man approach coming through.
Yeah, nice
Turret
one.
will have to be eventually dealt with here, you'd suspect. So there it is, taken down. Lock it down.
Ay, Dika.
Power tries to hold the baby door, but
मेरे को एक बात बता कैरन भाई तुम्हारे पास ब्लाइंड था ना यहाँ पे अल्टी बिल्टी है ब्लाइंड था अल्टी बिल्टी हो रही थोड़ा पीछे जाते मस्त
That's the
एकदम
only thing they really have to clear out this pit.
Meteor holding close, able to find two. That's absolutely monstrous. Now a 2v2. Weapon advantage still going to be there for the South Talon. They still need to try to find these kills. The decay rolling through. Finds Hughes. There's the spray. It's actually Munchkin with the Sheriff taking them both down to get Gen G the round win and take them up the map point.
The pit is huge. I mean, overall, Talon, again,
Come
great
to
read.
Dubai,
They
baby,
actually tightened the map up so much, but they make the assumption that it's going to be
Chat
a
गोल्डी
double
भाई
play.
chat मिस हो
And
जाए
at that point, the lockdown comes in, lets them know that they have to retake
आदि
B. And
Can
Meteor
you like
holding
talk off
close,
for a
limits the
minute
numbers
आदि
just enough for a
Gen G
savings to
easy
close out the
आना
round.
101%
One of those moments where
101 लेकिन टैलेंट ने अच्छा कमबैक किया
just one kill there. That showstopper
अच्छा
would have
comeback
been
किया
online a
टैलेंट
little bit sooner. Now, Talon need 4 in a row. That's bad. I mean, he's trying to get the catch on a Meteor, but Meteor privy to it. He's able to take him down.
love you Omkar love you
Right, Talon, you've already set up for a retake on A.
आई आई
Gotta
आई
stick
क्या
to
है
it,
में
so I love
टैलेंट
the double stack
का
on B. Then the numbers, make sure that you're safe on the flank. Now they can focus all their sights onto A. The question is, Governor, you have the showstopper. Do you regroup with your teammates? Okay, he will do so. Once the fly in from heaven or the door.
क्या यूट्यूबर बनेगा रे
Like now
बाबा
planted.
नितिन भाई माफ करो यारो
Separate the ready, but Governor's still working his way over
Maaf
towards the
karo.
site itself. His texture is
Nitin
in
ko
such
time
a
out
cheeky
diya
position.
uske. Nitin-
That's the showstopper completely nullified before it can
Nitin
be drawn
bhai,
out.
गलती
Paint shells
से
off
मैं
the
बहुत
top of
सारा
Rumble.
माउस
hate
स्लिप हो
देखी।
गया
Baxter
बहुत
down here
सारा
on the floor, finds one before getting traded out. Jitboy's able to find texture. 2v2 with Karen down about half HP.
क्यों ऐसा मार के
There's one
पोजीशन
on
बताया
inside, but
सर
Munchkin, he goes far and wide.
Karen not ready for that swing out of the smoke. Cruz able to find him now. It is all in the IGL. Munchkin,
भाई
he can't
टैलेंट
deliver, but the
अच्छी
IGL
कमबैक कर
talent
रही है
absolutely does. Another 3K here for Cruz.
That's the Nightfall. Comes back online for Talon.
चैट तुम लोग सॉरी
Another
बोले
tool
तो
for
वैसा
them to
मेरे
try
तरफ
to
से
hang on to
सॉरी
this
यार
map.
सॉरी नितिन भाई बड़ा पॉलो फ्री का
Well, what a map we have on our hands.
भाई आज केमिस्ट्री पढ़ के
Nightfall,
आया
the
कुछ समझ
showstopper that
नहीं
couldn't
आया
come into
इसलिए
play.
आपकी स्ट्रीम
The
पे आ गया
lockdown as
जरा
well.
जा रहा 10
Sir.
मिनट
More to go. Talon to force Gen G into overtime, and right
भाई
now,
टैलेंट का
given the
डिफेंस
momentum, given the
स्ट्रांग
streaks that
लग
we've
रही
seen from
है
this team, it is absolutely
क्या बोलते हो?
possible. Gen G still with another timeout up their
But I
sleeve.
think
Looks
it's
like
time
Solo
to
wanted to
end.
hold that until the very last moments.
So what will happen is
These are the
texture
rounds
gonna
that you gotta
ult,
watch out for with
he's
Gen
gonna
G.
kill
Of
one.
course, on their way all the way to Madrid.
Lake is gonna orb take plant
buys,
and
where
take
it's
the
really
gun
just
of the texture of the killings of the
trading
boom
that
boom.
carries them through. Talon, they
And then
cannot
Lake is
get
gonna
to
kill
relax at
one
any
and
point in
then
this round.
ulti the rest of the threes.
Let's just surf here on his lonesome, but
And
in a
yep,
safe
win.
enough disconnected position where he could just backpedal, try to set up for that lockdown, but not if he's dead. So okay, we'll backpedal away. As Nightfall comes in, texture not able to get ahead of that one in time. Lockdown now in play.
जाओ जाओ पीछे जाओ.
Bank to paint shells up top. He actually would be able to clear this one out, but it looks like they're just going to respect this one. They get the plant down as Showstopper around the corner. Governor able to find one. Karen gets him, though, in the end, as Showstopper lobbed in. Texture finds Jitboys, and Karen gets bruised.
Well,
Van and Surf now the last two standing here for Talon. They try to
बराबर
keep them in
बोला
this
था.
map. But Texture has another nade available to clear them off this spike. Ult coming in, has it, sends it. Van able to find the kill. So that's going to be the C's coming in. He pulls off the defuse. It's a kill on the
sound
Karen.
नहीं आ रहा है.
Swing out without the
भाई
audio to
sound
play
भाई
off of
क्या
Lucky.
इन पे वो सीज
Sets
का
himself up for a relatively easy headshot with the Guardian.
Huh?
Gen G, they will take their map pick
क्या
off
लाइन पे सीज
Lotus,
का भाई.
but I think with a lot more struggles than a lot of us might have anticipated.
हाँ ना जल्दी खत्म होगा था.
I think the surprising thing for me was I would have imagined Talon might take a couple rounds here and there off of aim, but their reads were so good. They clearly came in prepped for Gen G, and that gets me excited for their map
YouTube
pick,
वाला
which will be
governor
coming
है.
up in the second round.
Oh yeah, I mean,
बाप
Ascent
player
on
वाला
the
governor
horizon,
है.
you know, people scratching their
अरे
heads
मेरा
when we saw
photo
the
मत
map
खींचे.
perhaps come through there on the analyst desk, but if Talon are
मेरा
going to
photo
have solid game plans, if they have a solid idea of how Gen G wants to play the map, much like they did
Easy,
clearly
easy.
here on Lotus, then that could be an absolute bang.
Guys,
First
5000
one,
लोग देख रहे हैं. लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को. जो भी लाइक करेंगे उनको वड़ा पाव.
Thank you very much, casters. Gen G is well on their way to earning the first championship point for the Alpha group. It was a 13-9 on Lotus, their map pick. But Talon was no pushover on this map.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see it. It looked like it might be pretty rough after that first half, but both teams have a really good idea on their defender side, sort of how to counter each other, how to use their abilities. There were some nice things from Talon on their attacker side where there were some of those cheeky rounds.
Talon अच्छा खेला है.
where
Talon
Jitboys
अच्छा
TPs
खेला.
into his own smoke at the back of
Talon अच्छा खेला.
towards
Talon के पास
defender
potential
side,
था
but
close out करने का game
overall,
को.
I felt like, you know, Gen G still has
बस
that tremendous
थोड़ा
firepower,
वो
even when they're getting double
दो
swung and
तीन
things
round
like
वो
that, they're
half
still able to take
minded
down
जो
both
हुआ है
players
ना
'cause they're
वो
just that
problem
fast
हो
and
गया.
that good.
We just saw so many multi-kills, so many incredible moments from Karon again. And although he, you know, maybe doesn't really win on some
थोड़ा
of these
game sound
clutches,
बढ़ा
for
देना.
example, Gen G definitely has that mechanics, that firepower to really bring themselves over the board. And I think one of the bigger things is also just this maybe slight trend of Talon having a weaker attack side half. I mean, that's kind of what happens after round 12, right? It ends in 9-3. You mentioned Talon had some, you know, interesting strats and cheeky ideas as to how they want to take sides, but even after they do get these spike plants, they lose to Gen G's retakes.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where things get really difficult. And a lot of times they were coming into their retakes with odd man situations as well. I mean, this is one of the more difficult challenges that every team that has to play Gen G has to deal with, is the fact that you have so many players who can take those opening duels so incredibly well that you feel like you're constantly fighting on the back foot. And so they're able to kind of do that to Gen G, flip it on its head a little bit on the other side of the map where they were reading the pushes that Gen G wanted to do really well, getting their utility in the right places. But a lot of times, you know, especially on the attacker side, Gen G's utility placement was really good. There was one time on the back of Mound where Governor was back there trying to hold it, and they just smothered him into a corner and were able to get a double swing on him. So it's stuff like that that's just a little bit, there's like a little bit of an edge for Gen G in that regard.
But I do love the fact that Talon are able, especially Cruz IGLing, they are able to read Gen G's game plan, actually forcing the timeout from Coach Solo, and down to, you know, a bit of that map point play. You actually had Munchkin with the Sheriff kill, and that's the thing that brings Gen G to, you know, 12 points. But Talon overall, a bit of that comeback. Jitboy still a little bit consistent. Interesting ideas from the shadows, similar to, you know, the previous day that we casted the long combo with the Nightfall. But I think in this game overall, Ban and Governor stepped up. They definitely had a lot more crazy opening kills. Ban was a little bit more safe as to how he's getting some of these 1v1s. Governor, on the other hand, really wild with the showstopper.
It's a good moment. I was very, very impressed with Governor. I thought, you know, one of the things that we talked about in the desk that we wanted to see was, you know, Governor stepping up. He did. The problem was that Jitboys and Surf really could not handle the pressure here from Gen G today. It was just too much. 12 kills between two of them, which just isn't going to cut it. Especially with Jitboys, the guy who has been so good for your team. A lot of people, you know, maybe rate him as the highest player, you know, the best player on your squad. But for them, you know, not their best map, not really able to kind of hold down those anchor positions on their defender side. That's what really killed them. Gen G was just kind of running over the defensive setups.
That's really a thing too. Yeah, I mean, great point by Paper Thin. Because if you think about how Gen G, I mean, I think it's also just a credit to how well Gen G plays. They have these ideas, these plans as to, you know, push and pull across the map. Sometimes you'll have, you know, players like Munchkin pushing out, and then Surf kind of gets caught in the back. That's one of the things that happened in one of those rounds. And Talon really, you know, on the attacking side, sometimes they forget some of these things. On the defense, that's where they shine. That's where they do a lot better. Cruz was getting some of these triple kill rounds, and we definitely love to see more of those.
Absolutely. This is an uphill battle for Talon. To be completely honest, again, Gen G was the champion at our kickoff. They were second place in Madrid. This is a hard battle. This was Gen G's map pick, but Talon, and you know, it got us all a bit curious, but yes, the next map is Ascent, which is Talon's pick. And how are you guys feeling about this? I love how you pointed out Cruz did make some great calls. They made some great reads. Is this going to be enough to bring this to map 3?
I think they have to. That's the thing. You know, you don't really have a choice. And they picked this map for a reason. They had a great performance against Team Secret in their opening game and kickoffs. I do believe they are bringing back that 6-man, so perhaps that's a bit of an inkling as to how Talon might perform. You know, you have the Sova player Lenny back in. Cruz probably still the caller, but then how does Gen G really adjust around this? Because we haven't really seen, you know, how Gen G might have changed up their Ascent game plan.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, like, you know, for Gen G, this is, like, in my opinion, you don't really have to change much until someone proves that you have to. You know what I mean? Like, or until you go up against like, Apex or something. Like, then certainly I think you're going to see
कमोड में इतना
some
टाइम
different
बिताया
looks and
जितना
stuff
मैं
like that.
सोया
But
भी
if
नहीं
you're
हूँ
gonna
बे
set, it could probably just be
दो
sort
दिन
of
में
game is normal for you, you know, let Texture run around with an op, you know, Munchkin kind of does his thing. Garon's always good for clutches. Yeah, exactly. Locky on the Odin. I mean, it shouldn't, the recipe here doesn't need to be complicated for Gen G, right?
G still in or out?
Something, you know, at a 5-star.
Keep it simple,
Yeah, exactly. This is just some down-home cooking. Let's make it.
Yeah, that
if
could
they
be the
win
case.
all the games.
I feel like that would be the wiser choice. But you never know. I mean, they could be experimenting with something else. It's still early, very, very early stages, literal stage 1. With that, we got our own game to play. This is the first time Quack's playing.
Here we go. I don't actually even know what the question is this time. Like, I'm just like so.
वो क्या rank up वाला क्या?
Well, for those of you who don't know what this is called a guess and gain poll, where us, the talents, the analysts here at the desk, get to answer this question. We have these questions every single day, and we either rank up or rank down.
विशाल भाई,
where are you right now?
वो
Clinton,
छोड़ो 11-0 अभी भी Gen G जीतेगा. Any comments?
On this particular game.
I feel like I'm doomed if I pick what I want to pick.
Yeah,
first
it's hard.
map
You know what?
too.
It's been really hard. It's been stressing Achilles out a little bit. It's been stressing all us. It's so hard
More
to
first kills.
predict something like this. Maybe less. Maybe it's a little bit tough. I don't know. Well, the question is, which team will have more first kills on map 2?
I think Talon.
First kills.
I think Talon.
Specifically first kills.
Specifically first kills.
There's a prize for this, right?
Specifically
Apparently,
first
I don't
kills,
know.
I
Like,
think
it could
Talon.
just
we win
be.
tactical?
यार
It could.
तुझसे हार कर
I'm
क्या ही
gonna be so bad
हारूंगा.
because we promised like
I know,
5
so many
coaches
coaches.
already.
Yeah.
They each get a limb
बात
of
तो
tactical.
है.
I'll just take a
11-0 या
All right, so
13-0.
we have little
11-11.
things here for you guys to, we'll reveal.
Jameson बड़ा
We have
और
a things even. So Clinton isn't a team player yesterday. Are you a team player
बड़ा.
today? Are we gonna like?
I have insider info
Talon.
again.
I think
no,
Talon.
I actually don't. But
Okay.
I'm
First
going
kills.
against my better judgment on this one.
Okay.
Same here, I think.
Are you ready? You
This
guys
is-
look
He's
so
getting
nervous.
run rate.
Yeah.
Maybe you do care where you rank more than you
Yeah,
thought
a little
based on that
bit.
first question that we had. All right, let's do the reveal in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, guys, why
Talon,
Talon
yep.
for first kills?
Should I go first?
Yeah,
I
you go
think
first.
logical
सुनो.
choice, probably.
सबसे मेन आंसर तो उसका सुनने का, वो हम सुनेंगे. मेरे हिसाब से क्यूट टैलेंट, क्योंकि जेंजी अभी जीत चुका है तो अभी थोड़ा फ्रीली खेलेंगे, समझ रहे हो. और टैलेंट तो लेता ही है एग्रेसिव फाइट्स बहुत ज्यादा. तो फॉर दैट रीजंस आई थिंक बीइंग ऑन द कास्टर डेस्क आई फील लाइक एनालिस्ट डेस्क, माय बैड, I feel like it's gonna be Talon. But my friend, my dear friend, what are your thoughts? Why did you pick Genji? The audience wants to know. हाँ, बराबर? Mic pass करो. Mic pass करो. Hello. Mic pass करो.
I think we're going to see Jit Boys bounce back, yeah.
No, that's a great argument.
Yeah.
I think I won't be surprised if you guys are right. I hope you're wrong because
I'm right.
Like I said,
Got Vic back down to
rankings are
gold.
important. No, I worked really hard yesterday for this. Yeah, but I think Gen G is. Each of their players are just looking so good right now. But I would not be surprised if you guys are right about Governor, especially Governor.
I mean, 90% of the time I'm picking Gen G.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason, all of a sudden I'm like, I think Talon can actually do this.
Gen G
Especially when you got like Munchkin on your team, who like is often leading in first bloods for Gen G for some reason.
Mic pass
like,
karo, Gen G वहाँ से तो सब
Today is the gut feel.
It's a field day.
Yeah. Total gut feel kind of day. Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, Ascent. Team comps. Are we gonna go for the? You think you're gonna go for the usual?
Gotta be usual.
The usual recipe.
I feel like nobody's gonna mess with that. None whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, they're only like.
Talent tried it a little bit before, but I don't think that's gonna happen this time.
Well, we're
I'd
about
be
to
shocked
find out.
if this isn't the usual, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I guess if Gen G wants to tool around with some stuff, but I don't think you can against this Talent team. They look too good.
That's true. This is not the team to mess around.
Yep.
Well, ये कॉम तो किसने देखा ही नहीं रहेगा Ascent में. Oh my god.
Perhaps we'll see some changes.
इतना different comps दोनों टीम में.
Know that Odin is probably.
भाई रेना ले लिया है, योरू ले लिया है, नियॉन भी है. My god.
How the players are going to perform right now. I think Paper Thin has some great points about Talon's confidence building up after that second half. So that's what we're going to be looking on.
ये तो latest comp.
Ban on the Killjoy though.
एक ही मैप ना, ये एक ही मैप है जहाँ पे 90% of the team same लेती है. Same.
So if he can kind of keep that up, I mean, we know that Ban has crazy mechanics. We've seen him pop off last year when he was on T1. We know that he's capable of doing that. This is a great map for a Killjoy. Really kind of, you know, start their stuff, really show that they have a lot of control over this map. Why nobody seems to want to go away from the pick.
And then Lenny is back in, Surf is out for this particular map. Talon is going to have to do everything they can to bring it to map 3. Vine, let's go over to our casters for Ascent, Kilios and William.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map number 2, Talon with a very solid effort over on Lotus. Now we go into their map pick. Ascent, one that certainly had us scratching our heads a little bit, maybe even more so, given who's playing what at the moment, as we do have Lenny stepping back in to play the Sova.
Lag ho gaya, maaf kare.
But clearly Talon, they've been doing their homework. They've been getting prepped for this. So we'll see how Ban does look. It's only his 6th time playing Killjoy in his career.
Yeah, not too much. But again, it's been a continuing trend of past duelists feeling fairly comfy on these Sentinels that can kind of hold certain angles and have the reassurance that your own utility is covering you. Now, I will mention, Talon is the team that also picked the split against TRX during kickoff and brought out the Silvacom. Now, it did not succeed, but they seemed very confident in their prep, even in that timeout coach video. Frost talks about it again, that, you know, they had confidence for good reason, just didn't work out in the execution. So curious to see what the homework has been done. As Gen G doesn't exactly play a unique Ascent, they play pretty textbook.
फर्स्ट राउंड टैलेंट जीत सकती है. बस ये जब दरवाजा बंद होएगा और नेड चालू होएगा ना, उसके पहले नेड तोड़ दे.
For Gen G, Meteor on standby over a tree at the moment, does have that turret to play contact for him. Just the one nano swarm over towards door.
I love this from Gen G. I mean, they see here a couple of these early darts flying out the side of Talon, but Killjoy set up on A, and they have fast backup from mid.
It's going to be the nano pop, but no one going over towards door as Meteor. Also just taking a stray shot. He's get whittled down to 40 HP very quickly here.
Fast retake hai.
Shots now, knife out to go ahead and just try to break this door down, but Plan coming through quickly here for this out of Talon. Van still disconnected from the rest of the team as Gen G trying to begin this retake, but already 2 kills going to be found. Sector and Munchkin both get eliminated. Now Lakia dead as well. It's only Shit Boys that's been traded out thus far. Meteor down to 40 HP. Things look very good here for Talon to be able to find the pistol round win.
The new caps, no see those
the pop flash just to delay. You still got a double out in A main, so Talon playing it very safe. And the swing.
Close to several of those kills. Only Governor unscathed through the round, but Talon will be able to start things off quite nicely.
So Talon, they go for a bit of fake pressure onto B and mid. Now, they didn't know for a fact that Gen G was stacked in mid, but it didn't matter because that was enough to make Gen G think this is our safest bet. And I don't blame them, right? You had full mid control. You could rotate to either side at any point for a flood retake. They thought they had it even with the Nanoswarm delaying the door close. But at the end of the day, the post plant was already set up from Talon. Some early damage as well.
Look, Talon,
going their way.
Boys
and once again,
Classic.
it's going to be a similar setup just Chip Boys looking on the lurk. He does have a Vandal, so he can't get too greedy on the A side. If you drop that, suddenly Gen G's chances look very good on this eco.
Oi, 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 oi.
Man, I mean, does put some damage down on the Lakia.
Lakia just tried to matrix his way around it, and he will survive. Not dipping down below that 60. Oh, but look at this. Gen G immediately trying to re-clear B main. Goes for the pop flash. Now Talon hears it.
Black is also.
Everything silent here for the moment as Karan just picking up that one-way over at A. Sending out a warning shot since Lakia is scattering back over onto the B site, tail between his legs.
Yeah, I wonder if you're Talon. This is what I was gonna say, because wow. Okay, well you only showed the Killjoy on that re-clear of B main for a little bit. Now Ban even gets the kill. That surely weakens the site. Governor's just gonna try to forcefully open it up. Does have a Bulldog in hand. Doesn't want to drop it too early.
Timing there. Meteor with the right click is able to find him. Bulldog though isn't recoverable. Looks like he has pushed out. Has been able to grab this given the smoke there on main. Now noting Ban forward.
Rotation
called. And you can hear him calling forward, but Meteor able to drop the
spike
spike out to the
bike,
rather in the round. The second and mid. Spike now picked up.
Binks, how is I wanting to advise there is a girl I love and
bought, tries to get the slow,
which
Chit Boy's even full blind.
used to be
Go ahead.
in living with me without any commitment and
Spike will get planted.
is promiscuous.
Far too many players lost on Talon as texture.
I don't know what to do. I feel stuck and
on the Chit Boys and Munchkin. Picking up a Bulldog himself will be able to find Ban there in
that
hell.
is known as attachment.
Something
And the
about
answer to that attachment is detachment.
Great purchases behind them. They just
ये
managed to
होती है living
persevere.
में.
Let's go ahead.
समझ रहे हो?
Shift around, look for some weapons. Texture,
मेरे
wanting his
10
pick of the
lives
litter, I
के
suppose. We'll
experience
see if
में ना
anybody else
ये
has something
problem
a bit
living
juicier
में
than a
होती है.
Bulldog. And there it is, a Vandal picked
Thirsty, yeah?
up.
All because of me.
1-1 is Gen G. Be very firm
So in
reply.
this case, what I have to do
Governor
is
wanting to create more space
watch
as
my
they didn't exactly
streams.
clear the site. I
Number one.
get that, and you know that Gen G
Watch
normally,
some
especially on these
series
ecos, are going to
and
be
divert
pretty
your
far
mind.
split. Something like a 4-1 or a 5, all on one side, a bit of a stack. You realize that you've pushed and pulled them quite a bit, so you think they're on the way back to B, but Meteor's there.
And
he goes
stay
for the
strong.
curveball, tries to get their early weapon pickup.
Feedback.
That's all Gen G
You deserve
needed.
better.
Can't ever
Tension ना ले.
give them even an inch. Try to claw their way back in. Now the Odin right away coming online
Wings पर
alongside
attack
a
करने
couple
की
of the
जरूरत
picked up
नहीं रहती
rifles.
भाई उसकी chat नहीं है अपन बात कर.
You get the ping off
Love
there
is safe.
from
Thank you for the
Recon.
30 American
ready,
dollars
but
of the
held on
Australians.
to.
भाई तुम अमेरिका में
Sets
हो
it right
के
there.
ये सब सोच रहे हो?
Done a big reveal,
थोड़ा
but
बाहर
this
घूमो
will
रात
just
को
be
भाई.
an even bigger one. Spots him out, but a little bit closer than he might have anticipated.
Did you
back away
recently
there.
not seen the nightlife?
From Talon, not liking what they're seeing here on this A site.
Lakia gonna drone
Lakia.
close.
Oh yeah, the covering fire is there though from Meteor. Keeps him protected.
क्या बोला?
Oh, I mean, it was risky. A Meteor at 20 health as well. It seemed like Ban was somewhat wary of another member potentially going for that cover, seeing as the drone was
मेरा
used
cap तेरे
so
पे सूट
closely.
नहीं कर रहे.
This time, texture on bodyguard duty. His crosshair gets shaken up.
Governor trying to push forward, but he only has that classic in hand. Now Meteor able to collect the kills. Cruz will also be taken down at the same time there in main. Lakia
तेरा खोपड़ी छोटा है.
find it. Lenny
खोपड़ी.
scooping up that Guardian to see if he can put it to use and avoid this being a flawless round, but he himself
तूने
will
कब देखी
fall as
nightlife?
Lakia,
Bye bye.
like we said,
Take the
Lotus
keys.
sounds like Ascent.
That
The
it
Odin
does.
rings out. It makes its presence
Bhai,
known.
Gen
and
is
Gen G
back,
will
bro.
move up 2-1.
Gen G is back, bro.
Obviously, losing that
अभी
anti-hero
ये round
talent
हारने के
on
बाद
the
there
back
is
foot
no
of the previous
money.
round,
They
so
have
we'll
to
see if
win
they
this
can claw
round.
their way back in here. The initial reads, both at the beginning of round 1 and 2, solid. Once again, continuing that trend from Lotus. The prep seeming to be very good for Talon.
Governor भाई.
But when it comes to Gen G, you always got to assume there's more than one. There's always a trade
क्या
available with this
मारते हैं ना
squad.
ये लोग में.
A flawless way to carry themselves forward
सबसे
now into
खतरनाक प्लेयर कौन है
Talon's
चैट?
first
Meteor
real
है
buy round. Still a couple half
Texture
armors
है
in the mix there.
या
Noel
Karen
on the
है.
opposite side.
कि मंस्किन और लाके इनिशिएटर है ना तो वो लोग इतना फाइट्स नहीं लेते.
It's going to be full attention over towards B.
बाकी तीन लेते हैं.
Ban back to try to linger outside. See if anyone goes on an aggressive push out of A main.
Yeah, Lakia had a
Genji
lot of
in-game agent
consideration on the
कौन है? मैं
timings
हूँ.
he wanted to use this.
Credit
You know,
नहीं
he will
लूँगा
spot the
लेकिन
Jet all alone. Obviously something
WhatsApp से
fishy
कॉल
about
कर रहा हूँ
that.
मैं उनको.
Not seeing the Killjoy. Should start suspecting there's going to be more players in behind that Jet. Tags through the wall. That's going to be the null command now coming through. But
You
they still have to try to deal
flawless.
with this Odin on the opposite side. Shots going in. Governor getting tagged down to 54. Ban going to be dropped. Just can't find one meteor. He's able to get that Jet. Now Cruz on the floor as
भाई
Lock.
flawless मारा है.
Okay.
Alt commit होने के बाद flawless
They
मारा
did
है.
come in way faster than
दीदी के घर
expected
ढूंढने
for
कैसे
sure.
पता चला?
And have all got mowed down like you said. And a big part of that was Talon, once again, their utility was good. The setup was good for Governor, but it's a little bit too much faith in their own utility, assuming that Genji would have backed out, that they would be looking away, things like that.
And getting the jump there. I'm not sure if it necessarily changes the outcome too much, but it's great reaction from
Flawless.
Stop that lurk from coming to
भाई
fruition.
alt commit करके flawless मतलब कुछ तो बात है Genji में.
Is going to be called in.
हाँ?
All right.
T1 doesn't play until after this series, though.
I know.
भाई
Their
stone paper
power's
scissor
growing
कर
too
रहे हो लोग.
much. Gilios, how do we
It's
stop
been
them?
spread. Well, it looks like it's going to be something here on the Talon camp. Audio issue for the side. And so we'll just go ahead and hopefully get this taken care of quickly. He's already given a couple nods, so we might have fixed this in record time.
I'll say it might just have been something for a quick double check here. And that does happen every now and then, as long as we can get through. Lots of fans here, as we do have Korean teams playing back-to-back matches.
Look at the
but of course,
Corsair
as we've been
now.
mentioning, I mean,
दो already set
lots of local
city
fans
से
growing
उनको
for
लग
all
रही
the
थी.
teams in Pacific as well.
लगा utils
Talon
भी अच्छा था.
fighting. You can do it.
Talon का
Speaking
utils
of
अच्छा
Talon
था.
and Korean fans, I
लेकिन
saw a great post from the Talon
Gen
side
V
earlier
too strong.
today where they were saying you can take the player out of Korea, but you can't take the Korea out of him. And it's
Jameson
Governor
Comtat,
checking his desk height with a ruler. It's just classic Korean esports thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout outs to Flash.
Yeah, really set that trend.
But clear on the dart, not going to be able to get the ping off
कैसे
the time.
तोड़ते बे रिकॉन ये लोग हैक वैक
Will
करते
be
लग
used.
रहा है
Munchkin
मेरे को
still
भी.
trying to stand his ground. Heard the TP and will
बंदे
also do
मारते
that.
ठीक है
Family
रिकॉन
has to
कैसे
shut across all the
तोड़ते?
Jit boys.
क्योंकि as a ex Radiant मैंने तो नहीं तोड़ा
as well on the back end. So we'll just be the orb collected.
This is the best in this artisanal. We love you.
Yeah, I'd love to see Talon in one of these rounds where they're on their back foot. A little bit of extra pressure. Obviously, last time they eventually
Deep
had to go through mid, and they tried their best with the classics only. But again, just continuously pressuring that alarm bot, things like that. Now, Genji's prepared for it. I'm not saying looking at the minimap that it would work, but it is just something of a trend that Talon could use to continue to condition their opponents in the future rounds.
Trying to use that high pen on the Guardian. Some fire back here against Lakia. Still 60 rounds to go. Okay, yeah, he just
hears it.
Hears him going for the jiggle peaks. He's able to take him down.
I mean, I was going to mention again, look at this, right? There's backup from Meteor. It's still going to be two people holding the angle, but doesn't even need it.
Now everybody getting ready to storm their way in towards tree. Smoke thrown in. Texture looking to hold the door. Quick dash out there from Governor, but HP bar is low. Will be cleaned up. Flawless. Coming through here for Gen G once more. It's now 4-1.
Window बंद नहीं किया.
And look at all these members on the side of Gen G, 1 point away from their ultimates as well. Things are looking good.
Lockdown to work with here for Talon.
Yeah, curious to know if this is going to be a timeout or not. We'll have to wait and see as we check out the highlights. I mean, and these are the easier rounds, right? The opponents are on an equal or half buy. All you really have to do is wait to see what the Hail Mary tends to be. It is going to be a Talon timeout. Curious to see the discussion here, because again, the first like 30-40 seconds of rounds, I would say one, even all the way through 3, were pretty solid for Talon. They had, good setups, they had good reads, and then one person gets a little too far ahead, or maybe a little bit of discrepancy on the timings amongst each other. That's where things fall apart at the seams.
Seems like this might be the upper limit of when Frost
कुछ नहीं कर
feels the
सकता ना
need to call
Talon.
timeout. Same scoreline that we saw there on Lotus.
कर दिया.
Just in a bit of a different order as far as which rounds are picked up.
Sure, but the 4 in a row, right? That's the big one here.
Ever seen the YouTube channel Bad Lip Reading?
Oh, yes.
I would love to do that for the coaches.
Actually, that would be good, especially
some
with
good
coaches like
content.
Frost. I mean, there's a
Very
lot.
animated.
I was thinking earlier someone should try to make him kind of dance to the beat that we had during the timeout. He's very animated.
All का बंद कर, अरे कर तो दिया.
Well, there's a free content idea for somebody out there.
Yeah, there's endless amounts with Alex as well.
Million views on TikTok while you still can.
Sprinkle in a little Barbar and Alex somewhere in there.
By mid push हो रहा है. Omen blind recall.
Texture, oh boy, looking for a tiles crunch, and it is working out gorgeously. Finally able to find one kill back. Fragment at his feet. It's just blown out of the water.
By नहीं by ये लोग का by बहुत crazy है भाई.
Genji. Oh,
ऐसे round में default बहुत भारी पड़ता है.
Karen on the peak, able to find one. Now suddenly it's all down to Cruz to see if he can try to answer something back.
क्या मारता है बे Karen? टप्पू
Finds himself a
टप्पू.
second kill, and you gotta really respect it.
Huh?
Love the adjustment there from Genji, just not allowing for Talon to get any footing, any kind of value out of that timeout. They say, okay, well, they probably won't expect this.
Yeah, they just toss it out there. And a bit of an interesting timing for it as well.
This is basically Texture. I mean, sure, there's util thrown, but there was nobody else in tiles along this time.
Which is why it was kind of an interesting tiles crunch, right? It's not the usual throw everything and let them know that you're coming in. It's more just Texture dashing out. Governor thinks he can
अगर
get the
ऐसे
better of
खेलोगे
him.
तो मैं नहीं खेलूंगा.
Now the ops online for Texture as well, waiting for the updraft.
भाई अगर मारा ना इसने
Like
जेट
probably
को.
the drone to try to check up over the top of bench, but either way, not used yet. Lenny in position. Not going to send it here, it would seem. Meteor wants to try to get that turret out of the way. And oh,
बाप
spotted.
रे.
Thinking that he was gaining some space here for free. Actually is found. Nice drag
मारना
across there
था,
from
मीटर
Ban.
को
Does find
मारना
the
था.
headshot. Lockdown committed. Thanos wants to try to deny the push in, but Lockdown does not care. Continues to just move past it. Does destroy it.
क्या बन भाई क्या
No real
खाया
movement
भाई
coming through
इसने?
from Talon so widely, they're just stagnant.
I mean, that's what surprised Lockdown a bit too, it
Ice
seems, right? He
balls of
breaks the
steel?
lockdown, he's ready for people to push him, and doesn't happen, so he says, I'll eat the Nanostorm, I'd rather regroup with my teammates. So Talon, again, a couple moments here where they seem a little bit out of sync. I mean, the early lockdown itself, that's not the issue, but no one there to capitalize on it.
Wow. Come off it.
I mean, he was 2 HP.
I know, but come on, man.
Am I allowed to use the word lucky on that one? I feel like I should be allowed to use it on that one.
Yeah, that one was pretty damn lucky. And is now waiting for the opportunity to try
बाप
his plan
रे
again, but
क्या
this
रिकॉन?
pig- I mean, look at where, I mean, Lockett was nowhere near to be able to get that reveal as well. It's Texture not even letting him get the cash from the plant. Quick peek
Nah, bhai.
off the top of heaven. Take out Lenny. Things
Bye, Genji.
starting to very much slide out of hand here for Talon.
Yeah, not a lot to work with.
Nah,
either.
bhai.
Yeah,
Too
not
strong,
Fury,
bhai.
but lockdown on the other
Too
side.
strong.
That
कुछ
you've got to
गलत
be wary
नहीं
of.
कर रहे भाई.
And of course, the half buys, you start to get into a little trouble.
सिर्फ
So we'll see what
मीटर
they
मेरे
decide
हिसाब
to
से बैन
commit
के
to.
सामने फाइट
But
जीत
this
सकता
round
था,
was
but that is
just a
like
case of
individual
Talon
fight. वो ठीक है, but
trying to
as
spread
a
out
team,
apart to get a little bit more information,
बाप
a little bit more
खेल रही है
control of the
भाई
map.
Delicious.
Yep.
भाई enjoy कर रहे हैं.
So maybe a little bit more grouping up.
Mandi-
Now,
Mandi
I
chat
get why
किसने कुछ
Talon
लिखा
might have
था.
made the
ठीक
adjustments,
है.
right? They were trying to stay grouped up earlier, but they were a little slow on getting the information, eventually getting red. So they want to put pressure across the map. But you got to win the duels if you want to do things like this.
Texture just so confident with it.
भाई देखा ना
That's
हर
exactly
बार
what Ban is going to
ड्रोन
be.
करके वो अकेला मारते हैं, इस
Trust
बार
that he's gonna
ऑफ
be able to
लाया
pull the trigger
पीछे.
a little bit faster.
उनको पता था वो लोग पनिश करेंगे.
Deal out.
पनिश का
Spray
पनिश किया.
across, but Lenny widely not being rewarded for his efforts
Pacific की
there.
strongest team
He's
versus
still at
crew
full
esports
health and
कौन
now just
जीतेगा? Pacific
turning
की
fire with
strongest
his
team.
own Odin through that wall.
ये अपने पास है अभी
And
दो
just
तीन
a
टीम्स हैं.
safe shrouded step backwards just to see if there's any more util being used, see if there's a chase. Now there wasn't on the side of Talon. So Genji, they already called the operator over just in case it was, knowing that you can still delay a lot with the Killjoy util on B. You've got Meteor set up to wash for mid. I mean, look at Genji. Anytime they make rotations, the amount
पहले
of
टीम है ना
coverage
जो
they
अल्फा से
have
जीतने वाला
and
है.
the wind conditions being kept, it's so good.
30 seconds left.
Now trying to go for the entry, trying to play this concisely, send out the flash, start pushing the smoke, but there's a note on the opposite side. Jit Boys is able to find one. Nice catch there on the Munchkins. He was trying to start working his way across in through mid. Hunter's Fury now out from Lakia.
Killjoy का देखो.
Interrupting is Jit Boys. Another
मत
crucial
देखो.
kill. Does manage to find
10
Meteor.
seconds
Spike now getting planted.
Spike planted.
In with 8 seconds to spare as Texture's up over the top, thinking they know that Jit Boys is going to be there in main. They try to flush out the rest of these players.
Jit Boys just waiting for the cue to pounce.
Smoke gone. Cruz taken down. Governor 10 HP here. The back of the site. Texture flushing him out with the knives. Quick right click to finish the job. Hughes coming through. It's now 7-1. Gen G very far out in front.
Is this fucking Genji 2.0?
Still have the Ops, still have the Odin as well. So all things considered, Gen G feeling like they can continue the streak. I mean, 7 in a row.
Texture by दोबारा है लेकिन reverse दोबारा.
Started Lotus with 4 in a row.
12 है
the
वो.
first half there. Now 7. Sure, it's on the defense side of Ascent, but just not really in any danger of losing that streak.
भाई imagine करो भाई सामने players कितने अच्छे बे Jit Boys बाप खेलता है गवर्नर बाप खेलता है क्रूज बाप खेलता
I
है
mean, mind you, they all have 2 deaths except for Meteor.
बैन भी बाप
Oh, that's
खेलता है
true.
बे
I mean, it's been
और वो
pretty
लोग
smooth
ऐसा
sailing in all
bully
these
हो रहे हैं.
rounds.
It's the peak. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Rare
you can
miss
tell-
from Texture.
You can tell he's feeling it though, right? The confidence just peek out there right before the util comes out. Just to push them back. Gives them the time to clear out B. The turret cleared once again. I mean, Gen G is making Talon starved for information, and this time Talon's on an eco too, so it's not like Gen G really needed
ये
that
strat
to
अपन ने
get an
किया था,
advantage in
just
this
saying.
round, but they are just
हम लोग
being
जीते थे pistol
thorough.
round.
Well, it's the commit on the ult, the drop down. Lenny
Get out of my way.
trying to stay alive in this situation, but they are rushing in, looking for the kill. Munchkin will be able to find it. Lockie in the meantime, just doing the same damn thing over and over again. Manages to get the kill there on the ban. Now pushed up, anticipating some pressure into the smoke.
Yeah, seems to be aware of
Goes
Governor.
forward and the Odin just comes right back
क्या मारा
out.
बे उसको.
Cruz will be able to get one
Big
on
fan
the back
करके
end
मारा
there.
यार.
Lakia will get taken down, but Gen G, the Reign of Terror, it will not be brought to an end. 8 rounds now. All of these have been in a row.
गयो.
And it doesn't look like it's going to stop.
गयो
Right,
भाई.
Ults are coming back online. The weaponry is all still there. Everyone's been capped on credits for a couple rounds now, especially with the low amount of deaths that Gen G has. Lakia, the only one now catching up, one closer to Meteor.
नहीं मार पा रहा.
Just the awareness. Again, things like that. Hiding in the smoke with the shorty. Being aware of the fact that Governor might have gotten through. Keeping tabs on the opponent.
Analyst करते क्या? Analyst ने इतना governor बोल दिया तो
I'm talking about Texture
तीन हो गए क्या
13-2-1.
उसका?
Be remiss to not point out the unfortunate circumstance. 0-8-2 at the moment. That impact has not been found at all. The Texture just getting the better of him time and time again. Lucky as well with that Odin there in that last round, just ensuring that
And it's just so many of
Gun
these
just
rounds.
can't do anything.
Yeah, where Governor kind of feels the need to do something on his own, right?
Trying to push up. This time, shot gonna go wide.
He's very far ahead once again.
Taking an immense amount of space, but dashes in and Lucky
blind
again.
एक blind miss
Able to mow
हुआ.
him down. Lenny just not close enough to try to follow
या
up.
क्या
Cruz now
हुआ
put
कि
down
उसका
on the
dash
floor
perfect
is
था blind
resible,
पे.
but
और ऐसे भी
damn
नहीं
near
कि blind
suicide.
dodge करने का उनका
Poor
flash
Lenny tried to
दिखा
go for that
उनके
one.
मुंह पे.
just kind of have to leave him to bleed out. Lenny himself will just get caught. Ban now. Lurks forward, spotted.
भाई
Texture
एक
with
बार वो
3.
दिखाओ.
On an absolute
कुछ तो
tear.
गलत हुआ है वहाँ पे.
9-1 now.
Now, the dash in there, it was set up. It was a pop flash setup coming in from Cruz. So again, there was an idea, but it's Gen G. There's gonna be more
Pop
than one.
flash हुआ
Right?
क्या
So
वो
even if
लेकिन?
Governor had gotten the kill on the dash in, there's no one there to trade for him. Just seems like it's some of these Hail Mary situations where they're trying to just say, Governor, go kill, I'll
I
set
think
you up.
flash
But even if he does,
city
can he
वाला
string
दिया है और
more than
dash
one when he's
market में
getting
मत
into
मारा
a
ताकि
crossfire? That's the big
city
question.
से उसको ना मारे. वो लोग को मेरे हिसाब से
Tools to
रीड
work with.
था
I mean, he does have a
कि
hunter
मार्केट
security to
कोई नहीं
use
है,
in case
लेकिन
that
ऊपर
lockdown
सिटी
comes
गया
into
तो
play
वहां
with
से
Meteor.
मारेगा. ये एक एक्सप्लेनेशन हो सकता है. बट गलत रीड था जो भी था.
Now things getting slowed up. Talon. Everybody worked around
जब
here
कुछ
towards
काम नहीं
this B
करता ना
side.
बीरस काम करता है.
The bright spot is that Lakia does not have an Odin.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of backup. Might as well be enough bullets for an Odin. He's going to be the only one that's been pinged out. Now the drone will spot him. He's looking for a first kill.
Drone spots him now, paranoid. There's the Hunger Fury coming across. Meteor able to find one, but Jit's boys does go ahead and quickly trade it back, maintaining the man advantage here for them. Karen, however, himself situated in boats. During all the chaos, clear out on that recon. They know that he's there. Texture now dead. Governor getting himself on the board for the first time. Finds 2 kills.
Oh, almost line up tha, bro. Almost.
Able to right the ship here at long last. Break the win streak from Gen G. Now are in a chance where they can once again have a 9-3 half.
They desperately want it. Now they have the weaponry. There is a lockdown on the other side. Hunter's Fury, one away as well. So curious to see Talon. What's the answer to this potential lockdown? Obviously, you could just try to storm the site. Then have plans for afterwards.
Governor now finally getting involved, bringing attack operator actually into this last round. See if he can put that to use.
I don't mind it. You can help play it a little bit slower. Try to sniff out where Texture might be. See if there's a reaction off of that. Now the alarm bot was not destroyed, so no reason for Texture to make a move.
Yeah, a lot deeper. As Meteor will watch in case somebody's going to be creeping up that right wall alongside towards Pizza. Texture, okay. Eventually says, you know what? I feel like I can win this. He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Governor had the right read. Right, eventually, if they don't have information, someone's going to peek out. Thankful to him, it was Texture. Now the op down.
Slow creeping up. Swap out on the weapon, but he doesn't have it drawn down. Call the Cloudburst in hand. Spray from Lenny, however, will be able to find Munchkin. He's unable to escape. Meteor now arriving. Lockdown at the ready. Here's them rotating out. Ban, the last one, getting ready to push. And he swings out, finds the kill. Cruz taken down as Karen able to find 2. Jit Boys now. The last one left, and there's a lockdown invested just to really give him a hard time. Karen playing with his food a little bit. Just continues the wide swing. Eventually does fall. The Meteor was right there for the kill. 10-2 this time on the half.
Reminds me of that moment when Karen had that very wide swing. I believe it was against Loud. And he talks about it in one of the content pieces he's done actually with Binbon, one of the Korean casters, and they ask him what was going on in your head there. He says, well, I kept doing left-right jiggles and I kept dying. So I thought this time, why not? Damn it, I'll just go all the way to the left. And
I'll just hold S or whatever, it'll work. Hold D, hold A.
Yeah, there you go. Well, this time, another wide swing there. Some tricks up his sleeves that he's picked up from Madrid. Now a 10-2 hefty lead. So Talon, I mean, forget the first half. No matter what you've prepared in the second, might not even get a shot to show it.
Yeah. It backs up against the wall. I mean, we've only seen recoveries like the one that would be necessary here for Talon a handful of times.
भाई अमेरिका में मास्टर्स कर रहा है राफा का मैसेज है
DRX
अमेरिका में मास्टर कर रहा
last year. It's very few and far in between. When we do get to witness those, you can see that is just a big old streak of green for Gen G. And if this pistol goes their way, it could just be the final nail in the coffin.
लव स्टार्ट
for Meteor as well.
आपका जो फर्स्ट किल का प्रेडिक्शन था वो भी गलत हो रहा है
8-4 becoming the norm now. Some of these maps. He's got firepower. Cruz with a frenzy instead of a ghost. Looking for a bit of a skirmish.
Well, 7 more seconds. Flush out the game plan. See if they can execute it. Barry is now getting ready to drop. 3-2 split here. Gen G. Multiple players over towards this B site where it's going to be a double market push set up there for a brief little moment. Suppression does come in. Governor going to hold the angle. Spots him though. He's able to back away.
I cannot use that.
Oh, how much support is there? Saw a cheeky little Sentinels classic it looked like there. Maybe trying to put in some nightmares back into Gen G's minds.
A hell of a kryptonite.
Well, both the Omen and the KO getting pinged by that. That's pretty big. If they're together, you got to imagine that's where the rest of the team is. But that Paranoid doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, but the shots absolutely do. Man able to find 2. Texture Karen, Munchkin all dead. Now just Locky and Meteor. The latter of which is rapidly rotating back around, but footsteps going to be heard. Noted here As Ban has a very deep creep up here, and he gets the headshot instantly. As well as one on the lock here for 4K.
switch होने के बाद ही
Huge
मारता
way to
है
kick
बे.
things off here for
हाँ?
Talon. 3-1 in
Game भी
pistols
switch
in
हो
the
जाता है
set
वो लोग
so
का.
far. And that very much speeds up the process of trying to get that ever important lockdown online.
Yeah, the lockdown's the big
कहाँ
thing
blind
here.
दिया
Not
पता
only
नहीं.
do they get a clean win on the pistol, they get a very crucial ultimate. One step closer for the defense for things like the retakes. Feeling comfortable. Now it's going to be the Ares to start the pressure nice and early on B main. A couple other buys as well, mostly the double Spectres though.
This rush gets ready to come in. That shock dart potential to do a decent amount of damage. Looks like widely though, Gen.G able to avoid it. Texture, big shot. Lenny holding down with the Ares, giving him a taste of their own medicine. It's himself a triple.
मारे ये लोग
Quite
राउंड
picked
लेकिन
up.
टेक्सचर का
Spray has to go for
मूवमेंट
the
देखा
reload here.
किसने?
As Munchkin trying to make the best out of a bad
ऐसा
situation.
जाके
Will grab the
return आया
orb and start
वो.
backpedaling before the Ares shots can follow up again. Which
भाई
is
मैं
classics
कभी
in
नहीं
hand.
देखा किसको बे हमेशा ऐसे
Not
डैश
much that
करके
Gen.G
कूदते
are
हुए
going to be able to
देखे
do from
साइड
this
में.
position, even though they are the
ये
thrifty
कभी नहीं
gods.
देखा है.
If they are able to continue with a flawless here, as we see Karon with a bit of an advertising moment, Talon looks pretty good, right? It's on an Oda, but it's still an Ares. You've still got a Guardian for some extra pin, a little bit of long-range hold, perhaps in mid, things like that.
ऐसा दिक्कत
Observer
दिक्कत के
knows
जा रहे हैं.
exactly what to do here. In case you were wondering which team caps you wanted to buy, here's a choice.
It's just going to be Pac-Man gameplay here. Across the map, grab the orbs, pivot it right back over to B. Yes, yep. Karon. A little smile on his face as well. I think he knows that he's being watched.
Yeah, you've got to imagine. And Munchkin's not having any of it. Munchkin's still looking for frags. He's still got hope in this round.
I hope that Karon just runs into somebody. He doesn't even shoot back at them.
Yeah, he just holds it. Commit to the bit.
Well, the push out. Let's see if they can get anything.
Ace दे दिया.
Scooping up an ace here in the second round of the half. Flawless across the board for Talon. Absolutely necessary here for the squad.
I mean, 5 points towards Hunter's Fury, 4 points towards the lockdown. It's as good of a start as any for Talon. It's just that the hill is a very big mountain to climb.
मतलब उसका alt
Well, I mean,
points.
they didn't have to die.
Yeah.
Weren't getting that spike planted. Saw Governor right before the replay actually teasing and playing around with the idea of going for the operator here in this third round, but opts
Laptop दे
for
दिया.
that outlaw instead.
Yeah, you got to have armors on the other side.
Exactly. Could very well be rewarded
Too
for
much
it. I
space,
mean,
लेकिन
everybody was
rotation
buying
थोड़ा late हो
half
गया तो
armor
फिर
in that
लोग
previous
देख
round,
सकते
so.
हैं.
Oh, this is a big clear, right? Mid's
जीत
cleared
गए.
up all the
कोई
way to
है
top
नहीं.
mid as well. Tree still held for the potential retake.
Be a very fast retake here for the side of Talon. So just look to get everybody in position, but turret is set up for this, so now they know that there's at least one player behind.
Spike planted.
Yes, there's the swing in. Coming
Oh,
back, being one
बाप
apiece.
रे.
They got to push out. Gen.G needs a little bit more space to work with here.
No more.
Good timing there from Lockheed. Gets in front of the Paranoia, is able to find Chit Boys, but Texture with a quick little up jab to peek. Not spawning much of anything. Smoke down, cutting off main once again here as Governor trying to get the peek in, but Karon with two. He takes them both down. Now Lakia finds Cruz, gets Lenny. Gets himself a 3K.
3v5
And that's gonna be second half bonus going the way of Gen.G.
है.
Talon had all the
Not
advantages there, but
clean.
they think that they can just double swing Lakia next to the switch. And Karon, a quick double tap onto the main retake.
There's a timeout call, you would suspect. Take a
Karon
look back at
दिखाओ.
this one, though.
He's ready for it. He knows they're going to swing wide too. He knows that's the only
रे.
information they have for certain. It's
And
going
it's
to
not
be
much of an adjustment in the end that you need for
Sure.
those shots, but it's still just so quick and clean.
Yeah, and just the preparation, right? And sure, Talon, you could argue, well, why are they both
Bye.
looking that side? Because that was the only one they knew for.
Heavy. काहे loading हो रहे हो बंचो? हैं? इतनी देर? Are you writing F? कोई chat में F क्यों नहीं लिख रहा?
Towards a tree, right? And then texture updrafting as well. So now Talon a little bit.
बंचो.
Still, I mean, just
तुम
a
लग नहीं रहे.
fantastic start to the half. If it wasn't for that scoreline, if it wasn't for that opening attack side being so one-sided in Gen.G's favor. Normally you'd be able to shrug off that bonus loss and say, okay, well, it's fine. Now we get the full purchase. We can match them in firepower. Gen.G are just 2 rounds away from closing out this series. Operator here in the hands of Governor, but it's going to be Glass Cannon. No additional cash to go alongside it.
Yeah, and they're going to try to peek out mid as well. A very risky endeavor. Going to get forced away.
With the drone. Being a bit distracted. Think not going to find him. And now there's the drone up over the top.
This is all for Ban.
Yeah, like you said, this is all for Ban to try. Get him into a winnable position. Kid Boy's able to find 1. Cruz swinging out from tree, able to find 2.
टैलेंट का लेकिन फायर पावर चेंज हो जाता है यार
Seam is locked in now. Caught. That suddenly just leaves Karon all in his own spots. 1. There's the shoulder there, swing across, and this time the headshots not going to be found nearly as cleanly. As pop flash right as he TPs into tree, swing out. Ban will be able to collect the second one. Fantastic adjustments here from Talon.
And I love that Governor commits to it all the way. Not only does he cover the dart, but then he moves ahead of the 0 point to try to make sure he sells the idea that was just to hide himself. Shoots the drone as well, risking the fact that he might get picked off before the dash. Sets up an amazing trap for Talon. It's a good bounce back.
नियॉन भी अच्छा है ना लेकिन गवर्नर का.
Cleanly done. Operator firepower now getting stacked up even further as Lenny has the Odin in the mix. Got both of these high-powered weapons right here on the same side. Spray across. I mean, look at the HP bars. Munchkin, he's got nothing. Texture dead. As Lenny, hungry for another ace. Hasn't even used the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't need to. Well, shots on the Sheriff trying to answer something back.
The Governor's hungry for it. He knows there's one more.
Unlock yet. Play around these limitations here, playing against the box, but there's the shot card layered in. Really sealed the deal on the kill.
बेचारा लाकिया क्या
dodged almost everything. Just not the last bit.
क्या कुछ नहीं हुआ भाई.
But overall, good prep from Talon as well, right? This is a round where Gen.G could afford to try to do a full send Hail Mary with things like the null command, so they're ready for a B rush. Deflected successfully.
Garon spotted, taken down, Cruz spraying into the smoke, able to find Meteor. And yeah, there's a Bulldog, but you're not getting to it. Phantom spray, able to find the target there, as that is going to be Talon, keeping themselves alive and well here in this game.
Gen.G is going to have to do some major considerations on when they want to use their ult, because Talon's ult cycle is coming online much quicker than expected. And, you know, they cycle through one ult at a time, things like that. Talon might just be catching up in an instant.
One enemy remains.
ये round important है.
5 to tie.
ये round tough हो जाएगा Talon के लिए.
Still just that 100 ban away from having the lockdown ready to go. With an ult command though, could prove to be difficult here as Governor's taking so much forward space. Munchkin just around the corner. Does he actually swing this one? The tailwind is gone, and Munchkin, that's when he decides to strike. Huge opening kill here for Gen.G. That aggression very well made, just be Talon's undoing here.
That had to have been some sort of internal timer as well. Munchkin just perfect with it. His teammates ready to swing afterwards. Mid and all the way up to Gardner and Tree all taken over. Now Talon's aware of this. The adjustment is here from Lenny. But the no command stops. Hey, get a double.
Swinging out here into mid. Gets so much damage across, but just can't quite confirm these other kills. Texture in the meantime. This is just going to be TP after TP forward there from Karen.
Low hai. Tu is doable hai kya?
Shut the door.
Nahi na, so to be.
Bruises face. Man on heaven. Sure
to be.
No HP between the two of them.
Oh, and look at Munchkin. Knowing the health situation here, just asking for Gen.G the whole time.
Flash out, but Texture still manages to stay alive. A 3K with 3 HP. Gen.G now get themselves up the match point.
You can't help but think back to the first half as well, right? After a round like that, you imagine normally you brush it off, you move on, great shot, Texture, good for you, Gen.G.
Mid push read किया, mid push वाले को मारा, ये shot चले गए.
Waiting for counting down in his head because he was holding that far wide angle.
I mean, we looked at the way that people were tucked over in B lobby. It seems like Gen.G had a perfect read that Governor was going to go for that position.
Exactly. I mean, they had got pinched from it before as well, so it's not exactly a crazy idea. So just good mental memory.
Oh, okay. Well, decent start, but instantly traded back, but now Ban trading up. Will get hit by that Hunter's Fury, but that's the last charge, so no follow-up to be found, no kill to come across. I think they might have a decent idea that he's next to it, but no, it looks like Munchkin actually this time does not have a decent sense of it. Gets himself a third, Lakia now last man standing. This map is not over yet. Lakia has something to say about it, but 1v4, Spike stranded at the stairs in mid.
I mean, if he can line up his shock darts so they land perfectly at the same time on the two other opponents.
Ban padne wala isko.
Yeah. Talon one step closer once again towards an OT, and their ults are all online.
All but the Jet. Just given the Governor has that operator, not going to be the most concerning thing here for him. It's Ban. I mean, he's just been on one today.
Spike down.
Very clean.
We weren't sure what to expect with him going back over the Killjoy again for now the 6th time in his career. It looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, it looks very calm as well. Very calm.
Ban kar do.
I mean, I think it's, you know, for a lot of these duelists, suddenly recognizing that they don't have to just go create space all the time, right? It really puts a lot of relaxation.
And these guys are just, they're trying to fix solo queue effectively. Is Karen going to be dead as he teleports over? Ban, again, finding the kill.
Yeah, and
so
far
you don't have to insta-lock Reyna, you don't have to insta-lock Jet. You can play Killjoy, you can play, you know, Loeb, you can play Omen.
FPS,
and you can put up solid figures.
True. And still have a lot of value with your utility.
You will have a moment to dare deserve it. Yep.
So you ready for this? Yeah, snapping on that one. Re-swinging Jit Boys and Meteor. Well, he's able to distract him long enough for Munchkin to collect the second kill. Governor now in a spot. Shotgun a little bit wide, but Lenny again just ripping them to pieces. Triple for him. Right smack dab in the middle of mid. Drone the chase forward. Let's see if he can spot anything. And Munchkin for now. Nothing else realistically that he's going to be able to do here. 1v3. If he could isolate and pick him off, then that's one thing.
Kaisa silent jump karte na ye log? Dekha kya?
Push coming in from Ban all the way through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, well.
वो भी ऐसी जगह पे जहाँ पे jump करने का sound आता है इससे
टाइल just narrowly avoiding Ban. Uh-oh. Fortunately doesn't get the clean kill. Now it's going to be back up.
God.
Governor hopping in around the corner. Op shot lined up. Taken. Found. Talon now. 4 rounds pushing this into overtime. Still have not had to commit these ults.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? You didn't have to use it and then wait for a long cycle that may never come as the game ends. You're just holding on to it until you need it. And a big difference is Talon is starting to play with trades, right? They're starting to set up for backup. They've always got someone else covering the next angle, covering the next swing out, things like that. So while Gen G is ready for a couple of these pushes, they're not ready for 2, 3 people, because before, it was always just 1. So now after a couple of these moments, Gen G, what's their adjustment? Looks like they want to take a little bit of initiative as it is a half buy. They're prepared for the push out.
Oh, yeah, that they are. Texture.
Bro, dash bhi nahi mar pata tha.
Reading that one well. Does get the punish. Governor taken down.
Suppress होने ही वाला था वो. अगर एक मारते तो भी dead था उसके बाद.
Start. Around 18. Governor falling.
Yeah, that's all mid control given over.
Again,
one of those situations where there's no one there to trade with.
Still have some ults to work with. I mean, all of them.
All the crucial ones, right? That could make a difference.
Switch के बाद अच्छा खेला Talon.
Pushing in the B, could just see Ban
comparatively.
Immediately dropping that lockdown to try to dissuade them,
6 round
shove
defense
them in the opposite direction.
जीते.
और 2 round shake him too much. Talon was already coming to the safe side. It does draw out a lot of utility, so gives Gen G the go to B.
Suppress. I know the Odin's going to be on that side. There's the lockdown.
And they get to it and clear it in time.
They have their own, but that's about it. Now the TP across, Jit Boys joining them here on this side of the map. That is going to be the lockdown committed.
30 seconds left.
They're just waiting this out, and they know, okay, well, now you have to try to come towards us. Ban here with the fight, goes into the smoke. Still manages to find one. What a shot from him. Gives him a hope, gives him a chance. Munchkin off, the shot goes wide. Cannot find Cruz, who now has that null command for the reapproach of the Hunter's Fury. Comes in from Lenny. Munchkin again, looking for the shot. Cannot find it, but Lakia will get one. Lenny getting the takedown there on a Munchkin. Jit Boys finding Lakia. Now Texture and Meteor. Spike still ticking away.
Left lane से आने सकते हैं.
They see one. Texture going to be noted there.
Alarm bot nade सब है.
Back over to Boats.
लेकिन बंदा fight ले रहा है.
Fight now. It's Texture all on his lonesome to see if he can end this game, end this series right here, right now, and he can. The 4K through the box
Texture बोलते बे.
to close
Texture बोलते.
things out. Gen
Twitter
G
पे क्या सीन है वहाँ पे?
pushed,
हाँ?
but not pushed over. They
Red
managed to
alarm
win
bot अपने
2-0.
नीचे रख के मार
It
रहे.
was an incredible effort from Talon.
Yes, I mean, really
Achha,
pressing
yeah,
it on
texture.
both maps, right? 9 rounds on Lotus, eventually in on Ascent. And you can't help but wonder, what if those
Good
first halves have gone a
multi.
little differently? Because I think what we saw from Talon was the prep is good, and individually you have some high
Arre,
moments,
bichare ko
but
fist
you
bump.
gotta execute perfectly from
Arre,
the
fist
get-go
bump
if you
yaar.
want to compete with the best of
Assistant
Pacific.
coach है तो
Yeah,
क्या
I mean-
हुआ? Fist bump तो दो.
Tight knit play across both of them there, but you know, Jit Boy's not as present on Lotus as we saw from him in their
कुछ नहीं
opening
कर सकते भाई.
series.
Where there are
Governor
fans, there are
taking
fans.
the longest
रहे हो?
time, unfortunately, to get himself on the board. And in the end, only was able to accrue 5 kills.
अच्छा खेला. Switch के बाद अच्छा
But
खेला.
Talon,
Minute
literally,
mistakes
the
है लेकिन
ideas that
fixable
they
है.
have, you know, the game read, sometimes it is there. They have a decent understanding about how Gen G wants to approach things. Just haven't been able to capitalize
Itni
in all of
cute.
these rounds. Things go a little bit different. The players
Arre,
are a little
T-Bone
bit more
bhai.
heated up. This could have been
आपका
them
drawing
extending the
किया है
series
रे
all the way to
किसने?
game 3.
Yeah, and in Talon's shoes, obviously you're just hoping that Gen G truly is strong enough that every team in your group on Omega struggles against them, because that way at least you equalize in the overall record to try to get to the playoffs.
Bow again. Pose for your photos.
Yeah, gotta get the photos in.
Well, I think for Gen G, you know, a decent way to ease back into the action
Yes.
here in Pacific. Obviously had a long journey over in Madrid, but they come back in, they're able to find their win, rack up another championship point. We're going to go ahead and pass this over to the analyst as we break
Finally
down the
Alpha
action
team से
from
कोई
our
तो
opening
जीता.
series
That
today.
is Gen G, bro.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Pacific best.
Gen G continue their unstoppable Ascent streak, taking their first series in
लेकिन
stage 1
एक
to a 2-0.
चीज जो Gen G में दिख रहा है ना.
Yeah, this looks
कि वो
pretty
लोग
darn good. I
close
mean,
out
obviously
करने
a
में time
10-2
लगा रहे हैं.
defender
दोनों
side
map.
is difficult for any attacking team on Ascent to kind of overcome. And get credit where credit's due. Talon had 2 good halves on each map, but they weren't good enough because the other half was just so bad that they really couldn't come back. I mean, that's just the
no.
way to put it. Which, you know, there's
एक
a
half
lot
बहुत
of good things
अच्छा
to take
खेला
away here
Talon,
from
दोनों
Talon,
में.
that you're able to play your defender side pretty well on both maps. It's that attacker side that needs some work, that needs some coordination.
Precisely. We saw just so
Hi,
many
thank
rounds
God,
where, you know, they had some
Mithul.
good ideas.
And good vibes,
Good
clearly.
vibes from Gen G for sure. Like, you had just these little moments with like off timings that start
That
to
will
cause
change
the
the
team to
title,
kind
bruh.
of unwind a little bit. And every single round on that first half,
Next
whenever
match
Talon
किसका है?
went for a sight hit,
By next map 2-0 है 2-0. Vishal bhai, did we just go to 14-0 ना? नहीं, अभी 12-0 ना अपन. Now it's T1 2-0 by. अभी easy है मेरे हिसाब से.
Genji was doing such a good job, like either setting up good crossfires that they were able to bait Talon into, or sometimes just like cutting their team in half. Like I can
T1
remember
easy,
one
T1
time
easy,
it was
bhai.
on the,
T1
the
easy.
eco round. Genji
T1
took out
अगर
nothing
इससे
but
हार
classes
गया
like
ना,
a sheriff for texture,
मेरा हो गया.
and Governor dashes in. They get the first kill. He dashes in, and then one smoke cuts off B main, and that just
मैं change
stops
कर दो,
all
कर
of
दिया.
Talon in their tracks. But then
11
Governor's
फिर
on an
इसमें नहीं बोला
island.
था डांस.
Meteor's able to
मैं तो बोलता नेक्स्ट वाले में भी मत बोलो. समझ रहे हो? वरना 13-0 हो जाएगा. ठीक है. T1 2-0 क्लीन जीतने वाला है. क्लीन. हो सकता है कि 13-0 और 13-1 भी हो सकता है. पॉसिबल है.
Like you guys said, there's a lot of good ideas
भाई
here.
T1 आ रहा,
Again,
मेरा हो
a
गया,
lot
मैं
of
अभी बोल
potential
रहा हूँ.
for a lot of these teams who didn't quite make it this first weekend, and there is a lot for all teams to work on. And I mean, the continuous progress from all of them is great to see. Now, you mentioned first kill from Governor, but was it enough first kills?
oh man.
That's the question. I actually don't know. what
Against
the
whom?
final
DFM.
first kill
Really
count was.
happy paper thin.
No, that's not true. Don't lie.
But yes.
Wait, did they actually?
I'm not. I don't believe
Is that right? Are we? Is everything okay here?
That would be crazy.
Did I get teleported to another dimension and I don't realize it? Like,
No,
did
no,
you-
no. We don't have the exact
Hold on.
count right now. So,
okay.
okay, I'm getting it. The production's
live
getting it right
update.
now.
Just by one. Oh
What?
my god.
No.
क्या? कौन जीता
Oh
एक
my
पॉइंट
God,
से?
they did it.
This happened.
Talon got 11 first kills and Gen G got
I thought there was like no way.
I am
10
so
first
sorry,
kills.
Victoria.
Oh, the
भाई
way that
डिफेंस में
texture
फर्स्ट किल
was
बहुत
going,
मारा
it just looked
भाई
like
टैलेंट
it was
जीता
getting, like,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
first
मैं
and
जीता।
second and third and fourth
think,
kills.
you know what it is that second half when you started to have Ban and Lenny, you know, with some Odin shots and Vandal shots, they started to stab Gen G in the back, and they got some more first kills that way. That's probably what happened.
I did it. I finally won a prediction.
8-4 था ना शायद फर्स्ट
Smart
हाफ
Oh,
advice.
first kill
well.
Should have known when it's paper
Poor
Yeah,
game.
chubby
even a broken
ninja.
clock is right twice a day, so.
भाई बात तो है बे
How do you feel about
ठीक
your
बात
new
की है
rank?
उसने
Well, it's not that new.
You're the
Well, you
ranker.
know what?
You're the ranker here, Victoria.
I like it because it's specific colors.
Oh,
Ah,
how possible.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Way to.
Positivity.
एक बंदा उधर ऑलरेडी इमॉर्टल पहुंचा है
One
मेरा दोस्त
kill.
Insane.
Texture. It was just one more, at least to tie it out.
It's all Texture's fault.
That's actually crazy. I mean that should give you some hope if you're a talent fan,
Oh, yeah.
right? Like the fact that
Absolutely.
you're winning those duels. Like one of the things that I was concerned with overall in this series. Now again, this was more like a feel pick. I wasn't like,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, it had
this isn't like a
yeah.
statistical thing. This is more like I just thought that talent was playing pretty good at the end of Lotus. So I thought maybe they could carry it over. They kind of did it, to be honest. Like they got pretty well shellacked there in that first half, but. That's good. That's a good sign.
स्विच होने के बावजूद फर्स्ट किल्स 11 है टैलेंट का भाई है बे पोटेंशियल तो है
what
टीम में
Coach Frost said during the
थोड़ी
interview
बहुत
as well,
गलतियां वो
he was
लोग ठीक
talking
कर
about the
सकते हैं
players' experience and some of them maybe feeling a bit of nerves or letting that mentality get to them a little bit, and you start to doubt yourself, and that's what causes these moments of hesitation, and then you don't really get the timings correctly, the coordination with the rest of the team. That's what you're seeing, especially around round 5. Talent called a timeout. They had a game plan. They always have game plans. They have these strategies that they want to pull off, but then Gen G just crunches them and completely wrecks everything that they want to try. You know, towards the end of it, maybe some more of these plans went through, but then at the end, still, it's just a bit of individual performances from players like Ban and Lenny definitely stepping up right now. But yeah, Gen G still, Gen G is the one to beat.
But there's no consistency here, right? Like Cruz
Right.
and Governor were your top two players
He
on
versus
Lotus
Genji
by
का
a
भी
pretty
पता
wide
नहीं।
margin, and now it's flip-flopped where it's Ban, and then Lenny comes in off the bench and puts up, you know, pretty solid numbers overall. Jip Boy's better than he was on Lotus, but still not quite where they need to be. So, again, you're seeing good things, but we're not quite there yet for talent.
Takes a bit of time.
It definitely takes a bit of time for this team, and like
Exercise
you
से खिलाना
said,
लेकिन
the numbers kind of flip-flop, but then you can see the potential of every single one of the talent players too. They all can step up when the time is right, and you know the key here is just to do it all at the same time. But
Grind,
again,
get more XP.
yeah, and but it's tough. It's gonna be tough against a team like Gen G. I think it was a really good showing for talent. Anyway, we're gonna go to the stage and interview with our MVP from Gen G, which should be Texture.
Guys, I'm standing here with Gen G's Texture. Now, Texture,
Let's
thank
go.
you so much for the interview. Now, first of all, I want to start with what you were able to learn personally and what you were able to take away personally from Masters Madrid. So, what did you learn? 어떤 부분을 마스터즈 마드리드에서 배워왔을까요, 개인적으로?
कितना
그냥
cute है यार।
멘탈적으로도 저희가 강한 줄 알았는데
भाई
좀
कितना
생각보다
cute है
한
यार
번에
टेक्सचर
무너지는 것 때문에 좀 더 다듬고 있고 그리고 체력적으로도 좀 생각을 해서 저희 다 같이 이제 헬스장을 끊고 다니고 있습니다.
Well, yeah. Before Madrid, we thought that we had a pretty strong mentality, but we realized that we can crumble, and the mentality has to be something that we need to keep working on. So that's something that we've been trying to improve, and
तीन चार और क्वेश्चन
we've
पूछो
been
मैं तो
working on
बोलता
our
हूँ
stamina as well, basically to get through the full best of fives, especially after that grand finals against Sentinels. So we've been hitting the gym all together to make sure that we stay fit. Well, you mentioned going to the gym, you know. Anything you have for your gym routine? 그러면 이제 헬스장 가서 루틴이 뭐 따로 있나요? 어떻게
क्या
운동하나요?
पूछ रहे हो यार
따로 뭐 루틴은 없고 지금은 일단 좀 유산소 위주로
वैलो
좀
तो
하고
क्वेश्चन
있어가지고
पूछो ना जिम में कहाँ जा रहे हो नहीं कर सकता
이런
मैं
건
जिम
아니에요.
यार
Right now we're starting with the basic cardio, and it's nothing like lifting heavy weights. But yeah, we are definitely working out and trying to be in a better shape. Now, we got to see most teams play, and we're about to see DFM play now. But is there any team or any player that really caught your eye? 우리 이제 모든 팀들이 거의 다 경기를
징볼대, 징볼대, 징 is back.
팀이나 선수가 있을까요?
DRX랑 PRX가 그래도 제일 눈에 많이 들어오는 것 같고 DRX는 킥오프 때도 잘 하는데 저희가 좀 운이 좋게 이겼다고 생각을 했었는데 좀 이번에는 좀 보면서 더 잘 다듬어졌다고 생각을 많이 하고 있습니다.
I would say DRX and PaperX. Now, in terms of DRX, I think they performed really well at kickoff, and I think looking back at that match, I think we got a little bit lucky being able to take them down. But watching them perform in stage 1, I think they're better and stronger as a team. So that's definitely those are the two teams that I'm keeping my eye on. Well, on the 13th, Saturday, this coming Saturday, you guys are going up against PaperX, but this time with Jing. So we're excited to see that raise battles and the duelist battles between you and Jing. So talk to me about your expectations for that matchup. 이제 13일 토요일에 징 선수가 돌아온 완전 페이퍼렉스를 상대하게 됐는데요. 이 징 선수와의 레이즈 대결, 타격대 대결.
ऐसा नहीं कि इजीली जीते ये वो ऐसा वैसा कुछ नहीं दे हम लकी हो गए बोला
더 잘한다고 생각하고 있고요.
कितने डाउन टू अर्थ है भाई
근데 제가 게임은 더 잘한다고 생각을 해서 그래도 자신감 있게 한번 또 부딪혀 보겠습니다.
I think, hats off to Jing. I think he's the better race, I'm going to be honest, but I'm a better Valorant player, so I'm going to try my best and make sure that we have a good time with that matchup. Now, thank you so much.
No other
once
goats.
again, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
And that was Texture, everybody, and I have a quick announcement for you. VCT Pacific's and XG's collaborated single is about to drop on April 12th, and here's a little teaser, so check it out.
क्या है सॉन्ग है क्या ये क्या है अभी अनडिफिटेड फैन है वो फैन है क्या है म्यूजिक है मूवी है वाह वाह क्या ट्रेलर था वाह रोहित भाई हल्का सा हमारे बॉलीवुड से सीखो कैसे ट्रेलर बनाते ट्रेलर में मालूम पड़ जाता है कि मूवी में क्या होने वाला है करके ये क्या ट्रेलर है भाई टीजर है ये टीजर ऐसे होता फिर ठीक है कट करो मेरे कमेंट को लगा ट्रेलर है सुने नहीं टीजर है मेरे को लगा ट्रेलर है माफ करे कट करे गाली कैंसिल टीजर था ठीक है माफ करे मेरे को लगा ट्रेलर था माफ करो Bum.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Supreme. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
अरे मेरे को लगा अब भी कुछ इनका दिखाएंगे मैं बैठा रहा हूँ बेंचो 93% ऑडियंस इज राइट अभी देखते हैं कितना परसेंट भाई ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है ना स्टील केस
立ちグループ100周年私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきましたそして今 大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Heavy sponsors, हाँ ना? Heavy sponsors. अभी भी टीजर ही चल रही है क्या? नहीं रे. Music. Josel Badil, thank for the membership. Guys, भूख लगी है. मंचीज में क्या मंगाया जाए? क्योंकि डिनर तो रात को है. मुझे लगी है भूख लगे मेरे को. मंचीज आइडियाज दो. ये जल्दी स्पॉन्सर कैसे मिल जाता है? हमारे टीम को क्यों नहीं मिलता? ये इंटरनेशनल है ना वो. मोमोस यार, मोमोस सिर्फ स्टीम मोमोस अच्छे लगते हैं यार, लेकिन वो पार्सल के आते आते वो हो जाता है. डाइटिंग ही कर रहा हूँ. हल्का फुल्का खाएगा तो कुछ नहीं होगा, ऑलरेडी पतला होगा पैर. बर्गर नहीं, मैं स्टीम डी लेने जा रहा. समोसा नहीं, डाबली वड़ा पाव नहीं. डाबली ठीक है, बट आई डाउट कि डाबली कुछ अच्छा यहाँ तक आता है.
Upcoming Korean giant T1 will be playing next against Japan's DFM. Now we haven't seen DFM at all yet. I'm very keen to see what they've got up their sleeves.
Bye.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a lot because.
सुनो, एक मिला है डाबली जिसकी रेटिंग बहुत अच्छी है, ठीक है, इसकी रेटिंग बहुत अच्छी है, बट आएगी कहां से पता है? 11 किलोमीटर दूर से. क्या बोलते हो? हाउ अबाउट सम छोले भटूरे? भाई बहुत हेवी हो जाएगा वो. डाबली सीम्स नाइस. साउंड क्यूट इंटरव्यू मिस कर दिया. भूख लगी है यार. शोरमा है भी, मिसल भी है. I think we can order just one doubly.
It was a bit of a rough game. I mean, they definitely had some great showings, but like Izu said, some step ups needed. You definitely had players like Rossi, X were definitely landing their shots. Saya players still great on the
Rossi bolte hain,
but Paper X was just that much.
Cheese doubly nahi chire baba cheese.
The team started to crumble a little bit at the cracks because of that success from Paper X. So T1 hopefully with a mentality to come back into this game. You know, this shouldn't be too much of a tough match for them, but you know, you never know what they might be thinking.
Yeah, I mean historically, at least from what we've seen. But let's get a word from DFM and see how they're feeling.
एक डबल 11 किलोमीटर ट्रैवल करके आई कप भाई. सिंपल फंडा भाई, जो मन है खाने का. समझ रहे हो?
Now everyone in Omega is winning. Does that put pressure on you?
No pressure.
Okay.
Winnable.
All right. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu and good luck.
कॉन्फिडेंस तो है, मतलब हल्का सा भूल गए हो कि T1 के सामने मैच है.
So they're feeling good. No pressure and winnable.
By
said winnable,
cute
right?
to tha,
I
wo.
believe, yeah.
Not we will win, but it's winnable.
I think, yeah.
That's an interesting
I mean,
choice of words.
I think this team can win matches. I said it before. I stick by it. I definitely think they're good enough. It's just like you need to see more. I mean, this is a team who's played together. A lot of these players have played together in the past, right? In tier 2 Japanese scene back when they were
develop apni chatka na heavy.
Tons of experience with each other.
मेरे को चाप
But
नहीं
it
पसंद है.
didn't look good at kickoff, and that's what really scared the heck out of me.
चाप का
because
सब
it should've looked
ग्रेवीज
more
पसंद है
coordinated
इधर
at
उधर
least.
के.
It should have looked like they were more on the same page.
मलाई
It should've
चाप का
felt
मलाई,
more cohesive,
तंदूरी
even
चाप
if
का
they're losing
तंदूर.
battles, even if they're
लेकिन
losing big
चाप
fights and
वाला
stuff like
चाप
that.
नहीं पसंद
They
है.
weren't trading. A lot of the things they need to just kind of do fundamentally weren't there yet. So hopefully with this time off, that's going to
Try
change.
kurkure fried momos.
And the reason why this graphic is
Ban
here,
this.
if you guys aren't sure yet, DFM is in fact that team who has yet to win not
Mimi
just
ko
a
kaha
match,
jaunga?
but a game. This could be it. I know, Paper Thin, you had good feelings about this.
गंदी बात के लिए
I'm really glad to
चटको.
see Anthem continuing on the roster this year. I think he
चटको.
was a really strong player on DFM's roster last year.
कोई
And I
देखेगा
think he
stream ये सब
continues
super
to
chat.
look good. T1 is
Yes,
a very
bhai.
good team, though.
थोड़ा हल्के से बड़वे से हो.
They came close with Paper X.
I like how Victoria just kind of took a pause after saying that they need a win. It's just you let that sink in, and it feels so. It's true though. It really is. That's just the story for DFM right now because we're not gonna lie.
Yes,
This
bhai,
is
चटकने आते
kind
हैं.
of what's
हाँ ना,
happening
कभी-कभी
right now
लगता
in
है.
VCT Pacific, at least for this team. This
हालत tight है
entirely
यश
sort of
भाई
like
के.
David versus Goliath.
हाँ?
DFM having to play against T1, it's very much so empowering. DFM's kind of at the bottom. T1 is up there. So I think May is right. There is no pressure. I just want to see some improvements because they definitely have that potential.
And here we're looking at key players. Sai
चाय
player
मंगा लो
and
सबसे
May.
बेस्ट. भाई मैं
Sai
एक और चाय
player,
पिया
I
तो मैं
mean,
सो नहीं पाऊंगा.
Doesn't matter what team he's on. Sai player is quite
ये
a player.
फिल्म से ज़्यादा
Yeah,
जी
he's-
का
he's a
से मिलता है. I mean मैं इंडियन समझ.
100%.
भाई
Yeah, this guy is really, really
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. DFM को कितना हेट मिल रहा है वो तो उनकी रीजन को पता चलेगा ना भाई. तुमको कहाँ से पता चलेगा? थोड़े से कांचा का है हो?
with the other teams. Even though they were losing, he was at least, putting up pretty good kill to death ratios. He was doing good amounts of damage.
बस मैं are you a tea or a
Obviously,
coffee
he's generally
person?
the
Tea
duelist, so
person.
that's expected in a way, but he needs to get some help. He needs a little bit of backup. I expect players like Anthem and others to have that coordination with him to set him up for success with their utility, and for
language.
him to let those natural mechanics shine.
And now we're looking at the map data from just this year alone between T1 and DFM and their map ban picks and their percentage wins here.
DFM में
And the thing for
हल्का सा
DFM is that,
minus
we
और
do want to see
zero
their
ज़्यादा
first
दिख रहा है.
win this year, game or match. I want to see a full match win, frankly speaking. But it's really tough. While they may have upgraded, so have all of the other teams across the board. So it's just
Plus one.
constantly a battle here. And that's what we want to see, though. We want to see all the teams
मसाला
constantly
बट.
upgrade.
Constant battle, constant
don't drink.
Struggle a little bit.
drink
I mean,
only
there's
water.
definitely a lot of potential like we're talking about. The stats are always going to be a little bit
On stream.
skewed because of these two teams, but I think it definitely shows just how much T1 has played and how much DFM can really prepare for this. May, like we mentioned, is always that capable player. We saw in the stats sheet from before that he's kind of gotten a good numbers all across the board. He's capable on certain agents like Yoru, for example, playing against DRX and kickoffs. They've definitely shown that they are capable. It's just how much have they improved. And T1, whether or not they can stay on top, because that game again against Paper X, they start to shake a little bit.
You're right. If this is the match where T1 shows any cracks,
What is
that's not
happening,
good-
T1
that's not a good sign
baby?
for them. Right now, they are looking like one of the stronger teams, but we'll have to see how they play against DFM. DFM hasn't
भाई
shown
सुनो.
too much, frankly speaking.
भाई मजाक से हटकर अगर by any chance DFM ने आज हेवी गेम दिखाई और T1 को हरा दिया तो लग गए.
For T1, excuse me, the first one, I think you know that your opponent's going to ban Icebox here as DFM, so you could get
हल्का
away
सा
with it.
clean
But
2-0 हारा
you know,
DFM भाई.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think DFM is
Nah,
pretty okay at
13-0,
Breeze, but it seems like
13-1
Ascent,
हारो.
something
Please,
they've been
love you.
working on, something they're going to feel comfortable with.
तो आजा double or nothing. Nothing.
It's gonna be the same two maps
Oh,
we
man.
just saw. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
One
okay.
more time.
T1
One more
जीतेगा
time.
2-0.
That was the theme of champions.
हम
last
Yeah,
slow
one
and steady
more.
wins the race
One
सिखाया
more.
पापा
We
ने.
go again.
That's what it is, right? T1 had a pretty good showing against Paper X. They did lose.
विशाल भाई को देख रहे हो
Lotus
पट
against
से
Paper
zero
X.
करके मेरे को
But
डांस
that
करवाना
said,
है.
I think, you know, if they
अभी
definitely
मैं
want
कम
to
से
get
कम
that
एक
practice
महीने
and
के लिए तो
match
मैं safe.
practice, do as much as possible and really improve all these tiny little gaps that they have in their game plan sometimes. But apart from that,
T1 jinxed.
that's just the main thing for
Impossible.
today. Can DFM sneak away a map win or maybe even a match win?
You know, say for Paper X, T1 is
Prediction
great at Lotus.
2-0.
It's always Paper X always stopping them in their tracks on Lotus. So
Yes.
I'm not
Chamber,
surprised that they're
yeah.
Yes. Well, this is kind of my another concern I have for DFM is that again their map pool overlaps very much with T1. But the Ascent pick.
पहला मैप का
and with
DFM है
Sunset in
भाई.
there,
पहला ही
could be
मैप
really
DFM
interesting
की
if
मैप
we can
है.
Get to Sunset.
Let's
That's
see
kind of my
what's
bigger
the
concern.
goats.
I think Lotus, pretty much no matter what, going the way of T1. Very good map for them. And I look at T1 and I think
तेरे सभी fan आए
if
हैं
you
इन
don't,
सब
if you drop a map here to DFM, and this is no disrespect to DFM,
Sure.
but that's kind of starting to be concerning for T1 because I think they came into that
विशाल
Paper
भाई
X match
काहे
really feeling
इतने
like they could
details
and
में
should
सबको
win it,
देखते हो.
and then they didn't. They got beat
Live
again.
Geo.
They still can't take a map off of them. They're still, you know, coming close, but not quite. And that could get in your head. So I think certainly T1 is looking for that mental reset here today where they can just come through.
जी
get
इनसे
the
भी हारेगी
expected
क्या
win,
पता नहीं यार
and
देखना
then
पड़ेगा
get to
अभी
that next
इनका
stage.
गेम कि
Yeah,
लोग
that's
को
a
तो
great point.
बहुत
I'm
लंबा
pretty sure
ब्रेक
that
मिला है
win
बे.
will help carry them forth
DFM
into
को.
next week, because next week is going to be really tough for T1 too. They'll be facing against DRX. Now here we are looking at the map data. Last time they
Good.
played Ascent was
That's
never for
in the
DFM. At least this year, this DFM. And we did see Ascent from T1.
Stats ही नहीं है भाई.
Rossi forever on that Viper. I think this
Stats
is what's
ही नहीं है.
interesting between this matchups because DFM, you know, we don't really know
पहली
what
बार
they're
मैंने
gonna
ये
do,
चीज
and
देखा है.
they might change up their agent picks here and there, and I
पहली
want to see
बार.
something interesting, at least for Lotus. You know, Ascent, you might want to go with that classic composition,
कुछ
but
नहीं है
T1
stats.
has interesting ideas with the Viper
हाँ.
on this map. The mental conditioning that they can do is something
मुझे
that
upset
teams
लग रहा है.
won't have an easy time.
चमक
with.
upset
I'd rather see
होएगा
a different
आपका मेरे
duelist
हिसाब
here for DFM then. If you're going to go against this
ये
Viper Cypher,
NHK.
I'd like to see something like a raise to give you a little bit more ability to clear some space,
वैसे
clear those
क्योंकि
trip
मैं
wires,
heavy
things like
lead
that,
पे
clear
हूँ
the smokes,
11-0 के.
that are going to be all over the map. I
2
think that
point
could
का
really
कर
be good.
सकते
Or
हैं ये
Yoru,
map.
just who cares?
If we
It's been
want
done
to
in
go
other
with
regions. They're
DFM,
running
2 point.
Yoru on this map. It can
I
work really
won't go
well,
for
and we
all
know
in.
that May has a pretty solid
2
Yoru,
point का कर
so
सकते.
that could also work here. I think DFM actually is going to need to dig a little bit deep with these agent comps to get over the line against T1. They're going to have to show something a little bit unexpected. I don't think that's
Binks भाई ये
standard,
यश वापस आ गया.
KJ,
क्या
KO,
बोला
Sova
कोई
comp
कुछ?
is gonna
यश बीच.
Absolutely.
Dance in,
We have
dance.
one of the oldest maps in VCT being played right now, and you're going to use the same comps, and it just hasn't been working all this time. I think it's time to switch it up, try something new.
Yeah, Chubby Ninja definitely sticks to this strategy because you've done it before. But it definitely is a good point because if DFM can surprise T1 in that fashion, you never know. You just might be able to pick up a good lead, and that's going to bring a lot more confidence into your future matches. So it's now or never.
क्या लग
Definitely
रहा
is now
है?
or never. Maybe today is the day. Predictions? Do we put it up? I think it's heavily favored, and this is not even.
Look, hey, yeah.
It's T1. It's got to be T1.
You can't not.
Yeah.
I mean, again, until DFM has proven that they can actually get over the line, start taking some of these rounds and maps.
Or unless we're trolling, you know.
Yeah. Or unless you're just.
But we're not trolling today.
Unless you have insider info or something. I don't
सबने
know.
बोला है
But we want to be.
But you know the whole team's like really sick.
सबने
and then you're like,
अक्की
okay,
दुनिया
well,
ने
you know.
बोली है
Well, I
T1.
hope that's not the case.
No, it's
I
not.
hope DFM proves us wrong.
हाँ,
We always
मजा
like
आएगा.
to see every team do well
But
here in Pacific. We
अगर
love all of our teams.
DFM जीता ना
T1
मजा तो
though,
आएगा.
like we were saying though, they need to look strong. If they are going to win this, they need to have it very convincing. Because again, next Saturday we've got T1 and DRX, and that's going to be a big one. DRX is looking stronger than ever.
I agree. I mean, I think now T1
DFM
has to start being a
love
little bit
ya.
concerned with how good DRX has been looking. It is not going to be easy at all to take them on next week.
Especially if you can beat DRX, then that'll be even better. So T1 definitely has a bit of homework to do. But yeah, regardless of the result today, I think honestly it's just the fact that you know, both teams are here. You know,
What
there's a
the
bit of
rest
that
you
mental
don't
game
get
going on.
you can do
For
roasting
DFM,
but
they're-
not
they look
toxicity.
like they're
थोड़ा
good
खुला छोड़ा है
spirits.
रे
I just
मैंने
want to
विशन.
respect like all the work that they put into this because they're
So
on
that
the stage. They're
जो
people.
लोग
They're
का
playing their
at least
game and
वो
they're doing their
टॉक्सिक
best.
वाला नेचर है ना
And I
उनको
feel
भी
like
मैं थोड़ा चेंज कर
whatever they
पाऊँ.
show us, as long as it's a bit of improvement,
क्योंकि अगर
yeah,
सबको
I'm still gonna love them.
हाइड देंगे ना
And you know what? A
तो
lot of people do. We were talking about the team bundle sales.
लोग
And
चेंज
we saw the
देंगे.
top 5.
इसलिए
Do you guys remember what it was?
No.
Pop quiz. I remember what it was. Who's number 1? Yes.
इसलिए थोड़ा खुला
Number
छोड़ा.
2.
Zeta?
Zeta, yep.
DRX. No, T1.
I can't remember.
DRX or T1 is
DRX or
third.
T1. Oh,
I want
God.
people
And
to
then
change.
Yes, and the last was Gen G.
Yeah.
6.
Is
Actually, DFM.
wow.
I believe it.
there we go.
They're a huge org in Japan.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I want nothing
मैं
more
तो अभी
lots of
जिंक्स
Japanese.
बाय
In this
बन
year
जाओ
for
DFM
DFM to
जीत
play
जाएगा
some
बाय
really
2-0
good
T1
maps,
है
get some
क्लीन
wins.
13-0
That
मैप
would-
1
nothing
13-0
would
मैप
make me
2
happier.
लेट्स
Like,
गो.
that would actually be just the best treat that we could have this year.
If DFM wins this match, I think everyone should just buy a DFM bundle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Would you
I'm
do
in.
it? I would do
I'll
it.
do it.
We're gonna make
100%
packs right
in.
now? That's what
yeah,
we're gonna do?
We're in.
I was gonna buy it anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, that's even better. You're in? We're
We're in.
DFM.
Yeah, let's go.
We're doing DFM.
A little bit of
I
hope
should
and
get
love
reach for
sent
Okay.
over to DFM. I honestly, I would love to see it. I mean, I have a couple of the bundles already. How many of the bundles do you guys have for Pacific?
None.
None?
Not yet.
Save my money.
No,
और
I'm
कोई
gonna
बच्चों को
buy
लगता है
them.
cool है.
I just like
Change करेंगे.
haven't had time to like get in there and do
Nice.
it. But I was gonna hopefully
300K
eventually
के
get
बाद
like,
hide the
pretty much
Binks.
all of them. That's
Language.
my kind of like
Yeah.
long-term goal over the
Okay.
course of the year.
Okay.
2-3 दिन में
That was very-
I don't know
300K
which-
ना
I'm still like stuck which one I'm gonna
दूर
get
है.
first though.
You want to
Okay.
buy like for the team that you like, but then some of the designs.
But I
for, like,
can't be
Gen G,
biased,
for example,
right?
are
Like
so cool.
I know. I have to go for like which one is the coolest design.
Guys, just get your bundle. Support our team.
I'm indecisive.
All right, we're going to go over to our casters
PRX.
to start our game. And William and Achilles, do you guys get
बोल भी नहीं
any of the
सकती
bundles
PRX
for
बेचारी.
Pacific? Tell us.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I've bought multiple of them because I support our region and the organizations. I think people, you know, the analysts is outing themselves a little bit. I didn't have time to open a shop and purchase a digital
I mean,
good.
it takes quite a few clicks, to be fair. It's
That's
more
true.
than 2 or 3 clicks.
But
so.
also, Quack saying, you know, you want to buy the skins that you like, or for the teams that you like, but then you see the cool designs that Gen G has. So Quack basically saying, I don't like Gen G, but I think the design is cool.
Right. Yeah, I mean, listen, like, there's multiple reasons to at least buy, I don't know, Gen G's, Paper X's, right? They went to Masters Madrid, and then you can buy your favorite teams.
Yeah.
And then there's plenty of other designs. There's plenty of teams, like, there's
Love
all
Binks,
the reasons
Soul
to go
Cap
buy your
Billy
team
आपके
capsules.
वजह
So
से
just
love
do it.
you.
Don't do it. Don't listen to the
अच्छा
analyst
Soul
desk.
Cap.
I think
Just
I
do
have
it.
3
Okay, all right.
Pacific ones, and then I have the Sentinels bundle because Zelsa's got me.
You know, I almost fell for it. But then I heard
It looks
Jake,
clean, and I love those
but
guys.
then
so
I
had to
heard
do it.
Riot Shaker say, we got to keep the money in the house. We can't let it go over to Americas. So
It's
I'm
okay.
thinking,
We're still winning globally.
that's true. That's
So,
true.
because one of my other purchases was Paper X, so I balanced it out.
Okay,
I made sure
okay.
to not tip the balance in their favor or anything like that. So,
that's good.
but yeah, I have a multitude of them. So, you know, we'll see if we can put them to good use.
Yeah,
once
we got some good ones
I got
out
to
here.
dive back in. I've been, getting ready for this
Yes.
stage 1 to kick off. So I
इस
haven't
बार
actually been playing
चैंपियन
too much
बंडल
strategy
नहीं आया
utilize
आएगा
them quite
Yeah.
just yet,
चैंपियंस
but,
Yeah.
पे टाइम पे
eventually,
आएगा
I'll get back onto the grind and see if I can get myself up into Ascent
some-
and whatnot.
Yeah, some highlights there with the classic, with the team classic.
I've never used the classic is the problem.
You know, it's gotten me to use more classes, which hasn't been working out for me. So there's a
क्या
little bit of a
बोलते हैं मेरा
trade-off.
11 किलोमीटर वाला
We're just
कितना
moments
दूर
away
है
from getting into this game. The lobby's been set up. We've just been waiting for the players to go through their agent selection so we can see what they're going to be bringing to the table for this first map. But I mean, the desk, you know, I think they set it up pretty nicely. I think that all of our predictions reflect it. This is another huge uphill
बाप
battle.
रे,
Much
मुलुंड
like we
से
had
आ
in the
रहा
first
है
series. And we
यार
did get to see Talon putting up a relatively strong fight, taking a lot more rounds than I think a lot of people would have.
when delivery
predicted
charge is
ahead
more
of that
than the
series.
W
The question is, can DFM do similarly?
Well, that's the thing with DFM. Until they get that first win, no matter who the opponent is, it's going to be
As
hard
the
to have
addition
a
to your
reason
team,
to
अभी
vote
too
for
much
them
घर
other
का
than maybe
scene
just cheering for them,
है
maybe you're a fan of the
will
team,
be
et
with
cetera,
your
et cetera,
dance
because
scene.
stats say that they haven't won, right? That's just the truth.
I think it's a really good reason to cheer for them. Because the
Okay.
desk was talking about, they said, okay, we'll buy the bundle if
मेरा
DFM
भी
wins
मैटी
this
वाला आ रहा
series.
है
So finally
रास्ते
they'll
में
buy
ठीक
a
है
Pacific
DFM
bundle.
for me
That,
because I
but
work in
you
Japan
remember, because you and I were on Plat Chat,
सच्ची
so if you want a reason to root for
ए
DFM,
हाउस जापान यार it's very
if
beautiful
they
ना
win the group, Brent has to get a tattoo of their logo somewhere where the sun doesn't shine.
Yes.
So that would be very funny. So
भाई मेरे को एक मेन रीजन की वजह से जापान जाना है वन वेरी बिग मेन रीजन जिसके लिए मेरे को जापान जाना है वो है एनिमे. हाँ, ये आदमी चैट ही नहीं पढ़ता, तुम भी सी.
There you go.
But here we go. The players can now make their way
Anime
out
का
onto stage. T1 going to be looking
figuring
to bounce
चाहिए
back. Had
original.
an incredibly tough draw in their
Girls are
opening
too good,
opponent
actually.
there. Let's see now how they fare going up against DFM. Because again, on paper, this is one of those matchups where you say like,
अच्छा
okay,
बोल रहा हो
the team
तुम
should be
लोग,
feeling
बेंच
confident, should be vibing,
बात.
should be very confident, but when you overdo it, when you overstep it,
कौन सा
you
anime
need
देख रहे हो?
to just,
अभी तो मैंने वो खत्म किया सोलो लेवलिंग. वन पीस का लास्ट एपिसोड खत्म किया. हेवी मारा मारी होने वाली है.
team that has the most motivation to improve and to prove themselves on stage.
Yes, and throw whatever curveballs you have, right? Nothing to lose here for DFM.
Rent a girlfriend,
Quite frankly, everything
language.
to gain. And DFM showed some better ideas
It's a
at
lovely
kickoff.
country.
Now,
Come
none of it
anytime,
came to
I'll be
fruition
here
to a
for you.
map
Love
win,
you.
but they had a couple good round ideas. They had a couple good trades, things like that.
मीर भाई भी है
a
वहाँ
few
पे.
neat set plays. Now they had some more time off during Masters Madrid. How does it all come together with, of course, Cess in the starting lineup here for DFM? And the other thing that DFM can maybe look forward to is that T1 once again showed that they're not quite there yet to close things out against the best of the best like Paper Rex. So
अभी
there
तो मैं
are
वो
weaknesses
देख रहा हूँ
that you
बे.
can take advantage of.
नेटफ्लिक्स पे एक देख रहा हूँ. क्या देख रहा हूँ?
One of the things that I'm going to be looking for here from the side of T1 is a bit more impact from Izu. Had a very
Hero
quiet
Academy आया,
performance
सब
in that
कुछ देख
opening
रहा हूँ मैं.
series
Time pass.
compared to what we had seen from him over at kickoff, where he was looking like one of the most dominant forces on this squad. You know, you kind of had this solid
Overflow देखो,
fighting
overflow ने वो
team
देखा था overlord.
in T1.
अच्छा था वो.
Everybody was able to clutch up. Everybody was able to put up strong figures. That was a little bit lacking from them in the opener.
Yeah, I wonder also just maybe how that pressure stacks up against Izu now. You know, he had a great start at kickoff, eventually doesn't make it. Meanwhile, Karon, another rookie in Korea, goes out to the world stage, becomes a star, and you got to imagine that starts to egg him on a little bit. And this team, I mean, you look at all these players, they are players that have been hungry for their entire careers, no matter which title they're competing in. So Izu has to be able to keep up with that pace, that hunger, that kind of anger almost to get their vengeance, get their victories, and get to a world stage.
DFM will get ready to flop down to their seats and get ready for this series to begin.
I'm going soon. I can get it and come since I have my list too.
Get a win. Genji put that first one on the board, but
मैं अगर जाऊँगा ना,
to deny the second match victory away from that squad.
60-70 लाख जाएगा.
Get a win for everybody in Omega.
जिसमें से मेरे पास अभी currently सिर्फ 10,000 है. बाकी मेरे को लोन लेना पड़ेगा सिर्फ एनिमे लेने के.
These are the players that I'm especially
I am
going
very
to see
big anime cover.
explosive performances out of.
Yeah, May put up
मतलब
incredible numbers
characters का
despite
नाम
having
लंड याद नहीं
a
रहेगा मेरे
0-4
को.
map loss at kickoff. So
But
I think
देखता
he's
सब
already
हूँ.
proven himself to the global audience. Obviously, people who have been following Challenger Japan have heard about the name, have been seeing May's performance through and through. My eyes are also on Cess, and we are going to see some of those adjustments coming out, but on both sides, T1's going to go
By
standard.
Yeah,
Viper.
it's standard from T1 and then very
DFM में
off-standard
Viper
from the
दिख रहा
side
है.
of DFM. The Viper into the mix for the double controller here for them. Cypher instead of
DFM का अच्छा है.
not going to have those
I like the DFM
important lockdowns to really try to
वो
flush players
double
out of sight
control
for
वाला
retakes or just the takes themselves.
mentality.
And then May
लेकिन
with the raise.
to have a
Very
KO
interesting. 'Cause the
only
big question
solo
people
initiator.
had for T1 was, are you going to move away from the Viper on any of these maps? It seems to be the
Is
go-to for
थोड़ा
Rossi.
सा.
And sure, he plays well on it, but that makes your compositions, that makes your playstyle start to get read a little bit down the road. They'll say, you know what, things are meta for a reason here in Ascent. We go back to stock standard.
All right, well, players are ready to go. Agent select out of the way. Ascent for map number 1. Lotus for the second one. Same map
I
as
am
the previous
sad.
series, just
ऐसे सब ले
flipped
नहीं सकते
around
ना इस बार.
a little bit,
Huh?
but very different taste I think that we are about to receive here with these compositions. Eyes, of course, now very much on May, even more so than they were before. Given that
आप
he's
भूल
bringing
गए
that
हो
raise
YouTube
out,
पे
not
Twitch
something
stream नहीं है.
that too many teams have really favored to play on this map. See how he fares and how those blast packs are going to be looking, because that movement is going to be.
It's April. Your
for
line
their
April
entries.
देखा नहीं. नारुतो
gonna be
देखो
able to get
खत्म
it
कर
done.
दिया. बोरुतो नहीं देखा मैंने.
I'll start with
नारुतो
that
तो
pistol
कब
round,
तक
see who
खत्म
can draw first blood, who can take that first step towards victory. T1 expect similar to Gen G with a home crowd rallying them. We'll see if they are going to be able to get that first match victory or if DFM can find theirs.
personally, I'm a big fan.
Let's go.
of the Raze, even here in
299k में बताओ 1000
Obviously,
पूरा
sure,
बचा है.
hopping, you can still do it on the Raze as long as you know your angles.
भाई मेडुसा अच्छा खेलता है.
So if you know your
Anthem अच्छा
flight
खेलता
paths,
है.
get into the site. As long as that's pat down,
ये तो
the way
पता
you
है.
can use other nets to clear out some utilities,
मारेगा
put
क्या?
extra pressure to control both A main and B main from either part of the map. I think it's a huge
Blitz
boon
खत्म
rather
कर
than
दिया.
Jet,
पुराने
who
वाले
eventually
अच्छे वाले
always
सब
does
खत्म
have to
कर
take
दिए
that
भाई.
contact, which is slowly being
Blitz भी
phased out in the
बाप
meta for the time being.
Arankar.
Study some funny videos from his time on F4Q.
Yeah.
Get that movement down pat. See though, very far back from the side of T1. No one in the site itself, just leaving the turret as well as the nanoswarm over at the door switch.
No, obviously T1, one of the teams that did play the heavy Viper on Ascent, so they're going to be used to some of these setups to try to control mid, a little bit of mid to A setup with the Viper toxic screen.
Jump out, tap on the orb. That's going to be the 0 point sent from Rossi, but nothing tagged.
Still no reaction. So both sides kind of scratching their heads, but T1's feeling a little safer as they've now gotten past the screen, so they have a lot more information to work with.
Yeah. Spotted across the way, side player, and that Sheriff in his hands, able to find that kill. Now the fragment to really slow him up, but he just chunked them down. 73, 75 between May and Anthem.
You got to be able to utilize Medusa at this point. He wasn't spotted on that lurk. See if you can regroup with him.
पहला
He can
पटका देख के
create space
जीजी
to
लग
get it
रहा
to
है
B
भाई.
or mid.
हाँ?
We'll give DFM a second chance in this round.
पहला फटका
Down this way,
देख
but
के जीजी लग रहा है.
moving, rotating out. Looks like he's just going to be going for the jump peek over the top of the wall, see if anybody's going on that market approach.
A hit तो impossible है जीतना ये लोग
They
को.
are about to.
30 seconds left.
Pressure on Tree just to keep them tied up. It's going to be a quick pinch onto Market. Izu needs a couple kills.
Oh,
Hey.
okay, really delayed on the Dragon Cross. May
Izu
just
bhai.
sprinting in. He'll go
Hello.
ahead, ghost
Good
him
morning.
down. For the damage found from that. Carpe waiting to see, but switch already hit, so not a great opportunity to try to set up for these
10 seconds
blind
left.
Sheriff shots through that
क्या
smoke.
लगता है?
Just wait for the rest of the team to get close by, but door is going to have to be broken first and foremost.
The post-plant positions are pretty solid for DFM. They have main control. It looks like Cess is considering potentially lurking around, but he's just going to hang far back. Doesn't get tagged by the 0 point.
Does not. He also does have that paranoia still available, as well as one more smoke to try to further slow up this approach here from T1. Point at the ready. There's a drop down. Excurate now checking behind him. Ends up falling. As
Alright,
Anthem
DFM
collects
GG.
that kill. Jump peeking there with those right clicks. Is okay. Rossi trying to match. Is able to
क्या
find
देख रहा हूँ.
better of him, but Medusa with 3 will be able to get DFM the pistol round.
Very well done by DFM. They recognize that T1 is also playing it safe. Eventually, Neth gets caught in mid, and from there on, they don't rush it into A.
बोला
They
था ना
still take
T1
advantage of the fact
हारेगा ये
that they haven't
पिस्तौल.
shown themselves. Pressure
क्यों?
back
इजू
on
भाई
A
थोड़ा
through short, and then it's just a quick
ड्यूटी
pinch.
पाई किया उसने.
And immediately the post plan. I mean, the paranoia may be saved until the very last second, but having faith in his teammates to have that crossfire, a great start.
मूड में मूड में.
Saya going for the standard Saya purchase. Marshall's still going to be in play, something that DFM will be very well aware of. It's a matter about sussing out
अच्छा
where
वो
exactly
रिफाइल
that
लेकिन
enemy
ना.
jet is going to be. For now, he is alone on this side of the map.
भाई रीड भी अच्छे कर रहे बे.
Forces T1 to have to pay a little bit more attention to that A side, so that's where the stack's going to be. DFM will try to throw a curveball around it. We should also note, as we have this chance.
Spots him, and yep, it's just enough.
ये बंदा
It's
कितना
enough.
फर्स्ट ब्लड
Dead, look at the
मारेगा.
flick of his life there.
Yeah, but that alone, I mean, it slows him down a lot. It's Saya player. He's often good for more than
The
one.
controllers, but there's a chest shot.
भाई वो
Anthem
जिंदा
taken down low,
कैसे
49
है?
remaining here on the KO. We'll be able to bring an end to it here for now. shutting
कितना
the door.
शॉट लेता है
Random
भाई ये
straight
बंदा
shots, see if
भाई.
we can get any kind of connection, but still 5 members alive here for T1 as they get ready to go on the approach here to retake the site. And lingering there in main. May able to find side player. That's a Marshall now. Rounded flash coming through. May able to collect the second. Paint shells.
Have you
back
blind दिया?
online. Anthem will get a piece there as Izu will fall. Oversends the paint shell. Doesn't get it quite in towards market, but he's very wary about this position over at Alley.
One enemy
Going to be
remaining.
spotted. Is going to be Rossi taken
Heavy
down.
spam दे रहे बे.
Able to find that kill. Push into the smoke. Carpe going to be good for one, but time is pretty much dwindling. Could maybe find an additional
काहे
kill. He
और
can drop
point
Anthem.
दे
That would
रहे
leave
हो.
a rifle down on the ground. So some economic damage dealt here, but ultimately it will be DFM starting off this map 2-0.
भाई अचानक से good eco
I mean,
पैसे हो
dropping more
गया.
weapons than they should have, but DFM
Plus
will
one.
still come out on top. And overall, what I really
Plus
like from DFM
Finland से
there
करना.
is the post plant wasn't going to feel very safe, right? If you allow them to start to flood into the site with pistols, you're not going to be able to utilize the weapons you have to maximum efficiency. So they take the timing to push back out, dwindle the numbers, and keep them at bay so that you can still spam through those choke points through the smokes. So it's really good decision making. Overall, looking like a very stable start for DFM. And now we'll see how T1 reacts with the buys up, the Odin coming out. And something that I wanted to mention was first time Rossi's playing something other than Viper here in Pacific at all. So we'll see how he performs. Of course, not an entirely new agent for him, but it is going to be new here on the stage.
सब सो गए उठाओ जरा ओ चैट उठाओ
here for the side of DFM, so still in a bit of firepower as Rossi.
अच्छा ब्लाइंड दिया बे
Back over to main, trying to get that fragment down.
भाई टाइमिंग भी अच्छा भाई
Rocket out, sends it.
UC भी sexy
Izu able to find that transfer, picking up to Saya. Up on top, the paint shell at his beat, it will claim him. His mate, elimination. Currently on for an ace, sees the gun, but didn't quite find that shot. Carpe turns back, Medusa a little bit whiffy. Decent damage dealt there from the side of DFM.
जीत सकते थे round technically DFM.
T1 will get themselves on board in round 3.
Oh, I mean, they were close to actually winning that round too. The setup they had between May and Medusa, trying to create that noise.
बराबर था, सब बराबर था. Last में 2v2
it was good, but like you said, not able to close out the kill, so T1 will barely stabilize. Able to continue with a couple of half armors. Talked about Izu before this match started. Looks like he's right back in focus.
थोड़ा जल्दी फायर कर दिया. Heaven वाला भी नहीं मार पाया.
One less kill from him.
जीत सकते थे. Stat अच्छा था.
Could have very well have been DFM converting that bonus.
Plus 1 point for stat.
Also changing up his position, shifting off the A site.
Default भी अच्छा है.
Break down that barrier wall. DFM set very far back. It's okay. Side player spotting one. Does you use the tailwind there as May work down to 60 HP, just trying to get himself boosted up over the top. Saya, well, he knows that he's there now. There's a swing out, but actually doesn't send the shot. He had the lineup ready to go, but decides to just back away instead.
A lot of time bought for T1 though. Eventually they'll have to give up a main control. Still have the nano swarms from afar. I love the Killjoy setup right now. You can still get all the information from mid to B, but provide that global support with the nanoswarms, which aren't tied to your range, your passive range. That allows just the double setup for now. Rossi trying to consider if he wants to put
अरे भाई साहब अब भी समझा मैं भेज मेरा chat मेरे जैसे हो गया है.
In towards market, but Step's going to be hurt as well as all of these shots that are flying. Back around, Izu now here avoiding these shots. Sprint forward does get tagged down. 56 HP remaining here on the open for T1. Sends out another smoke. Has to push forward though. Gets himself down into the site where Execurate is waiting, and Izu actually does manage to find Sessim. Kill found, but now the training one back, but Execurate to find another. May on the lurk. 19 HP remaining here for that raise. Is Execurate just trying to dance around. Nusa tries to flush him out, ends up falling. Now it is all on Anthem. Finds the headshot to take down Carpe. But he just doesn't have the time.
भाई ट्रेड्स अच्छा ले रहे बे ट्रेड्स अच्छा ले रहे स्टार्ट अच्छा है ट्रेड्स अच्छा है
here for the side of DFM. Just going to have to stay tucked, but he can hold on to his life here as Saya does grab the gun, does not get punished. So 2-2.
Well,
yeah, a little bit aggressive.
Give 1 point for trades, good trades.
I like the
Give
idea
1
of the
point
fake out,
for
right? You're sending the null command,
stats,
you've already
good
pressured A main, and you
stats.
think it's going to be an A pinch. However, they had no secure information on B, so no way to really clear that back of sight. And Izu, very fast backup. I mean, seeking through his own Caterpillar smokes there. That makes all the difference for Execurate to hold just one angle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for that, trying to just drag everybody across. He's still in the middle of rotating, so like, okay, well, we're just back at spawn. We can really quickly get back into position to stop you from being able to really find a solid foothold on that B site. T1 right up 2-2. But it is anything other than clean. Because right now,
भाई वो लोग ने ना और बेके कौन दे रहे हैं वो लोग बताए कि बी पे आने वाले और
cash not being built up here.
Yeah, whoever wins this, yeah, we'll be able to start to bang things up. Now,
ये और लेने के बाद बीट होगा या 8 होगा वो देखो.
Okay, and you know, see if it ever stops.
Yeah, not really dissuaded. Yeah, clear out on the dart, but bullets still flying. May work down 20 HP. Anthem, Medusa, Neth, everybody.
और भी नहीं लेने दिया बे HP देखो बे वो लोग का.
Pretty wrecked in their HP bar.
Yeah, none of them look green, that's for sure.
Saya just sticking through that 0 point.
Yeah, solo initiator था गया round गया. Round
Goes
gaya.
along the stairs now, just peels back over in towards bench. All of DFM set up to try to attack this A site, but Carpe, he's already rotated his way over with that Odin in hand. As the smokes continue to come down, there's the paint shells out, Neth dead. Rossi as well, able to find Maze, he comes flying in out of the darkness.
Save karo.
Has to be the call to save now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. Talked about the creds at the start of the round. Not much you can be doing here. So, okay, especially with this round loss. Okay, take the upgrade. I don't know if T1's going to let you get away with it, but...
Pop Flash doesn't go deep enough to swing in here. So it might still be bridge too far, but...
Oh!
Lose 2 of those weapons. They still get the round win, but damage dealt.
Zada.
Overall, I mean, I guess, you know...
Zada economic damage de diya re baba.
I suppose it's the Omen.
Yeah.
Abhi, scene ye hai. They do have a win
But
chance,
I'm
which
wondering
is
if
Raze
DFM,
ult.
they're going to start to switch up the screen a little bit just to apply some pressure elsewhere.
Oh my god.
Because otherwise, T1, I mean, they don't have to put too much weight. Even if it's pressure, even if it's fake pressure, you can always try to go for the retakes on A as well. Just delay, delay, delay. So I'd love to see, you know, 1 or 2 other screens mixed in. Doesn't have to be consistent, just 1 or 2 rounds. Because that helps really add to the mental stack against T1.
Very much a shared effort at the moment here for the side of T1. No one really streaking forward as far as the kills are concerned. As for May, you know, for the side of DFM, has widely been May. That huge impact as side player. Not the tailwind anymore. Maybe May try to just go rushing in with that showstopper, giving them to get the mobility away from the jet, but does think better of it. I think overall, that's going to be the best decision.
Yeah, they drew the drone as well.
में BT दे
there was
सकता
some
DFM.
focus on B,
वो लोग
so
का defense
DFM
अच्छा है.
looking to strike
Problem
on
attack
look
में
at
है.
the
Attack
stack.
में वो लोग
Immediate reaction from
5 round
T1.
निकाल लिए ना.
Well, there's a 0-point flash just land right in front of their faces, but now they're going to be slowed up. Showstopper though. Able to be drawn out. May again down low. 5 HP remaining on him. Extra able to find Medusa. Looks for a little bit more there in mid. May turns back. He is able to find him, but it's just bloody back and forth. Rossi on the floor here at the moment. There's Carpe saying, well, I can't really res you.
30 seconds left.
But also we have the spike down, and that guy's got no HP. Goes to the kill. Now we'll be able to pick him back up. So it's going to be 2 more weapons carried forward here for T1 as they move up 4-2. Again, damn scrappy.
यहाँ पे एक चीज
A lot of weapons
जो
being dropped.
अगर
No one
मैं
really
रहता हूँ
able to
करता
build
हूँ
the
क्या
bank
पता है.
for the entire team. But overall, a good read from
Just to
T1.
give me
where you get
a
pressured
chance.
at mid, you still have ways to get information across
वो
market.
जब भी
So the only thing you're
KO
really
को
lacking on
उठाएगा
is
यहाँ
main
पे.
and where
पहला
that
तो
top
पूरा
screen is
चुप हो.
covering you, so you don't want to have to go
उसके
through
बाद
the
ज़्यादा
gate,
time
ditch
नहीं है
main, you
revive
stack
करने
up on tree, you're looking for a
पहला
way to
जब
push
वो
out into
revive
0-point
पे
tags.
हाथ
Just
करेगा
so
blind
lands
कर
right on the
देने का
flash, and then the null command
70
to
पे
deny
मार
the
देगा.
showstopper as well. That null command saves
बीच
everything.
जाने का अल्टी लेके स्पाइक लेने का और प्लांट करने का. तब तक केओ मर भी जाएगा क्योंकि वो दूसरा
More
टैप नहीं देगा
ultimates
केओ को.
online here for T1. Crucial one's not that far away here for the side of DFM. An early pick. Set up for Neth to utilize.
ये अच्छा खेल है यार. DFM potential तो close जा रहे हैं.
Back around the other side of the map. Medusa taken down first and foremost. Rossi able to find that kill.
Oh, and they were
यही problem है
getting
solo
able to
initiative
get
का.
stuck
First
in,
pick
right? I mean,
majority time T1
DFM, they
जीतेगा.
even spot the fact, okay, that the
Info
smoke
नहीं है.
doesn't really have anyone covering it.
May with 1. But as Carpe sends out the drone, he'll see no one else is really
Problem
pushing
ये
it
है
on
कि
the back
आपको
end
भी
of
नहीं
that.
पहुंचेगा वहां तक. बात है.
Entry power very much taken away from them. Spike is in hand, but realistically, where do you try to go from here?
Yeah, DFM, I think they could gain a lot of value right now in this round to just try to suss out what's the movement like from T1, right? What's the rest of the setup? Because the round, like you mentioned, is looking very difficult, but you're not in that far out on the attacking half on Ascent. So getting some more information, getting some habits and tendencies out of the way from T1, that'll help you set up an advantage in the future rounds.
Quick little peek in, and okay, Saya.
Saya बोलते हैं. GG ना?
Rossi
GG
will
ना?
be able to get Neth.
I think GG है.
Only Izu this time around. Significantly cleaner for the side of T1. And Rossi likely going to be the one donating some of that cash over. Make sure that their Omen player
Chat
has
slow
a
हो गया
weapon
हाँ
in
ना?
hand. It's just a solid start, just catching Medusa.
Chat full screen chat कर like करे.
Up in the Odin. Continuing to just
अभी
be
तो ऑफ
thorns
भी आ
in the
गया
side
भाई.
here of DFM.
GG है.
Yeah, and Sai player as well, someone who's been known for his operator. the entire career, quite frankly, in Valorant. So that's something that they will have to figure out. Now, DFM, there's several questions that they need to answer, right? One is, how do we deal with this operator? Two is, if you're going to set up this screen, the problem is now you've noticed that T1 tends to push out of it. They're ready for the lurk. So do you dump your util just to shove them out of tree? And if you do, like, that can be okay. But if it does not lead to a kill, how else are you gaining space and information?
Like
is someone nearby already in B main, somewhere right close to A main, to listen for the audio cues, to take that space, to gain some more control. You gotta have these multi-step flow charts prepared on the side of DFM. We'll see if that's ready to go off of this timeout.
Still not so far behind that this isn't recoverable. It's only 3 rounds.
Yes.
Plenty more to be played out. I mean, it has been such narrow margins in several of these. Been able to draw blood. You can see May, 10-7, lobby leader right now in kills. It certainly is possible for them to get right back into
जगह push कर सकते हैं team वाले.
Another bit of this Miles crunch here. Why send a jet in when you can just send 100 bullets? That shuts down. I mean, it's things like these, right? Where T1's able to do this because that denies the entire value of that toxic screen. Now you're scared. You got to use util to clear up mid again, things like that. Now, DFM's adjustment is a late lurk in from Sesu. We'll see. That comes to fruition. Of course, a weak round with only 1 rifle in the hands of May.
You can see DFM trying to see what they can learn here. Can figure out about the positioning of T1.
Again,
lobs it right back in.
You have to remember that it's multiple rounds you have to think about. Not just 1 round at a time in isolation, but how does it all stack up?
And another full flash connecting there is May. Jumping forward, shot a little bit wide from Sia player, but Medusa applying extra. May going to be put down, however, Sia on the repeat. Comes up with a kill. Izu sending out that paranoia! And Sia player keeps it protected. Gunning down Medusa on the approach. Now it is all down to the Omen. It's a creep around, second shot will connect, finds the kill onto Carpe. Let's be able to try to recover the weapon here. Saya not necessarily aware that he's on that flank, but nice little adjustment, a little flick of the wrist, and he will be able to find that 3rd kill.
The cover from Saya, so good during that round. If he doesn't catch the members filling back of sight, that could have been the spike planted, that could have been a weapon recovered, and we could be looking at a very different round, potentially a thrifty from DFM. The idea is not bad. A very well done set play to deny vision from the potential operator, from anyone that's filling the site. Sets up May.
Did I miss a round?
Where he needs to cover.
Just the quick turn back. You don't get that pick.
Paranoia
doesn't go out as well. And then players that much more difficult, if not impossible. Fantastic timing there from Saya.
Time for some dabbling, baby.
Medusa a little bit faster. We'll take him down, and that's going to be a very solid start here for DFM.
By smell Oh, proper W वाली smell आ रही है.
This is just going to be backpedaling now. And it looks like they're going to be leaving easily.
Guys, 12 kilometer दूर से आई डाबेली.
Well, it's a very infamous position as well.
12 kilometer दूर से.
See how that pans out.
डाबेली खा लो.
It's very true. Is accurate.
Hey, ये काफी अच्छा खेल है ना रेस ये लोग का. Considering everything.
HP remaining there on the race, so damage dealt, but kill not found. 2-man advantage here for the side of DFM as they turn their sights up here towards mid, and there you go. Izu does get caught. Rossi slows things up a bit with that fragment. Now wants to try to
proper
against this Omen who is not quite prepared. He's like, oh, where did he TP to? He's up top. Does take a shot. Able to find that elimination, but then re-swings back around, finds the kill. Carpe now on his lonesome. There's plenty of cash here in the hands of T1. May just 2 away from a showstopper. Carpe continuing to creep closer though.
I mean, you've got so many creds, so I don't blame him. Right, sure, May is 2 points away from the showstopper. That would be the one thing you're a little concerned about, but the creds are so low on the side of DFM. You want to try at least a little bit?
Oh, I mean, he hit Anthem down to 62.
Everyone, quite low.
Recon not spotting, but May will be able to survive the round. Pushes up, gets 1 step closer to that showstopper. DFM lock in a 3rd round victory here in the first half.
And what T1 was doing in the previous round is somewhat what I wanted to see from DFM, right? Where you're putting pressure on one side, and then even if things don't work out, you still took over A main. However, one of T1's weaknesses is they don't ever stop that, right? They're always willing to take more contact to get information to make sure that they're continuing to expand their territory. And the map, DFM correctly identifies that they're still waiting for another peek out across all 3 lanes of Ascent, and they will get rewarded.
Acha.
Chance to soften up the bank a little bit here. Sion playing one buying down to get that operator back online. Rossi has enough money to go ahead and afford another one here.
बच गया. 1 second left dead था.
Over towards the spawn here as the rush is ready to come through. A little bit of damage across as May and Anthem get tagged up slightly, but overall still quite healthy. As all T1 gets clustered up, most of them over here towards market.
कितने के बड़े मुलन से वो सब नहीं बात होता.
Joining in alongside Ross, they try to rotate over around through B main, but now Sia player takes out, so up on the floor. May continues to take space here.
DFM.
These 2 players that were going to go on this flank that are just going to be sat back in B lobby.
Okay, ordering now.
Yeah, very
Apparently,
big
ये
for
लोग
me.
का समोसा भी
Recognizing that
अच्छा
if the Odin's going to keep spamming, we got to push out. We got to do something about it. Otherwise, this pit is our own death trap. Whether they knew about the flanks or not doesn't even matter. But you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now, T1 heads up play to go for the flank, knowing that the pit is available. But they won't be able to make use of it, like you said. And DFM, looking pretty solid already.
You can take a pretty easy guess as far as where Izu's going to be. Paint Shell's down to 6 HP now. As Rossi going to try to maybe provide some form of covering fire, but now he himself is going to get caught up in the mix. Just distract him long enough for Medusa and Anthem to get taken out by the spike, but they have plenty of cash, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. The main thing is them getting that round win.
DFM ये round जीत जाते हैं.
Online for May, 14-9 in this map.
Next round equal है.
Looking very solid already. Not an entirely bad half for the attack on Ascent, especially given how it started. A 6-round win streak on the side of T1.
Yeah.
This is not a bad half.
Here, it's a nice bonus.
Absolutely would be. Feeling good. You'd imagine, Neth right now, a bit of a rocky start for him, just a singular kill, but as you move over on that defending side as the Cypher, that's where you're really going to be able to be in a stronger position to actually find some tangible impact.
There, shutting them down.
Okay, 0 point, not deep enough to actually scout wine here.
They recognize it though, it looks like. They're waiting for a potential peek out from either angle.
Not gonna lie, these are
pings coming down.
Better than G.
Very much suspicious about this. Rossi playing back Gen here for the moment. There's the paranoia sent in. Just for the further target, but can't follow up on the second. May able to strike him down. Showstopper still at the ready side.
Perfect team bind देके दो को तो मार ही सकते.
Braun sends one.
Trying to see if it draws Saya into a fight. He's not that crazy.
Oh yeah, no tailwind's gonna have to back away as that second knife does whiff. In the meantime, just looking to hold from heaven.
Belapur gaya.
Waiting for any kind of additional cue. So far, it's just going to be the boom bot. Sends that dart right before it would have been nullified.
This is a lot of time spent for DFM. I get what they're trying to do. They know that T1's going to want to take contact, so they play it slow, but that numbers advantage may not be as great as they think with an Odin here.
The gap to work with here. That's going to be Neth spotted. Anthem now mowed down as Carpe just continues to hold M1.
चीज की वजह से हार रहे बे. हारे नहीं अभी तक, लेकिन फ्री का 2 किल दे दिया ना वो गैप की वजह से.
Position lockdown at the ready. He sends it. Mitchell's not available, but there is still that showstopper here from May. Something that T1 have to be very cognizant of is Medusa going on a bit of a walk. And Sai says, oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Gets the headshot. Now that brings May into the 1v2. Can't quite line it up though.
Wow.
For the readjustment, Cypher continues to counter swing against him. Finds that elimination. So T1 will be able to get themselves now up to 7-round wins.
Yeah, and a good
Can valorant ever have open like Kenya? Like कितने सारे offers हैं यार.
Well played.
कितने सारे
offers. It seemed like he had his own pick of trying to find maybe one extra member next to
CS
that
वाले
lockdown.
shots नहीं लगते हैं यहाँ पे. यहाँ पे opening थोड़ा अलग
Seeing
है.
if he has a chance to break
उसमें
it,
जो quick zoom होता है वो बहुत accurate है.
इसमें ऐसा नहीं है. That's going to be the death in the round going over to T1. But again, DFM, some good ideas in the first half. It's just that they start to get real cautious as they start to taste a little bit of that round win coming their way. Now, because it's T1,
दो ऐसा round है जो DFM जीत सकता था.
But at the end of it, you're down to 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You got to start rushing in.
Chance to make this a 7-5 half here for DFM. Very solid position to be in. For now, everybody widely just fanned out across the map.
मुश्किल है, पागल है क्या? Impossible है bro.
Not gonna be spotting too much there.
एक साथ दबता था,
Starting to work forward. There's the cyber cage down. Knows that he's in there. Decides to just back away. Doesn't want to over challenge this.
Don't mind this from DFM. They draw to the drone. Look at T1 immediately trying to react for more space.
Oh.
Ayo!
Okay, I was gonna say, likely getting caught, but no, I've been covering fire. Net the cross away, able to find him, and then Isu.
Nice trade, Rizu.
Right back in, cleans him up. So the 3v3 now. The showstopper still online in this final round of the half.
मैंने भी अभी गजन का बड़ा पाव मंगाया ओजी ब्रांच इंसान है
It's gotta be just execute.
Yeah, it's got to be a flash drive into the showstopper, right? You don't have time to clear everything. Set up for it.
Flash drive out. Showstopper finds him. Execute going to be taken down. TP having to be canceled as well. Carpe nearby. Spots one.
Nice.
Way too fast for him. Finds the headshot.
Not bad.
Now it is just Izu. I'm going to try to pull off a 1v3.
When are you getting married? I already got married a year back.
Quiet start to stage one. Still not quite where he would want to be himself. But if he can make this clutch, he's right back in it. Look at these angles that DFM's holding.
How do you isolate this? That smoke would be one way to try to help it, but as he swings the corner, Anthem will be able to take him down. It's going to be 7-5 at the half. DFM. They let that streak come through from the side of T1, but they stabilized.
वो 2 round भारी पड़ा बे लेकिन.
An incredible recovery.
भाई वो 2 round जो rounds आ रहे हैं ना, वो ऐसा round नहीं, एक round जिसमें लोग next round इको भी जा सकते थे.
Puts them up at the 2
Plus ये लोग pistol भी आ रहे
हैं. The very beginning of Ascent. See if they can recreate that magic in the second half, because if they do, we could be on for a very, very interesting best of 3 tonight.
Absolutely could be.
Overall, अच्छा खेला DFM, bro.
We'll see how they fare. Let's get ready to swap sides. I mean, again, you know, quiet from Neth. 2 kills in the last round. Barely impactful.
नहीं, pistol जीते, pistol
now
जीते.
He gets to go.
Pistol जीता, my bad, my bad.
Cypher setup. Really try and shine.
Yeah, obviously just a Jet on the other side, right? You don't have the Raze.
There are 2 गलती main 10-5 in favor of DFM होता है.
What T1 can do to clear that out? How do they identify it early?
तो smoke में gap बहुत भारी बढ़ गया.
We've heard this music before.
We have.
And it's T1 on stage.
Yay! A tech pause!
Listen, we've been getting through them pretty quickly. It's not on the T1 side, it seems. So
yeah,
we'll see if it gets resolved in a quick moment, as it generally has been here for stage 1.
Yeah, we've kept Jake off Twitter.
Yes.
Not allowed him to
away from anything that he can write with, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So.
He's not even allowed.
अब तेरा lifetime money spend कितना हुआ है? कम हुआ है अभी इतना नहीं होता
था. Slaps pens out of his hands. See, I have to sign this
जब
contract.
से थोड़ा बहुत diet वाइट चालू किया है, sugar
you have to get off the premises, sir. Just takes him out across the street.
It's a $2 billion sponsorship deal. Doesn't matter.
और अभी ये वॉच पार्टी की वजह से मैं थोड़ा बाहर का ज्यादा मंगा रहा हूँ क्योंकि टाइमिंग और शेड्यूल खाने का ना मेरा पूरा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया पूरा.
Smash overall. So GFM, let's talk about the positives that we've seen, because they have made it quite close with a 5-7 half. You're only 2 rounds down. Took them a little while, but understanding the fact that T1 was catching on to their default screens, things like that. Understanding that the benefit of that Viper means that T1 has to push out for information. So waiting for that. Those were all the first steps well done. Now, sometimes they would start to get a little too cautious and you would run into the whole old habit of playing it a little too safely, things like that. But is that a drawing? It's surely got to be printed and stickered on. Oh, very well done.
Bringing fans to the next level. A lot of art. I mean, there you go.
Well, that's a drawing.
Yeah, nice little drawing. Saya player.
Yep. Yeah, Saya player with his desk as well. You can see the shoulders are at pretty much close to 180 degrees there.
Carpe fan since Owl season 1.
Wow, that's way back.
I was a fan since.
Is he out? Not yet.
Yeah, you one up those fans, Achilles. You show who's the real fan.
No, but I mean, it does just go to show, you know, even though
खाना तो बाहर का मस्त होता है, घर का तो मजबूरी है नहीं भाई. मेरे घर पे बहुत अच्छा खाना बनता है. मतलब मेरी मॉम खतरनाक खाना बनाती है, खतरनाक.
as well, right? With players like Zumba, even Bunny,
और पिंकी भी अच्छा खाना बनाती है.
that big wave. bringing over a lot of fans who may not have had initial interest in Valorant, but then
लेकिन
really
प्रॉब्लम है
getting
कि
caught
खाने
up
का
in the trauma
टाइमिंग
that
इतना
they're
लेफ्ट
following
होता है
some
ना
of
तो
these
मेरे को
players'
कभी ना कभी
There's
भूख
plenty
लगी
of people
जाती
out there who just say, you know what, like,
मुंबई
even
में
if I
किधर नवी
don't
मुंबई
even
यप
fully enjoy what they're playing, I enjoy that player so much that I'm going to keep watching no matter what. But yeah, I mean, these guys, even with Valorant being somewhat new, Carpe stepping into it very recently, he already has a very storied career behind him, so a veteran of the FPS space in his own right. But tech pause taken care of. We are now into the halftime break. 30 more seconds to run down here. Coaches to discuss and figure out how they want to approach this. I mean, DFM, a very solid start with the pistol round win. That's what they're going to be looking for again. Just bring that gap down to just one round separating them.
It's going to be a tough pistol for T1. You're going up against a Cypher and a Viper, without things to clear out that util with sure certainty. So we'll see how that
G
comes
qualify
into play.
for
What
next
do they
round. They
have
have
in
to beat
mind?
all
I
the
don't
teams.
know if they even expected this composition from DFM, quite frankly. As a lot of times you see some of these quote-unquote weaker teams just going with the meta picks and trying to replicate things as best as possible. But DFM says we've got our own interpretation this time. 16-10 for May. A great first half, leading the entire server.
I was going to say, I think, you could maybe expect a lot of the composition, but the Rays might be the thing that threw them the most there. But May, incredible so far. It's a hot start for Saya, but May has since overtaken.
Yes, this should do.
This is
now how they fare with this one.
Hard read from DFM, by the way.
Four-man stack.
Four-man stack and both trips. They bought both trips and the toxic screen for A. It's just Medusa hanging out on B.
तो बेसिकली मुंबई में रहता तो भाई नवी मुंबई भाई हेलो
You may be on for a big night.
So far, not really in any kind of committed position, and DFM are going to start drifting away from this, given that they do have the site for
camera
set up.
है
They're ready for any kind of really aggressive rush in onto the site, try to counteract, but now they are going to be split off a bit, as the camera does get cleared out there by Side, noting it.
It's still the jet that they saw. You still got the trips there as well. Another smoke to refresh. So I love this wraparound from DFM as well. Now, it's hard to read Xcurit's position, but there are multiple people in mid. So if they ever choose to go for the flank, should be able to go for the trade. That's
smoke coming through, but they're already all in front of this one, so they're not going to be too fooled by the movements here.
The real question is, can Neth stay alive for his trips to delay? As long as he does not get picked off early, that's the big question.
Anthem spotted pushing forward. You can see Neth playing quite far back again, just avoiding those 0 points coming through. A little bit of spam on the right clicks.
दोनों ट्रिप कैसे क्रॉस किए भाई जो बिना तोड़े
sent in. Rossi going to be tagged down about 74, sends up the fragment to delay the approach here onto Heaven. Isu taking a very aggressive position. Fragment lobbed in, Boombot not getting him, but Isu by two. Instantly pulls the trigger and it is rewarded.
बाप रे बाप.
That's a fantastic start to this post plane here for the side of T1.
रुकना था ना स्मोक जाने के लिए.
Oh, Xcurit spotting him. Just managed to play elusively, but he's between a rock and a hard place. Now the smoke goes down. Instant little head tap there. Gets the finisher. Get them on the drop. Will be able to finish off Isu, but the rest of the team
सोच अच्छा था लेफ्ट साइड हो गया.
It's going to be T1.
आगे नेड.
Count pistol round wins.
तेओ का सीधा बूमबॉट और जिधर बूमबॉट जाता है उधर स्पैम लेकिन काउंटर स्पैम इशू का थोड़ा ज़्यादा क्योंकि वो वॉल्स चिपक के मारा ना सीधा.
Of Neth on tree, and then this, Isu way ahead of the Boombot. You don't expect a thing.
बूमबॉट ने मिसलीड कर दिया वो काम मार.
Snap reaction there as Medusa just bouncing around the corner. Solid work there.
Some best foods you had in Mumbai, bhai. Vada pav.
They have a hell of a lot of firepower here behind them.
Street food must hai.
Saw what Saya was able to get done with that. Marshall the first time out.
Snakes. मिसल बाप मिलता है.
In a bad spot.
मिलता है क्या मिसल बाप? हाँ?
Gets him tucked into the corner, but the main just not deep enough to really find a huge amount of damage. Isu leading the way, gets a second double kill, back to back in that regard. Looks for a little bit more. Neth will be able to just spray across through that toxic screen. Just take him down, but the weapon be recovered. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Neth now gone. Saya able to snipe him out. As Anthem trying to dance around, but yeah, they know exactly where he is. Now it's all on Medusa's
Clean 2-0 लग रहा है रे
kind of
बिडू.
additional damage, but Saya is ready right as the door shuts.
गेमिंग करी है थोड़ा आज नहीं यार. आज
T1,
थोड़ा रेस्ट
now
लूँगा.
9-5.
आज मेरे को थोड़ा बॉडी रीसेट.
All right, gave up the pistol. Have to give up the eco. now
पुणे में
DFM
मिलता है
3
बेस्ट
half
मिसल पाव
armors.
बात कर
See what the buy is here.
पुरनपोली भाई पुरनपोली घर पे
T1.
मेरे को
They've got
खाने
a
का
couple options, right?
भाई
You could
पुरनपोली
really try to
बेस्ट है बे
snowball it. Still go with something like the
मस्त
outlaw
लगता
if
है
you
पुरनपोली
recognize the situation.
और अभी तो बहुत टाइप की पुरनपोली है मस्त लगता है
Saya player things.
Yep. See what he lands on here as far as the weapons are concerned, and you
ताकि
mentioned
वहाँ
yeah, well,
रेस्टोरेंट्स
there
एंड
it
कैफे
is.
भाई बहुत ज्यादा है
I like
रे
the heads up
मुंबई
play
में
here.
बहुत है हर जगह पे
Theory,
तेरे
what
को
should have
मिलेगा
been your bonus? Obviously, you're well ahead of it.
Oh,
Gets tagged.
he does.
Too many
It's a knockdown
places,
to
bro.
60 HP.
from being fancy to being
Not quite the
middle
full
looking
shot
but
from
good
yesterday,
for
That was insane.
but decent
both.
enough damage there.
in Mumbai also in Navi Mumbai both
So the trips have been cleared. Now recognizing DFM, you saw the ping. They know that they're weak now on A short. So they'll bring in Medusa over. That means mid is short, so only the cam really helping protect that. But a nice spam through the smoke from Cess.
Drone should have gotten the spot there, but
by 69 shout out है क्या
did either way. May finds Saya. Carpe
अच्छा.
now dead.
Down A.
good defense
May down to 10 HP, but it's just Rossi and Excurrent left alive here for the side of T1. Excurrent on a deep push could certainly.
पुरनपोली को अगर किसी नॉन मुंबई को एक्सप्लेन करना है तो कैसे करें
Gूगल करो says, all right, well, my
फोटो
goal is to
देखो
now just try to get my ultimate
मंगाओ
online,
और
grabs that
खाओ
orb,
सिंपल एक्सप्लेनेशन
see where he decides to
Simple.
approach from, but DFM on pace for a flawless here in this round. Flash forces May back.
There was a funny little interaction here. As soon as they heard the AOR being taken, Neth runs over to B, and he takes that orb for himself as well, just to make sure they're not feeding him on all the orbs. I like that. A little bit of heads-up play.
Doesn't Sara
also
used
know
to
you're not
play
gonna
with
go
current
punish
G2
for it.
Esports players. I
In the
play
end,
Seconds left.
Rossi,
up
that's about all he can do. Singular orb picked up, a flawless here for DFM.
बंदा भी अच्छा है बे
Not going to allow for that conversion to come in. And we'll keep things tight knit once
Saya.
again. Just 3 rounds between these two teams.
Yeah, flawless is huge for DFM. Buy up some of those armors. Of course, for T1, I mean, the outlaw drop, not a big deal. You'll still be able to compete
मैं
on
पहले
this
ऐसे करता था
round.
पता है भूख
And as
लगती
it
थी ना
goes, you only get one more shot.
Zomato खोलता था
Really try to keep the lead.
वहाँ पे
Yeah, I thought maybe
फैंसी
right out of
फैंसी
the
नाम दिखते थे
peripheral that they might have been
गूगल
able to
करके
see.
इमेजेस में जाके
That
देखता
lurked
था
there from
कैसे दिखता
Medusa.
है
I think he might have actually gone unnoticed by the drone.
ये ऐसे भी खाना मंगाया मैंने
This goes here.
Other way,
सूर्य
good
भाई
for May to
कैसे
swing in,
हो
flush Saya out of
कैसी
tree.
चल रही है esports
Adjustment on that trip near tree as well. They put it in a little bit deeper just to make sure that it's not a wraparound all the way through
पेचा भी
heaven.
अच्छा है
Cut off a potential window approach, maybe. Haven't quite seen which way it's aligned.
आमती पता नहीं
Oh,
क्या
and the orb control to
पेचा का
deny
है
the
पेचा
potential
बाप
null command as well. Very heads up from DFM. It doesn't really build up towards any crucial ultimates on their side. They did give it to Medusa. Slow creep up towards that Viper's pit. Now this cam has been very useful for them, right? They don't really have to push mid too hard to gain information. They'll always spot it before the cam goes out.
He's also been sat on it, so you're not really hearing the toggle. So now they'll know exactly where
कोई
it is.
अच्छा
Clear it
IGN
out.
बोलो I am
Dark
रखो
has to be
IGN I am
removed.
तो तू गंदा खेलेगा भी ना
Forward. 0 point comes across.
तो भी तेरा नाम लेके कोई गाली नहीं
Needs
देगा
to push forward, rushes in, tries to capitalize, gets a little bit of damage dealt. He will lose his life. Side player able to find that one, but now May takes out Rossi.
ना तेरे को जिंदगी में कोई चूतिया बोलेगा
Extra in.
भाई ये अच्छा खेल रहा है बेरिस
Up to find Saya player, but now Saya in such a dire situation.
भाई
tries to
अच्छा
challenge
खेल
forward,
रहा है
hit them, can just swing out of boats, finish them off.
रेस
That is going to be DFM. Not a flawless this time around, but still looking
भाई
incredible.
कोई 9-8 अल्लो
Keep this gap damn close. 2 rounds now.
लाइफ में ना तुमको नूब बोलेगा
Continuing to be exactly what DFM
ना
needs
कोई
to
गाली
be.
देगा
You look at this absolutely rejuvenate DFM because when May
Entero.
started pushing through that smoke, I thought, surely you don't push this again. But then that's when you hear the flash drive pop right above his head. And you know it's a setup from his team. They have the faith that he's the one who can really recreate a lot of space. And of course,
भाई
they were
माई
still
सेक्सी
holding
खेल
on to
रहा
the
है
side
भाई
as well.
सिंगल
Backside
हैंडेडली
still
बहुत
safely
बात कर रहा
tucked
है
in. So just trying to dwindle the numbers, make sure they
अच्छे स्टार्ट से
alleviate a
ना
little
लेकिन
bit of
यार
that
DFM के
stress. That draws out that timeout from T1.
Their first of the
DFM
map
looking
used.
good
Ottoman Company certainly not going to be happy with how close things are at the moment. Granted, yes, this is DFM's map pick, but I mean, It's DFM. I mean, I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, nothing against them, but they haven't really pushed anyone to the limit, right? Let alone take a win. And Ascent, sure, you change your comp, it's the meta comp for T1, but it's a map that's been around for so long. All your players have had their moments on it. And so you got to imagine they thought, no matter what, we're able to win this. Now, Ascent was also one of the maps that Anthem, once he started calling on the previous DFM last year, started to have some good reads and calls. So maybe a little bit of comfort there for him as well. Oh, a nice switch up on the cam. Still able to absolutely gain information if there's a push up mid, but this one is going to be hard to spot, even if it gets a tag.
Suppression there onto Excurate.
Look at the setup from DFM. They recognize
भाई मिड टू भी हेवी जा रहे लेकिन रेस का बूम बॉट नेड सब
Cypher's
है
all the way on A. Yeah, and everything.
Oh, he's spotted too, but I don't think he's been spotted at all. There you go. 2 for 1. Rossi, easy both going to be taken down. Arbe is able to rush forward, finds that elimination, would love to try to grab the gun.
शॉट अच्छा था.
It's just a bit too concerned.
उसके बाद थोड़ा सा reposition casual.
At pizza. Dark throw, swing out. Medusa eating quite a bit of damage. Not enough in reply, but they're just not ready for the lurks. There from Anthem. Wall goes down.
Bro.
So too does Excurate. DFM.
Bro.
Just 1 round away from tying us up at 9-9.
An incredible round set off the timeout. You recognize the first step is probably the potential no command on B, so you're not going to press for it in case that there is a bit of a half buy. But you empty it, right? Cypher on the other side, trips are still online. You got a hidden cannon mid. May peeks off of a smoke. It's just step by step, and then May, of course, good for the double as well. Everything coming together for DFM, and you can just see what these singular round wins mean for May and the crew.
मानो या ना मानो
He's having a whale of a time. Top fragging in the lobby, keeping the team so tight-knit against T1.
Huh?
And he's just like, yeah, nice.
I mean, this is a guy who used to be part of the conversation when a lot of the fans of the Japanese scene would talk about the likes of Laz and Depp, right? You say, well, May's another one coming up. Never really got that chance to shine on a global stage. Now he's given it, squandered a bit in kickoff.
What bro, Iko, what
He's not going to miss out on the opportunity this
क्या हो
time.
गया भाई? 9-8 है, अच्छा खेल रहा है considering 2 rounds heavy mistake किए DFM ने. Heavy वाले. और वो heavy वाला mistake नहीं होता. तो score क्या होता था? 10-8 in favor, 10-7 in favor of DFM होता भाई.
Showstopper still at the ready. Slow approach coming through. That's going to be big shells now. No command now pops. TP forward. Side player does eat quite a bit of damage there.
Death in hell though.
भाई क्या लड़ रहे लोग?
Finds 2. Death gets another one. Rossi able to swing out. Gets rid of the member in hell, but
30
can't quite transfer up onto Neth.
भाई ओमेन का smoke, big smoke bro. ओमेन ने जो साइट में स्मोक डाला है सप्रेस होने से पहले, प्लस रेज ने जो नेट डाला है सप्रेस होने से पहले.
Toxic screen will bring the value that it's meant to, right? This time they set up the toxic screen to deny mid and B control. You know how T1 used to play the Viper as well. Maybe just using that against them and saying, "Yep, this is our intended setup." And push him to the other side.
अच्छा था ना बे.
Nothing else to do.
Viper smoke भी है, ओमेन smoke भी है, नेट भी डाला, फाइट भी ले रहे एक साथ.
So much more passively to overcome the Viper setups, and
वो लोग
T1's
को
not a
पता है वो लोग को क्या करना है, हाँ?
We are now tied up at 9-9.
But look at the ult economy, a little bit in favor of DFM. Now, sure, you could argue that T1's ultimates ultimately are a bit more valuable, a little bit more impactful. But DFM, one step ahead.
We haven't seen them being able to really utilize these ults well, just generally. It's been rough for them in that regard.
Get out of my way.
Need to be able to. This ult's ready.
9-9.
Get success from them. Side player, knives popped once again.
T1 ने कॉम भी टाइम पास वाला लिया नहीं, डिफॉल्ट कॉम पे
वो. Corner, May's gonna be there. There he
सारी
is.
टीम यही कॉम से खेल.
2 knives sent, still not found. May continuing to just reposition, just in case that repeat comes in. Try to be a bit unpredictable. Also had the backup there.
But look at just how fluid DFM can
Viper
be.
का और ऊपर था.
They can empty mid at any point. He can still watch it. He's still.
एक बंदा और था जो चैम्बर के लिए.
Camp. Start, I think goes a little bit wide, but Medusa's shot does not. Isu going to be taken down. Showstopper now at the ready. In towards Mark.
Oi, oi, oi.
Saya player will be able to come up with 2 headshots. May and Medusa both going to be taken out. Knives needs a reset. 2 more to work with. 3 players that he has to be concerned about. Stack up, and there you go. Just eventually is able to find the headshot. And DFM find themselves in a lead.
नहीं पता इसको bro, मेरे को पता है कौन है
when they got
चैम्बर
tied up, they bring it back, and in very
जीतेगा
good
वे, वो भी
fashion too.
जीतेगा.
It's the complete package. It's hard reads on the round setup. It's reads on the
कुछ
tendencies.
बोलेगा
You've got
मेरा
the
चैट
trap
मिस
plays,
किया
you've
बंक
got
क्या
good comps,
क्या
the rotations are there. I mean, yes, it's almost an entirely new roster, but even much more upgraded than kickoff as well.
Nice step. I mean, clearly DFM have not been resting on their laurels during the Madrid break. This team has clearly been putting in the work. Now find themselves up by around here in this
सुपर
set.
चैट करो तो फिर भाई 25 किल चैलेंज कंप्लीट किया मैंने.
You know, ever since round 2.
मैंने 25 किल वाली चैलेंज कंप्लीट की. किधर गए मेरे 10,000 pounds?
T1 pretty much the whole way since then until this very moment. 3 more to go to close this out. What a boon it would be for
मैं
them.
30 bomb possible है भाई. अच्छा खेल रहा है. मैं अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ ना.
What is waiting for you over on Lotus? But hey, if May is going to be playing Rays like this.
True.
Oh, I mean that.
मैं best race player.
They can find a victory on Lotus as well.
सारे बाकी लोग रेस प्लेयर जो भी है जिंग बिंग ये सब सेकंड. मैं बेस्ट रेस प्लेयर है.
Maybe they shut down. Right now. Yeah, early on. 7 kills to his name on Excurit. Another switch on the screen. The toxic screen, this time doubled up with the Cypher as well.
मैं बहुत शॉक था पता चला कि गन का PRX में था पता.
Eventually, if you want to make some fast rotates back over to A, they're going to do a fast push out. It's going to be a pinch onto A with the flash drive.
It out up over the top.
Bye.
There's the 2 kills. Easy just trying to TP into the corner.
क्या pop place दिया क्यों ने?
It's just so clean. The coverage from Cess as well.
They know what they're doing, what they're going to do in every single moment, and I don't know how DFM is doing this.
I mean, yeah, to have this many hard reads, I mean,
double
like
blind.
that play
कुछ
for
नहीं कर
sure.
सकते. Heavy
Okay,
blind
doing it
था.
off of a timeout seems reasonable, but then to have the coverage high-low to watch the potential shrouded step, to be listening out for it, I mean,
look, there's still more to be played, but if
Timing हो गया.
coming into this week, that
टाइमिंग
DFM was
हो
going to
गया
have the
है
hardest
कैमरा
counter-stratting
का.
out of all of
टाइमिंग
the
हो
teams in
गया
the
है.
region, I would have called you a liar.
well, and against a team that
ओए
wasn't
उसको
you don't
पता है
have
शायद.
that much tape. I mean, sure, they got through to the playoffs.
Okay.
Oh, the cam
Science.
spots him as
भाई
well.
उसको
Spot it,
पता
take it
चला
down.
था. What the fuck?
It's just been so crisp.
Bro, what the fuck?
Decayed all the way down, but what more can you do? Just back away. Hold on to your weapons. The timeout. These 2 that have been invested from T1 bearing absolutely no fruit here for the squad. DFM in 19 seconds time. They're going to be moving up to 11 rounds.
Getting very close. Now it's really just a matter of as long as DFM doesn't get too antsy, doesn't overheat,
वाइपर में प्रेशर आ
start
रहा
to
था
lose
ना.
control of their own
तभी
excitement
साइफर उसका
Because,
ड्रोन
you know,
वोन
thinking
तोड़ने
back to,
आगे
for
गया
instance,
था.
this round,
और
it's off of
वो
a timeout,
टाइम
like,
पे
even if
जेट
it's
ने
not
कैंप
hard
क्रॉस किया.
counter-shooting, you think about how they set that up. Off of the timeout, we want to
लेकिन
make
वो
sure
लोग
that we
ने
know
फिर
up the
भी वो
tempo on A
कंसीडर
side,
किया कि हो
change up
सकता
the
है
toxic
टाइमिंग
screen
से
again, but
सिटी
this
आए.
time it's Cypher
फिर
and
वो
Viper
कैंप खोला.
double. You still got the pit as a backup, so if you push out A main, if there's
भाई
no one there,
ब्रेन
you
गेम्स
pit up,
हुए
you got the trips,
heavy.
like, everything is covered. And this is just some thorough Valorant here on this map 1. And another, they never place things in the same spot, because now you have Cypher and Viper, essentially 2 Sentinels. It's just incredible.
Remember, stack up here for B. May just going to be flying back. Go for a quick rotate, should it be necessary.
A note, delayed toxic screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins. T1, they understand that the screen has really been plaguing them, so they'll try to deny its value early with a push-up from Saya.
I'm not spotting much there.
Heavy Cypher plays Steven को बुलाओ.
Flash is trying to stave them off, stop any kind of peak.
मैं ये bronze ले गया
That'd be
बराबर.
main. Looks like Spike now just going to be ushered back across the map towards the opposite side here, where Neth and Cess ready for this push to come in.
I mean, Cess is prepared with the paranoia. He knows, he has full faith that Neth will cover him. Not only will you get first sight with a cam, you still got a cyber cage, you still got a trip. Turn around for the smoke.
Cleared. Flashes out.
Top toda hai bro.
Cage goes up though. Plenty of obfuscation as May spraying into that smoke. Works Isu down. 45 HP on him.
Read
well.
kar liya.
Saya trying to break his way up through window. Immediately has to pull away from the angle. Paint shell still held. TP forward alongside the box.
Heavy nade. Heavy nade.
Back gives himself a second as Carpe will fall.
Ek aur nade.
Nade now sent. Saya player stuck in hell. Knocked down to 51 HP. He's just doing so much damage to him. Boombot on the chase.
This just tags everybody as it's bouncing around.
The Boombot knows where everyone is. Fragment into the corner. Check switch side. Nothing noted, but Kundal spotted. Saya dead. Swing comes in. May gonna fall. Rossi able to find two, but do they read this? Medusa drops down. Been hurt. He finds the first. Execute eliminated. Swing out from Rossi.
Close yaar.
Medusa
nikal sakta tha.
3K from the KO.
Close.
T1. We'll inch this back.
Nikal sakta tha Medusa.
Towards a damn near tied up game.
भाई मैं बाप खेल रहा हूँ यार.
I mean, T1 held on to this
मैं
round
बाप खेल
with
रहा
their
हूँ.
dear life. They knew they had to commit to these fights, so they're constantly swinging out in doubles. That's what really saved them at the end, making sure they're staying one step ahead on the trades. Because otherwise,
Just saying, अगर DFM वो दो गलती नहीं करते तो 13 खत्म था. Just
they
saying.
checked window again for that lurk in from Saya. Anthem catching sight of that brings back May and denies that flank.
ना वो मेडुसा का स्मोक गैप और
So now with that null command online once again, it's a Cypher
उसका
on A
पुराना वाला
site.
It's
round.
about to drop 30.
Wow. And we may not even go to overtime.
जा सकते हो
insane.
जा सकते
I
हैं
mean, I
क्योंकि
believe I
उसके
read
बाद
it
वापस
correctly.
अल्टे
I
आने
think
वाला
he's
है रेस का.
29 and 16 at the moment.
T1, they pop this null command. They're going to think they can just waltz in, and that's just not going to be the case. One of the trips having cleared.
Shockdart does clear that one out. May going to be taking down Carpe with a fantastic opening kill. Go to the line, share the damage. Sticks a ping on the reveal. Rossi going to be dropped, but he's able to put him down, but is Rezable. Back in the fight. He's picking him up. Oh! Medusa coming up with two.
तीसरे पे भी एम गया था.
Evened up here. Rossi just backs away. 3-point set, but it's quite shallow. Doesn't catch on to anybody.
नेड है, blind है. Omen blind भी है, by doable है.
Just get
Doable
to
है.
a corpse.
And you've got a paranoia
It's doable.
flash drive as well. All the tools you need.
Scred putting some shots through across there as they jump their way over. 1 for 1 there. Side player just get taken down immediately after finding Anthem. Neural Depth now invested. Execute pulling off the angle after spotting them here. The reveal is in. Swing
Blind
down
miss
onto
किया
the site.
उसने.
Rossi dead. Execute needs to try to 1v2 this. He gets the first. Death low on HP, but with a shorty in hand. Jumps into boats, takes him down, gets the defuse, and DFM get themselves up to map point.
What a hero play. You're the one lower in health. You still just jump in with the shorty. It's the Hail Mary because otherwise you don't have time to jiggle around. We've seen so many ring around the rosies there that really deny the time.
Match point.
And now map point for DFM.
Hello?
Again, these setups, T1 just not ready for it. A great double for Medusa to buy time. Things like this, Sess going up high, ready for the crossfire. I mean, DFM, everything is thought through step by step.
I think they're a little bit worried.
I mean, listen, you got to be worried until it's over.
Well, potentially the last round here of this map. May at 29 kills, 1 away from a showstopper. Null command online for Anthem, but a multitude of ultimates here for T1 to try to keep themselves in this and take this up to overtime.
बोला सा upset लग रहा है भाई.
Hunter's Fury.
क्या?
Can they get in a position to utilize these for now?
भाई T1 versus Paper X क्या मैच था इतना close.
Up through tree.
You should run.
Spotted there by the cam. Lockdown now. Committed to.
और T1 DFM से और क्या?
Space not really being taken quite just yet. They'll start
A is equal to B वाला system नहीं है क्या इसमें?
Up here on heaven. Lob in as Izu.
Oh!
Absolutely unexpected. Comes in, strikes. Takes out 2. That is
ऐसा
monstrous.
heaven में TP मार के ऐसे मारा कोई देखा क्यों नहीं?
Going to be burned here by Anthem. They want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down a 3v3. This Carpe, he's committed onto the site. This Hunter's Fury not in a position to really find an immense amount of value. Drop down around the back. Harvey puts that stinger to use. Finds one. And
Bhai, those
gone. Now
pit hai.
Medusa and Neth versus Rossi
Those
next
pit hai.
turn. They're both so damn low. Stinger finds one extra with 31 HP. Cannot make
नहीं
it happen. Neth gets the 3K. He will
नहीं
get
देख
once
सकता
more.
मैं
In their opening series here with Binks, one will get their map victory.
What?
नहीं 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 भाई नहीं कैसे T1 Why what the fuck?
Well, as a spoiler, we did not get to see May drop 30 kills, but good God, what a performance from him. The analyst desk has a hell of a lot to talk about. Not much time to talk about it, so we'll go ahead and pass it over to them.
Thank you so much, casters. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down because DFM finally wins their first game in what feels like forever. Like William said, we have not even seen a game win since last year against T1, funnily enough. And Ascent went out. We can see why they picked Ascent. They were so well prepared for this. They completely anti-stratted T1, and they were on form, looking good as a team.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of interesting to me. They came in with the Raze comp like I wanted to see, but that was me assuming that it was going to be going against the Cypher Viper comp on this map, but T1 actually changed it up, maybe unexpectedly, to DFM. I don't know exactly what their thought process was or if they expected that this change might happen. I'm sure they're prepared for it. I'm sure they played against this comp in their scrims. 100% that's happened. So regardless, still great preparation. You have to be so excited. This is like, you guys have a lot to talk about. I'm like, no, I don't. They won. I'm just so happy they won. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I feel like we got to fork out some
भाई मेरा हो गया.
So we got to bring our wallets out to buy the DFM team capsule because that was an incredible game. I mean, the first half looked a little bit even, but throughout the whole map, you could start to see
दो
the players
mistakes
like
होने के बावजूद
heavy
वाले DFM जीती है.
entries. But overall, it's just the fact that DFM
यार बंद कर दो यार कंपैरिजन. कुछ अच्छा गेम देखा उसमें भी ये जीना वो जीना ये ना वो क्या करना है क्यों करना है यार.
KO tossing flash, main with
एंजॉय करते ना यार कभी तो.
Making use of the showstopper, everything connects, everything is flowing.
भाई
for this
सेक्सी
team.
खेला बे.
Absolutely.
मैंने ट्वीट कर दिया भाई. मैं अच्छा खेला करके. My
Paper
facts.
said, I'm almost speechless to the point where I'm just
भले वो लोग को हिंदी नहीं आती.
very happy to see this. We all
लेकिन मैं अच्छा
are to
खेला.
see this kind of performance coming from them, and May blowing it out of the water here as a Raze.
Oh, he was so on point. I mean, the blast packs look really good. Timings look good. Like you were talking about, Quack, good support from Anthem in particular. Really nice setup with the KO. Everybody kind of pulling their weight behind May. Even though you have a little bit of a role change in the back there, you know, not going back to Cypher, but I'm pretty sure if my memory is serving me correct, that he used to play a lot of Cypher back when he was on Crazy Raccoon.
Auto हो गया भाई.
Absolutely. Everybody in their comfort zone, but May is him. Like, this is the next duelist. He's finally kind of coming into his own. We've seen flashes of it before, but now it is the May show.
I mean, he's definitely landing some incredible shots, some sweet double multi-kills, and it happens pretty darn often as well. You would also see some of the other players, like Cess, for example, who not only just providing him with cover, but they have the audacity to go in for some crazy antics, like jumping right clicks, and it kind of throws T1 in for a bit of a loop sometimes. I mean, pretty nice.
Sports में कभी A versus B और C वाला apply नहीं होता है. Vedic.
Apart from that, like you can see that.
Vedic, here you are very wrong. Okay, I will explain you why. समझ रहे हो? Here you are very wrong. And ये knowledge बहुत ज़्यादा important है तुम लोग के लिए भी. तुम लोगों को लगता है कि sports में A is equal to B is equal to C नहीं होता, but I will give you one example. ठीक है? The best example you will ever get. ठीक है? Strix edit से ज़्यादा अच्छी खेलता है. बराबर? मैं Strix की गाफ मारता हूँ. ठीक है? A is equal to B. मैं edit की भी गाफ मारता हूँ. I win. Love you. 9-0 अच्छा हुआ डबल और नथिंग नहीं किया. बच गया बे वरना डर था कल.
You're now seeing it was just such good coordination.
भाई सिंपल है बे तुम लोगों का एग्जांपल से सिखाना पड़ता है.
Staff here for DFM coming through.
रुको मैं आया.
Getting them well drilled no matter
End
what.
में edit की गाफ.
I think probably could have anticipated a different comp from T1 potentially, but either way, you're still there, you're still mentally prepared, you're still making good decisions for the most part. I think the only time I was kind of upset with the decision anybody on DFM made was actually May in that 1v2 where he's in wine with the showstopper on a post plant. Where I'm like, why'd you wide swing that? But other than that, everything else was pretty darn good.
We can confirm that moment when Paper Thin was very offended
He
by that
started to
decision.
maul.
Anybody in the building can confirm.
Why wouldn't you use the showstopper? But it doesn't matter because they won that map pick. But the next map is Lotus. Now, T1 did lose Lotus to Paper Rex, but generally they only lose this Lotus to Paper Rex. They're actually quite good on Lotus. So I'm wondering how DFM is going to do this time around. Are they going to bring forth that energy, carry forth that energy from the first map into this? And are we going to push forward into 2-0, or is it going to be a 3-mapper?
Well, I mean, certainly you would think so. You know, after winning a map like that against T1, denying them that overtime, and not only that, just looking pretty clean with some of the ideas that they have, clearing out Hell, for example, over on A site. On towards Lotus, you must be feeling a lot more confident, and I feel like that's something that you can really bring with you. Not only that, you know, you have the effect, you have that same kind of strategy from Ascent, whereas T1 doesn't really know what your game plan is. T1 doesn't really, you know, study you up that much because you haven't really shown all that much before. Meanwhile, DFM knows that this is probably the exact composition that T1's going to run. You always expect Excurate on this chamber. He's got the operator, he's got the tour de force, and he's locking down and posting up on a lot of positions. If, you know, players like May, or along with support from Cess, for example, they can go in for wide swings, throw off his crosshairs, that could really throw T1 off kilter. Like, they might just be knocked off balance because the entire team's like positioning and everything is just thrown off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and I think to kind of maybe the thing I'm really thinking about, I guess, in regards to that aspect is, what's your initiator going to be? Is it going to be Sky or is it going to be Fade? Because how do you want to keep that chamber uncomfortable, right? I think everybody's looking at Excurate here as kind of the pivot point, the main factor for T1 that might set them over the line in this match. So I'm thinking, which one of those initiators do you feel like is going to be the more comfortable option to deal with it? And I think that you can make good cases for both, but I think maybe on Lotus, with the way that Excurate plays it, I think maybe the Sky actually might be better here with the flashes to keep him off balance, because the Prowlers and things like that probably aren't going to be getting close enough to him, and you have to have some pretty amazing lineups with the Seizes to get them into range of him, and the Haunts aren't really going to be an issue. So I could see them sticking with the Sky here and not really changing up their comp as well.
Gotta agree. I mean, I feel like with the flash, you know, at least you would have to at least turn away, and then, you know, crosshair-wise, that would be tough for Excurate as well. Or he just gets fully blinded, and that's just better for May to come in with these kills, and that's exactly what, you know, DFM needs. But apart from that, I would also just like to see Medusa being consistent. You know, so far he's been good on Ascent. If he can keep that up against a player like Saya player, that would be even better.
Now, we have a game we need to play. We have so much to comment on this, and I love your thoughts on it. But the question this time is, which team do you think will get 5 rounds first?
5 rounds first.
5 rounds first.
What?
We don't have much time, so you guys gotta pick.
Pain. Who starts on which side again?
Yep. Well, you know
Remind
what?
me.
You got like 5 seconds to pick. It is T1 on attack.
All right. Okay.
All right. You guys ready?
Sure.
3, 2. All right.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
I've broken away from him.
You have.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
They start
Why?
on attack.
Because they started on attack.
That's my reasoning from before.
Yeah.
All right.
And you know what? Weren't they the first 5 rounds up? I can't remember actually anymore. How about you? Why DFM?
Just riding the DFM hype train, honestly. I feel like they definitely have a chance to surprise T1, and T1 looking at how they might not be feeling too hot right now. I think DFM has a chance.
That worked for me last time.
Yeah.
Just going with the field pick. So,
Yeah,
you know.
that's true. But I'm like, I have the same pick as Paper Thin now, so I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah, are you guys ready to watch some 2-0, dude?
We are going to go to Asian picks real soon. I do like your input on which initiator. Anthem is a phenomenal Sky. Very much like how Devi is. Okay, we're going to go to Asian picks in a little bit. Divide, it did work as a Sky. I don't think Sky is necessarily the best initiator for Lotus, but in this case,
Binks, I was
against a chamber, especially
one and only
exterior
supporter
chamber,
for DFM
that might
because
be
I've
the
worked
answer.
here
Yeah, I
from
think so.
past
I
5
think
years.
it puts a lot of
Work
pressure
here
as well
matlab
onto,
care where
your
in
controllers
inside
to make sure
DFM
that
or
those angles are smoked off properly. Because I saw a few
Japan.
times with Paper X where they kind of
Map
left
ball.
X Spirits.
Well, I can do for 2 points again, Genji, but not more than 2.
I can see where that's going to work. You're just going to be a little bit more diligent.
इधर घर में भाई मैं सच्ची मेरी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल है ना ये लोग का प्राइस मनी जितने आने वाले मेरे को लग रहा है. Excuse me, dear Rohit bhai and VCT. Can I get like the price pool का हिस्सा as a 6th person? हाँ बहुत AC हो रहा है thanks to 3 regions. कुछ मिल सकता है यार. बैंगलोर में भी गर्मी भाई बहुत गर्मी है भाई. कहाँ से पसीना निकल रहा है मेरे को ही पता है. पीछे वाला लाइट ऑफ कर दे पहले. इतना अंधेरा होएगा पता है. हाँ प्रेडिक्शंस बंक बाय T1 है भाई. अभी एक्सक्यूरेट बाय आएंगे अपने चेंबर में और मैप बोल T1 बेबी T1. T1 बेबी. Okay, DFM 4 points. Get ready for 5-0. कैसे 5-0 भाई? हेलो 11-0 था 9-0 पे हूं मैं अभी. 4 पॉइंट के लिए घर जाएंगा. 2 पॉइंट करते हैं भाई. तीसरा मैच भी हो सकता है. हारा तो मैं 7-0, जीता तो मैं फिर से 11-0. कोरिया का क्या सीन है नेक्स्ट मंथ? 12-0 था. शर्म करो विशाल भाई, शर्म करो. कहाँ 5-0 पे आ गए तुम? लव यूर मॉड्स. दिमाग तक ऑक्सीजन नहीं पहुंच रहा मेरा. Binks, I am from Nepal and work in Japan last 5 years. Also following model language. I said from 9 years. So keep entertaining us. Love you all. Love you too, मेरी जान. भाई माइक पास करोगे? हाँ जो भी तुम लोग ने बोला बराबर बोला.
You still need to have some more support behind him. I still saw a few moments from some of the players that looked a little bit not confident.
साले
with their
तेरे
game, I'll
मॉड्स
put it
का
that way.
मैच भी तेरी तरह है.
That needs to be cleaned up because everything else started to look
ठीक है
much
कोई
more
सीन नहीं. जो मैं बोला वही करता है. 11-0 से मैं अभी 9-0 पे हूँ. ठीक है अभी हारा तो 7-0, जीता तो 11.
Do you have one of those with my bald head on it? Like, 'cause that would,
1 पॉइंट गुड लक के लिए चला.
that would be the answer.
सबके मेमोरी के लिए.
Just pull up the scorecard.
I mean, the Iron Buddy, like, I see some of the pro players equip that Iron Buddy.
I'll just admit it. Like,
It's a precious commodity.
It's rarer than the Radiant Buddy.
Well, this is so funny to me because like people don't realize like the players can choose whatever they want. They have full when they're playing in game. Like they can pick. I mean, you see them with other teams like classics. Sometimes. Like, I think someone said that. I think Will pointed out that somebody had the Sentinel Classic during that last match.
That's right.
Or 2 matches ago during against
It's been
NG.
done. It's been done. I don't know how the orcs.
लोटस में एक्सपीरियंस भाई. लोटस अगर DFM जीतता ना भाई मैं मान जाऊंगा.
You didn't get to answer this question.
मान जाऊंगा.
Who are you guys gonna get first?
I guess it might be DFM. It might.
It's looking that way.
Really
We're
Okay.
getting close.
DFM pretty soon.
I was already gonna get that one pretty much 100% because I like the design of the gun and the banner. For sure, it's like more my style. Paper X was up there because purple's my favorite color, so
Purple's your favorite color?
yeah.
Purple's
Crew
your
as
favorite
well,
color.
obviously. So like teams like
Yeah.
that, I was like already like eyeing those. But at DFM, they might do it right here, right now.
Yeah.
know.
This could be it. This could be your first bundle.
Actually, still kind of hoping for it, yeah.
Yeah, I think we definitely do want that. I know the players are still setting up right
So
now
double और नहीं
for
कद्दू
this
मेरा
second match, which
कद्दू
I'm dying to see at this point. I hope their momentum
मेहनत
really
से
carries
points
on
किए
onto Lotus.
इतनी जल्दी मेरे को डेर वाले रेड जोन में नहीं आना
T1, in a way, if they don't win today, we had mentioned this is really not a good look going into that first match for them on Saturday against DRX. And when you have two Korean teams facing each other in home turf here in Korea, we know the stadium is going to be completely packed. Just the other day, even T1 Paper Rex.
BC DFM जीत गया भाई मैं अच्छा खेला यार
day as well. It was
भाई क्या
completely packed in the
इसी से
stadium.
भाई
The
ये
energy is really high. The
क्या
crowd was
इसी से
chanting, and this is kind of rare in Korea. I don't hear a lot of chanting happening here except on the grand finals events, but they were full on last time.
They only do it for teams that they really love, the really popular ones, and they started chanting for Paper X a little bit.
भाई एक तरफ साया प्लेयर एकदम फूंकार दिख रहा है अकेला 5 बंदे मारेगा एक तरफ मैं हूँ
That's going to be a little bit
इतना
rough
cute
if T1 doesn't come up with the win right now.
हाँ
They did pick Lotus. We know how strong they have
इतना
been.
cute
Again,
बाल है
DFM could have studied up on it. I'm just thinking about how
इतना cute smile है
T1
मेरा
might be able to, repair and fix their strategies given the short amount of
I
time.
can't find joining button वो iOS
What
का
we saw
सीरीज
from before was that that there's that A rubble control very often from all the teams, but Paper X often had Forsaken lurking, flanking the heck out of T1.
भाई वो iOS का
If
सीरीज है
T1 start to get a little bit paranoid, getting a little bit in
शर्म
their own
करे
heads, it just
बाल
feels like
भी
a tough
है
game. They
देखो
really
भाई
need a mental reset.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think mental is
टोपी डाले
definitely
सर
the
पे
thing that's plaguing T1 right now. I think they took that loss to Paper X a little bit too hard. You can kind of tell with the players after the match that it was in their minds, and this is going to take a big time reset from them and their coaching staff to get them back into place. Even if they win this match today here, this is going to be in your mind. That losing this map is definitely going to be on their minds.
Absolutely, and this is not no disrespect to DFM either, but it's just they've just become known as that team that had a 0 win streak for so long. Now we're looking at the stats between Mei and Saya player, and this is fantastic output for Mei right now. And I imagine going to Lotus, facing against a chamber, like pairing up with this guy. I think this could be really tough for T1.
I agree. I really feel like with what I saw from DFM, that they at least have a good idea of how to play within themselves for sure. Their protocols seem pretty good now. It seems like they've really cleaned that up a lot since kickoff. So it's just a matter of, are you going to be able to handle Xcurat's chamber in particular? That seems to be kind of the biggest piece of the puzzle for most teams dealing with him, because if he pops off, forget it, especially on their defender side. He's just shutting you out. And then on the attacker side, Saya's kind of leading the way. So if you can kind of keep those under control, you gotta hope Izu doesn't have a monster game. He's capable of those too. Everybody on the team is, but certainly those three are the ones that you really want to keep in check.
If anyone comes to mind for me, I feel like Carpe has to kind of do a little bit more. Because Carpe, obviously you shot calling and everything, but sometimes not being able to find that impact, starting to feel that pressure for yourself. Certain situations where he's not quite able to perform, and that's just a little bit tough for T1 overall. And DFM, just Mei's having a grand
Raid game भी अच्छा था,
Raid.
stats भी अच्छे थे, defaults भी अच्छे थे.
We are going to go to our agent picks very
अलग दिख
shortly.
रही है
We're going to
DFM.
be getting into the second game. Very keen to see what kind of initiator they will be using. And if they win today, they are going to be winning
Bhai,
out
Gecko
that
le lo
first
Lotus mein,
championship
please.
point.
Gecko
And this
fade.
is why the system this year is so interesting. Teams like DFM could full well be qualifying for champions if they continue collecting these points along the way.
blind
here's the
नहीं है.
fade.
Fade है.
So that is going to be a change. We do still have this role swap with Neth going over to the Sentinel. But the fade is really going to be interesting to see how they're going to pull this off. See how they're going to try to keep
T1 जीत
some of
गया,
these T1 players so
Xcurate
uncomfortable. Like
chamber.
you said, the big focus is the chamber.
I mean, we haven't seen them play Lotus in a while. So they had a couple of weeks since Madrid, since kickoff, and throughout Madrid to figure something out. And clearly they have something.
The one difference being the Killjoy and the chamber. So I do wonder if DFM has any set plans to go along with this. Obviously, you know, anchoring down side 6C, for example, worked pretty well. But apart from that, if you can make use of the lockdown, for example, especially on the attacking side that DFM is starting on, they might just be able to come up with a better first half. I mean, that's really what I want to see from DFM right now. If they are to win this, let's get a good first half.
Yeah, first half where T1 wins 5 rounds first, and then, you know, then we can do whatever we want because we got our ranks and stuff to go through. But you're looking, okay, save for Izu, you look at the mood between the two teams right now. You know, we've been looking at the player cams as we go through this. It's a very different kind of energy on DFM side. They're looking happy. They're looking relaxed. It's a bit more somber on the side of T1, and I don't know if that's the kind of, you know, some people work well under stress. A lot of the coaches have remarked on this before. They all deal with stress a little bit differently. Some perform better, and some, well, that's when things start to slip.
Well, and I think the attitude here for DFM has been the right one. It's just, let's have fun, let's have a good day, let's get in there, give our best effort, see what happens. And T1 still, you know, by some circumstance of the way that the schedule shook out, had to go up against maybe the toughest opponent in the league coming out in their first match, and kind of maybe weren't able to react to that the way they would like to, in terms of not only, you know, obviously you want to get the win, but in terms of like mentally resetting, coming in today, maybe, you know, didn't quite have enough time to get to that place they wanted to be. But that's part of the game. That's part of what happens. Your schedule is what it is ahead of time, and it's on to those players and coaches to get themselves in a place to be ready to face their next opponent. And again, it's DFM. Like, you know, you'd love to see them get a win, but T1 at the same time, it's going to feel real bad if you're that first team that gives it over. Nobody wants to be that team.
And like you said, it's surprising in a way because it is T1 amongst the 11 teams. I would say safely that most of us would rate T1, you know, on the top half of that power ranking. So for them to show up like this for the first time, this stage 1, this is a great sign. And you can see how touched the audience is. Do they have a birthday buff? Is that what this
Somebody
is?
said birthday buff on their sign, but I don't know if it's like their birthday and they're giving him the birthday buff.
They're
I
giving
didn't see anything on
theirs
Twitter,
as a
but I don't
gift.
know. Yeah. It is
It
today?
was yesterday.
Oh, it's yesterday?
You fools,
Oh, okay.
it was yesterday. We have Achilles and Will.
They're shouting
Like,
it.
it was yesterday, you fools. Well, happy birthday. It is the birthday buff. Well, you know what? I think it's more than that. I think they've definitely prepped, but birthday buffs go a long way. It's weird how much we've witnessed that. I believe Team Secret, we had the Jesse Vash birthday buff during kickoff when everything started to turn around for Team Secret.
It does work that way, actually. I mean, certain key events can kind of get your mental turned around, definitely. Those signs, it's a Sesu fan, so that one on the left, it looks like kind of like a heart there.
Wow, really? There are quite a number of
Some of the merch.
DFM fans, yeah.
There's a lot of DFM fans here.
DFM full
No
support
wonder
by
the
heavy
stadium's a
support
little
बढ़
bit
गई
more
DFM की.
alive. We got DFM fans. Of course, the T1 fans are here, too.
It's a good day.
This is an exciting day.
Weather's nice today. Everything's great.
Everything's great in Korea. Pacific's is awesome. We have the
Feeding
best
off that
signs.
energy,
We have the
too.
best artists. We have the best casters. We have the best analysts.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that guy's a real T1 fan. Let's go. That's right.
That's the kind of support
That's what we
to
need.
see.
That's what T1 needs to get him going.
All right, we are ready to go into map 2, Lotus between T1 and DFM, and this could be anyone's game. Over to our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to go into map number 2. Detonation Focus Me out in front, able to get themselves a win on their map pick of Ascent. Now T1 need to try to even up the score line, extend this all the way to a map 3. And we head once more into Lotus. It's been
साहब भाई
a
को
very steady
Razer
map
कैसे
for
हुआ
them.
पता नहीं यार.
Yes. You know, dropping it to the likes of Paper X.
But that also means that DFM surely could have predicted that this was going to come out in the draft, and seemingly so, especially with the comp change, going with the more meta fade for the time being.
This is who I have to have my eyes on. Execute. Continuing to bring out that chamber. Spots one, 3 shots.
मैं Execute OP पे.
Takes a couple of those headhunter bullets, but eventually is able to find the elimination himself. A little the way at, and oh, has That's even more of them. Now they're all gone. Just to try to clear out that Prowler. Forced away. Into the back here. Continuing to backpedal even further. Now just going to be tucked in behind the box. 15 HP here for Xcurate. They very much want to try to hunt him down. Do they read this? Yes, they do. May able to find that kill.
They have waterfall now as well, so this post plant's not so bad for DFM.
So I'm able to find
3v3 क्या लगता है?
As Rossi does fall, spray through. There's the push out of the smoke, but Anthem able to find Saya.
Still sticking it.
The fuse being held. They rush him down.
अरे!
Stealing that one away.
Ayo, so
I mean, you can also
close.
tell that T1 knew that was the only shot they had. Once they heard all the spam coming in, they had lost all control of positioning. So just Carpe body blocking for Izu. Just hoping that they can stick it, and that
close,
they do.
Ray. There was a chance to win this round.
There for sure.
Reyes ने गोली नहीं मारा क्या?
That defuse from coming in. I see. Yep.
3 HP भाई 3 HP. Free के 2 rounds गए.
Outlaw now going to be in the hands here of Xcurate as he pivots over towards the A site. Real pressure being applied there, however, by DFM.
Remember me as an OG friend from Japan. That's it.
In that opening round.
Yeah, now the desk talked a little bit about
Amar
potential
have
in the Sky
hate you.
continuing to return for DFM if you know that you're playing against a chamber, things like that. So we see a little bit of a trap play. Not going to find any targets. But
standing still.
Yeah, of course, with the Viper, you can still try to creep up, and personally, I'm kind of okay with this.
Okay, orb take coming through.
भाई Viper का timing होने वाला है.
On the mini map, and yep, there you go. Service snap over. Ross able to find the headshot. Reveal.
भाई लोग का reveal सब है हाँ.
These players
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया.
Carpe.
चलेगा plant मिल गया plant का पैसा कोई सी
नहीं. Turret set up 3 players now on the post plant. Let's see what kind of damage they can deal.
Plant का पैसा मिल गया.
They are already filling the site, so that gives them a shot.
Paranoia does catch on to multiple as they drop down. In the corner though. Saya and Izu will get one apiece. Now just seeing if he can find anything at all, but he cannot. So it's going to be a flawless follow-up here for the side of T1.
Flawless.
Things off nicely with a 2-0. Now though, rifles coming through. Let's see what DFM have up their sleeve.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong collection of weapons to carry over to the bonus as well.
क्या flick था बे?
There from Rossi.
T1 का map है easy with chamber yes.
Before he even started the flick.
Fish bomb, give me a fish bomb.
Fish bomb, fish bomb, fish bomb, fish bomb.
Please God, I need a fist bump.
Don't be like Bane. Don't leave your teammates hanging.
There was a degree of desperation in Carpe's voice.
Bunch daydreaming.
क्यों रे?
नहीं मैं कुछ काम कर रहा था रे.
The vibes going, right? The conversations going, and Carpe as the IGL and as a captain.
I was doing multitasking.
That falls on him.
इसको support कर रहे हो T1 पे. Xcurate chamber best है बे.
It's not really always going to be the fade, but more so how much space do you take?
Saya rushing forward. Let's force them back. So mount control going to be there for the side of T1.
Anthem. It's been spotted.
Oh, yep. Sees in, paint shell down, Anthem dead. Great catch here for the side of T1 as they look to convert this bonus. Saya player now just going to be little exit, couple shots across. Take a smattering of damage, but overall.
क्या लड़ रहे बे जानवर्स.
T1. And now they are being ushered over into the patiently welcoming arms of Xcurate. Outlaw at the ready. TP set up to take him behind the door. Sees nothing and actually wins the shot. Zess with the headshot, able to take him down. Neth now lingering around, looking to try to get the catch. And, just can't quite steady that spray. Carpe managed to find that elimination. That gives the man advantage back over here to T1. Izu first try to deal with this plant coming in, but widely. Wait, play patiently for the rest of the team to get rotated over.
May needs to win here on the Rumble fight.
Oh, no he doesn't.
Okay, Medusa's just going to cover for him.
Kill चुरा है बे
Suddenly
Medusa
makes
ने.
things a lot easier because the post-plant situation was not great for DFM. All spread out across.
I know that there's going to be one at Baby Door. Rossi now as well, noted up top, and Izu not really accounted for. Swing out.
आई Carpe को मारना था.
HP. Smoke in, Boombot. Going forward, goes off. Izu down now, 40 HP with just a Spectre in hand.
भाई DFM अच्छा खेल रहा है बे.
DFM will go ahead and get themselves
DFM
online in the
अच्छा
third
खेल रहा है.
round, but it does cost them multiple rifles.
उधर Carpe को मारना था, इधर Net को मारना था. फिफ्टूस हो गया, ठीक है?
On the other side, getting C's naded.
दोनों का फिफ्टूस हो गया.
Round win, they'll still have their selection of rifles. It's just going to be the half armors and a couple abilities missing here and there.
ये round important है क्योंकि ये round आ रहा फिर next round बाई नहीं है.
Overall, something we're noticing continuing from Ascent is the
lead
way
बढ़
that
जाएगा,
they're
heavy
covering
बढ़ेगा.
each other's angles. That has been very clean for DFM, even in some tough situations like that.
Ninja Devil फिर half करने वाला था. लाल पानी के साथ आपकी स्ट्रीम मजे मजे. Excuse me. Accurate. T1 जीतेगा. पहला मैप देखा अनुज भाई.
So the Killjoy or the Viper going down early does make things a lot more difficult for DFM.
बंक्स भाई कभी अनुज भाई पहले करते थे क्या सुपर चैट? नहीं भाई नहीं भाई, अभी क्या नए स्ट्रीमर बन गए हैं नए नए. ऐसा नहीं कि डिस्कॉर्ड में आके बात करे. डोटा खेलने बड़वे को. चैट कोई अनुज भाई को गाली नहीं देगा, मेरा फ्रेंड है, ठीक है. अनुज बॉय.
Arrange the trademark, but doesn't matter. You have a double stack of Saya player as well as Rossi just watching their into main.
भाई येसूस.
Yeah, he's got his
मार रहे बे.
Let's take it down.
मैं के बारे में ट्रीट किया, अभी मेरे को सूस के बारे में करना पड़ेगा लग रहा है.
Big opener here.
But it looks like DFM is going to work
लौड़े
the
जिम में
fact
हो.
that both
ये कौन सा है रे लौड़ा जिम?
solo
It sounds
to their
cool.
advantage a little bit. You might have caught a glimpse of
Are you
Anthem.
like working
But at the end
on
of the day,
that?
You know that you've now put the focus onto A and C. So the creep
Sunday का trail try करो.
Perhaps hearing the smoke here from
अनुज
Saya,
भाई.
recognizing that that's the part of the map that they don't have any information on. Purposely sends the paranoia to draw that focus back to A.
He's working on it now that, you know, of course, don't have to worry about the trademark either.
ज़्यादा
Next
स्ट्रेस
straight
ना
after
लो,
picture.
हाँ कभी ना कभी उठेगा.
Slow creep up. Carpe nearby. Player as well. Time ticking. There's the plant.
So they'll get the plant, but how do they
10
keep the
seconds
hold?
left.
It's the forward left corner here for them. Oh, Seth still lurking outside.
चलो गया सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी. आज मोस्टली सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी.
Because of that haunt not
हो
tagging.
सकता है कि मैं रात को वापस स्ट्रीम करूँ खेलने के लिए.
Cinch forward. Paranoia now set.
आई साया प्लेयर.
Saya player ends up getting dropped. There's a reveal. It's not a snake bite. They're trying to get the delay, but now Anthem going to be gone. But Medusa still holding his ground.
मेरा हो गया भाई.
Drags across, gets the 3K.
कहाँ हो गया है मेडुसा को?
Yet again.
Shameful performance.
आई.
Tap onto the spike. So there's one above, but it's Medusa finishing him off. 4 kills for him in the round. Pit now online.
कैसे बोला ओमेन ने वो shameful performance.
Continue to be consistent because he had some ups and downs.
लोग
in their
क्लिप करने
previous
वाले हैं
showings.
अभी.
But if it's gonna be like this,
ये अभी क्लिप होएगा अगर
like that third
T1
kill.
2-0 हारी.
Incredible. After being spotted by the haunt.
अगर T1
Nutty from him.
2-0 हारी,
Position to go ahead and take the
तो
lead for
हल्का सा
themselves.
ओमेन का साउंड बोर्ड बजने वाला है.
Hit already online. That Nightfall just one away. Showstopper as well from May. Nearly built up. As Curate wanted to take some forward space there, but it's just a
अच्छा ना
that
smoke
you'd be
टिक.
relying on, and takes a nasty bit of damage. Down to 20 HP now as Showstopper up over the top, and X-Crit nowhere to go. Ends up falling. Nice
God.
headshot. Mizu does manage to equalize his TP up on top of the box.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया.
It's all too easy. Under the stationary target, Mizu. Go ahead, claw this one back. Close angle, prepared for it? No, Neth will be able to shut him down, but he's with 3. It's just absolutely on a tear. Anthem now on his lonesome. As the Nightfall gets committed, knows where the 2 are. He's got some space to play with.
Yeah, he's
Weapon's
got
gonna be
भाई
recovered though.
बहुत स्पेस है उसके साथ.
Still just gonna go for the safest play. Try to get the plant on A, it looks like. What's the setup though? Does he try to go aggressive outwards? That's gonna be the call. Doesn't want to wait for them to
Pros
swarm
ने
him.
रीड कर लिया, मेरा हो
Rebels,
गया.
chance for the surprise, but will just be spotted now, but oh, the damage. Mizu gonna be TPing. Takes himself right over onto the side. Anthem watching for this as the smoke comes down. 9 HP though. Cap coming through. He confirms his position. 36 HP here from Anthem.
Oh!
Mizu, what a monstrous round!
Bro!
The absolute snap on him. And I mean, Anthem was playing it as best he could, right? He goes for a bit of a wider angle, and then he's creeping back.
बाप
And
खेल रहे
Mizu
थे दोनों
accounts for
टीम.
it and just locks
बाप
on
खेल रहे.
like a
Drill man,
laser.
thank you for the membership.
Absolutely disgusting. It all starts with this Sheriff. I mean, it was the 3K just with this one here. Just so crisp. I mean, you don't even have to shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
Could shot him pretty much anywhere.
Zizu. I mean Izu.
Want to look good doing this.
Snap on.
Ooh. Wow. Mizu certainly has woken up a bit more.
gonna be the push out again for that rubble control.
Last pack at the ready. Take around. Excurrent just going to be holding here inside of B. Tucks back, Prowler. Not necessarily revealing the operator, but doing their damnedest to try to keep this one protected, but it looks like DFM are getting a decent read.
I like it. They realized where that shot came from. It wasn't in front of the Prowler, that's for sure.
Solid awareness here from them. That's Prowler's out of Carpe as well. DFM now just going to look to pump the brakes.
Bye.
Yeah, they did have to invest a lot though, right? To get that
इसके लिए
information that
respect.
there was more than one
भले वो लोग ये
potentially
round
an
हार जाए.
operator, considering how quickly
पर और
those prowlers
लेफ्ट
are
जा रहा
getting
था
taken
मारा
out.
बंदे राइट से
So
क्यों
now they
क्योंकि
just
उधर
have
ऑफ
to
है
take some contact on
भाई
either side of the map.
गलत टीम
Open up some space.
Oh, Medusa. Shoulder to shoulder alongside Saya. Saya, he notices just a little bit sooner. Rossi now spotting out the leg. There's the spray coming through. Puts May down low on HP. Paranoia does send Rossi running, but DFM now in a very precarious spot.
भाई ये लोग का अच्छा है बे फिर से सी जा रहे एक ही बंदा है.
Still some noise being made. Saya might have just been able to pick up on the outskirts of those footsteps.
भाई रोटेशंस दूर दूर तक नहीं है ब्रो. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वुमेन वो चैम्बर टिक भी मार सकता है.
Being sent now, Saya pulling the trigger, but he misses the first target. Anthem's able to go ahead and collect the kill.
10 seconds left.
4v4. They low on health. Medusa gone. That means that the pit can't come into play here in this round. But with that plan, they also have a lockdown, and Neth, he's just going to go ahead and...
You have earned my respect.
Yeah, not a great way for T1 to get rid of this. And then they
You
have the operator as well.
earned my
try
respect,
to
bro.
work with on this retake. DFM's not in a terrible position, but they
Heavy
do passively
fucking
have to wait.
read.
They don't want to push out because they know that op's waiting for them somewhere.
कैसा अब तक पिक क्या होता? गाली खाता गाली.
Also, not even that much space bought by that lockdown as Cess does get grabbed. Still able to find one kill, though. Izu going to be taken down. May at the same time was able to find Excurrent. Carpe fights back.
कान पट रहे भैया जी.
On, thrown. Trying to wait that one out. Trying to stay alive, but in the end, Neth takes him damn low, but
Post plant
can't
अच्छा
quite
नहीं
find the
खेला.
finisher. Rossi will be able to get that defuse, and T1 will
पोस्ट
stretch
प्लांट
their
अच्छा
lead
नहीं
ever
खेला
so
लेकिन
slightly.
राउंड अब बहुत बाप.
Can go all the way to pick up the operator. Looks like it.
राउंड
The most
बहुत
expensive weapon
ही
in
ज़्यादा
the
बाप
pockets of
खेला.
T1. A great retake. I mean, the use of the C's and then the haunt as well. I love that they both peeked the angle that they've marked with that haunt.
Fade
One of
sexy
the
खेला ना
opponents
T1 का.
will have to clear the haunt for sure.
I just feel like it's
दो जन
way
अच्छे
too
थे.
site committed lockdown, in my opinion. I feel like there's so much space, so much of that radius that is not being utilized on the actual site. The players, from T1 able to get a very solid approach coming from that CT angle as well as Waterfall.
I mean, there's a world where, maybe you plant the lockdown, and I was wondering if they do it, is tag the
थोड़ा
core
space
at
ले
least
दो
with the
ताकि
pressure,
जो
right?
के
That
बाद
there
ना.
might be a flank coming in, something like that to delay the
भाई
retake or
अच्छा
maybe
खेल
have
रहा है
them
भाई.
rush a little bit more. But at the end of the day, totally understand why
और
things
देख
stand out.
एक
GFM, they
चीज
didn't have any further info. So they
इसमें दो चीज और बाप कर सकते थे. एक कि किसके कांटेक्ट में किल जॉल्ट मार ले. उसने मेरे हिसाब से 2-3 सेकंड ज्यादा जल्दी मारा क्योंकि जितना लेट किल जॉल्ट मारोगे ना क्योंकि चारों बंदे साइड है हैवी फाइट तो होएगी तो वो लोग और डब्ल्यू दबा के भाग के वो लोग को मारना पड़ेगा जो एडवांटेज आता है डिफेंस में. दूसरा किल जॉल्ट मारा तो वो लोग सिटी कंट्रोल या फिर वाटरफॉल कंट्रोल ले सकते थे लेकिन वो लोग सिर्फ टाइम खेल रहे थे स्टार्टिंग से. ये दो चीज में से एक कुछ कर सकते थे. बट ओवरऑल राउंड बहुत बाप खेला DFM ने बहुत.
Of course, that was on the defensive side, but either way, is slowing
Nothing
that
to
down,
take
right?
from
Making sure the
T1.
opponent
T1
still comes out first,
amazing
and then
खेल रहा है.
control. So I'd love to see some
But
adjustments
क्योंकि
one way or
DFM
another.
underdogs है
Well,
इसलिए it's gonna be a good story if they win.
Coming out is May. Jumping up and over. Cross here to Rubble. Pin shells now lobbed in on the back end. Haunt getting
Clean
multiple
Rubble
marks
control
from
लिया
May,
ना.
taking a ton of damage at the same time.
मैं फटका खाया बस.
Yeah, happy to be alive. Of course it is. Sad eco. So DFM, the thing is it's moments like this that's important, right? It's your eco, but you were able to tell them that you're willing to take this control. Next time, next round, maybe you slow things down again, see if you can get a reaction out of the opponents, things like that. Now just rotating over, see if they can get some control of Mound and the orb.
Bring them down.
Way forward, Prowler not going to spot much. Izu see more than enough before that smoke does come in, but with the Prowler getting the jump, he's got to make his exit. So TP's out. There's going to be a little bit of space temporarily conceded. over here to the side of DFM, but now they need to try to work their way onto the side proper. Saya going to be able to find two, but Medusa and Anthem, one apiece. Off shot from Execute, going to be good. Just Medusa, nothing again. Any potential pit coming through with the classic.
Nice रे.
Anthem
Sexy
dead.
backup.
A little bit of damage.
तू कैसे खाया फटका? मैं खाया था
Not like they
फटका.
have too much cash to their names either. Still going to be T1 moving up yet again now, 5-2.
See what T1's reaction is after that previous round. Now that they've seen that DFM starting to put the pressure a little bit back on Rubble, trying to fight for it a little bit more aggressively.
यार थोड़ा काम है.
Here's to see T1's read on
एक
my
मैप
game.
तुम लोग देख
Overall,
सकते हो.
DFM, they try for a couple of nice double swings, things like that, but the weaponry, of course, not in their favor. No, it looks like it's going to be.
यार मैंने काम जल्दी कर लिया तो हो सकता है मेरा पूरा स्ट्रीम भी कर पाऊँ.
Hit off the rip here from Rossi.
But the op as well. I mean, this is
No,
hard to read.
no.
Now, it does mean that you have to commit two people on. Oh!
And that's a hell of a flick to try to hit.
2-0 chill
Making it
कर.
happen. Medusa
सच्ची.
with the headshot does take down Execute. Up now on the ground. Prowler to lead. May. Oh! Bit of a fadeaway. Takes down Saya player. That is about as good of a start to a
तेरे
round
बिना
as you can
क्या
possibly
होगा? I
hope for.
can't.
Looks
बस
like
सेंटी मत
DFM
करो. मैं हूँ. सेंटी मत हो
maybe
जाओ.
wanting to play into this pit.
मैं हूँ. ब्रेक में कुछ कर
Fly
लूँगा.
over, you've
बोल
still got
दूँगा
the
उनको.
Boombot and a Prowler.
सेंटी मत करो यार तुम लोग.
Nightfall, yep. Playing it safe, I like it.
Back up and avoid it, but not. Yep, Rossi does end up getting caught by this. Tap onto the doors. Carpe and Izu finding one apiece. How Izu getting himself a second. Carpe is takes out net. Oh, and the start was fantastic, but the ending absolutely tragic. Carpe and Izu just absolutely dominate DFM.
Carpe
and what happens here is
OP in
DFM
the
making
chat.
the assumption that, well, the pit's still up on C. Surely that's the weak site. So we can get the
Starting में सब अच्छा करके गलत कर रहे बे DFM. But so much space for improvement ना.
T1 have the read. They hear the orb, and that's just the moment they need to set up for this door trap. And Carpe, excellent triple kill to secure the round.
And I mean, ult economy is just so built up here in their favor. Execute still able to afford these
16
operators.
तो गार्ड नहीं
Has that
था
tour de force in his back pocket. Showstopper from Saya as well. Boombot. Oh, does go
Boombot
off. He
का
does need some
lineup
damage. A
भी
little bit delayed
भाई.
reaction there.
Boombot का lineup भी है.
Still in from the A side. So T1 making the adjustments.
Yeah,
as
thank you
just
for the
trusting
20.
trademark on the C site. They've got
भाई
a
ये
showstopper
Boombot
if
का
they wanna go
lineup
for a
होना.
retake there.
Boombot का lineup मुझे होना.
Now, Rubble, they've never been able to really regain control of this part once they give it up.
Being sent. Rossi puts out that snake bite, but May just flash backing forward, able to find one. Now they know that Rossi's there inside of the smoke. He's going to be taken down. Side play around the corner, sends a showstopper. Not going to be able to find any eliminations. That's gone. Medusa cleaned up. Carpe again. Looking to keep them in this. Spike dropped. Swings around the backside of Rubble. Sets up on top of the wall. Does manage to find the adjustment. Snuffer. Can he get it here? Yes, he can!
Incredible from Cess!
Bounding across a triple kill to bail them out of the round. What a clutch! Now DFM, they break the 4-round win streak. They move up to 3.
वो रेस को क्या-क्या सपोर्ट मिला मालूम है? क्रॉसिंग स्मोक मिला, ऊपर ब्लाइंड मिला, आगे रिवील मिला, और सचल कर गया है वो. सीधा ऐसे जाके नहीं मारा है वो. ये देख, ब्लाइंड है बंदा. पीछे रिवील हुआ है और सपोर्ट नहीं है ना कोई करके.
Just catches it mid-movement, trying to take that more forward position at the base of the stairs. And now that's going to be the tour de force drawn out here of Execute. Outlaw in the hands of side player as well, so plenty of firepower available 2-2-1. I mean, we saw what Easy was able to do with that Sheriff, crying out loud.
Yeah, DFM has to suspect the double up. It's not the first time that T1's shown it. Multiple occasions, especially with the tour de force.
There you go. 2-tap. Anthem taken down. Fade now.
2 minutes, chat.
Out of the equation. Sneth's just going to be grabbing this orb, trying to get closer to that lockdown. Showstopper still available here. I'm curious to try to use it off the back of the door open, but looks like the answer is going to be no. Then Rossi just sending that snake bite out. Laying any push from coming through.
Look at all the space that T1 has now on the C side, though. Execute single-handedly pushing out of that. They know that this team has to be stuck here. The trademark hadn't activated before.
Paranoia in, May. Goes through, finds him.
Fire in the hole. Equal हो रहा है, trades हो रहा है.
Double kill actually for Rossi with those snake bites, but Excrement not ready for Medusa to be hanging
उसको
that
लगा
far
नहीं
back.
था. उसको लगा वो अल्ट
Saya
में.
player looks down.
अरे यार ये साया प्लेयर बंदा जूम मारता है बे.
He versus Medusa, but Medusa, he has
भाई अल्ट है.
he's got
हो
the
जाए.
spike. He's got the spike in his hands. He can rotate to wherever he wants. Granted, 20 seconds
अल्ट मारे.
remaining. It's gonna cut all
Nice,
the way
city से अल्ट
across
मारे.
the side of the map.
Now the pit,
यहाँ
I
पे
mean, it's a
प्लांट करके
1v1,
सिटी से अल्ट
so
कर
it could
सकते
go
हैं.
either way, but on C site, you don't
यहाँ
have
पे
any
करके
angles you have to worry about. You're gonna go for the mountain.
बाहर वाला अल्ट मारे जहाँ पे बाहर जा सकते
Bought
हो.
paint shells
हाँ.
and blast backs. I mean, full util here for Saya.
वो करो.
He's not going to be using the pit though. Just looking to try to play this out.
Ready से भाई.
It's out towards mountain.
क्यों नहीं कर रहा?
Down towards that attacker's spawn.
मेरा आवाज नहीं जा रहा है क्या?
Hello,
Medusa, अल्ट
Is going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Sai has to clear every single corner.
I mean, Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
Now, with the spike, he's going to have to clear out of mound a little bit.
As he pushes over the top of mound. Oh,
Medusa.
a little bit of ring around the Rosie, and Saya eventually does find him.
Impressive wiring.
Quick blast pack to get himself onto the defuse a little bit faster. 7-3, Sai player with plenty of time gets the defuse.
This is going to be one of those rounds where, listen, I get it. In a 1v1, sometimes the pit, especially when you don't know where they're coming from, sure, it could be a bit of a pain. But it's going to haunt him a little bit if they're not able to come out on top on this map. Especially as it was Eco here for T1, just that outlaw, of course, the tour de force.
Hello!
Hi.
Hi. Well, 7-3, DFM. Potential for a 7-5, but would require a thrifty Bucky and a Judge in the mix here for them. As X-Grit and taking a forward position. Paranoia not going to do
God,
it.
baby.
No shot will. Anthem dead. Spike now spotted. Time Rossi just spamming through that door.
God, baby.
And okay, Neth, two quick kills there with the Sheriff. Just charges through that spray, gets himself
भाई
a
इसको भी
third.
लगती थी ना कार्पे को भी हेडशॉट. सीधा टाइम आउट पीसी चेक करो मेरा हो गया.
Not the round victory, but
60 मारे ना 3
showing
वन
off
था.
a bit. 8 rounds though confirmed here for T1, so 8-4, the best that DFM can hope for on Lotus so far.
Yeah, and they've got the
ये
tools to
लोग
do it.
मैप आ रहा तो भी
Lockdown,
चलेगा.
push into the
अगर
site, you got a
ऐसे
pit to
खेल रहे ना,
protect it.
मतलब
There's definitely
so
some options
much
now. Rushing to the C site might be a
space
little
for
obvious,
improvement
so
यार.
we'll see.
So
Great
much.
hold from Izu.
ये लोग के stats
Come through,
गलत
of
नहीं है
course,
बे.
the Odin
Stats
on the other
बहुत
side
अच्छे हो
of
लोग
the
के.
revolving door also assisting a lot from Rossi.
बस
Gonna be some
unfavorable
initial
fights
pressure
ले रहे हो
onto
लोग.
Rubble to
वो
see
लोग को
what the
बस वही
reaction is
टिक
from
करना है.
T1.
और थोड़ा अल्ट.
Setting the paint shells, but no forward presence realistically here from DFM. More than happy to just let all that util get sent their way, but now that they push up, they don't actually clear this trademark. Medusa going to get in a position to be able to utilize the pit you would suspect, but he's actually still going on a bit of an
बहुत रिस्की है यार. एलिंग
excursion
स्पीड
here.
किधर है?
Paint shells at the feet of X-Grit.
एलिंग से घुस के मारा है.
Side player finding two, X-Grit getting another. And this all just falling apart. And I have to question
किधर
what
है?
the setup was, what the plan was here. Because Medusa, he pushed up into heaven, he comes back to kill two people, but that's about
किधर
it.
है?
9-3 on the half. T1 now
एलिंग
very
पे
firmly in control.
पिट करो.
That's unfortunate. Again, you had some tools to do it, but DFM seemingly thinking that they didn't have much time. They had an opening.
कितना
They
अच्छा
wanted
था.
to rush in.
एलिंग
They
पे
thought
स्पिट
that
करो.
T1 would be
वहाँ
far
पे
back. I mean,
सिटी
they
वाला
saw
जाके
Prowler
अल्ट
chase
मारो.
all the way into
फिर
deep
वो लोग
into
को
the
सिर्फ
side on
एलिंग
C
और
as well,
ऊपर का
so
जगह देखने का
perhaps
और
just making the
फ्लैंक
wrong assumptions, but either way,
प्लस
going to
एक
be
और
an
स्पिट है.
unfortunate 3-9 half for DFM and a hefty
ये
lead for T1.
सीन के वजह से वो लोग 2 राउंड आ रहे हैं.
Oh, with that pistol round barely getting away from them. DFM going
ना?
2-0. We cannot
रात को
afford
स्ट्रीम
to
होगा
have
पता
that
नहीं है.
happen
डिपेंड
once
करता है
more.
काम कब भी खत्म होगा.
T1 well poised, looking a lot more alive and well here on Lotus, as expected.
Yes, a very, very comfy pick for T1. And also, quite frankly, when you're playing that chamber and you've got an opera like Excurate, that defense side doesn't feel so bad, right? You can trust him alone, and then you get the Odin and Rossi's hand. That's 2 parts of the map that you can really rely on to be locked down. Now the question is DFM, are you prepared for the attack? Because if you can make sure Excurate doesn't find a lot of value on the lurks with the opt, that will make things a lot easier on getting the read on T1's movement.
ये में नहीं है. आज कुछ नहीं है. लास्ट है ना आज का. रात को भी है नहीं है शायद. आज कुछ नहीं है शायद.
Not going with the Sheriff. Goes to the blast back. Oh, nope, there it
अभी
is.
चले जाना 6 बजे के बाद नहीं नहीं कोई सीन नहीं
That's what I thought. Oh, no.
मैं बस 2 फोन कॉल करूंगा
Got
कुछ
20
बोल
seconds
दूंगा
to
उनको
decide. Rossi, though, is going to be going for this.
फिर एक मैप के बाद कर लूंगा
All right. I mean, it is the pistol. Not going to be relying
रात
too
का
much on
कंफर्म
the
नहीं है रात
post
को
land
स्ट्रीम
or
होएगा
delay,
नहीं
it
देखते
seems, or anything like that. They just want to
मेरे
make
को
sure that
पिंकी
they
से
have
भी
the
बात
firepower
करने
to
का
push
है
through.
कुछ न्यूज़ लेने का है
Still doing some assessment here. Couple seconds remaining, though.
एसेट
Side
का
is
है
all
क्या
alone
काम
on the C side.
कुछ और
Potentially
है
trying to get an orb if there's
जो
no
मैं बता नहीं
movement.
सकता
It's just Medusa over there. Jiggle peeking. And okay, in the meantime, X-Ray dealt with it. May finds 3 kills.
Holy.
Just keep on swinging. May will keep shutting it down.
Both spotted as well.
Yeah, peeking. Those
वहीं
are
का
both on this
14
side of the
gameplay
map.
हाँ
Paint shells sent. May still holding on to his. Plays it back sight.
VCT
Set up there and connector to B.
वहीं का 14 गेमप्ले
Now, just something
Door
I'm,
still needs to be
चैट
broken.
याद रखना
something I'm
BKCG याद
noticing
रखना
is you spotted both, but because they were near the entrance, Medusa actually doesn't push out, so they don't technically have
क्या
information on
मारा
if they
बे
should have rotated
बंदा
over to B. Normally, Medusa, I would say, is a player who willingly would make sure that he tightens the map, but perhaps just wanting to make sure
क्या
because there have
मारा
been times where that has been the bane of DFM's own rounds.
Find you.
Bring it a
Door
little bit
broken
safer.
now. There's the haunt. So decent awareness.
और इसने
There's
ये
the
HP पे
position,
एस मारा
Dark
ना
Messiah. Getting ready to swing in. There's the jiggle.
30 seconds
Spot
left.
him out. Double approach now through stairs. Anthem on the opposite side. Just a classic in hand.
नाइस नाइस
Tries to
गुड
send the
डिसिप्लिन
prowler.
नाइस
Confirms his suspicions.
One
May
enemy
taking a
remaining.
close angle. I think he might have had Saya.
Yeah.
Cess wasn't a little bit
मैंने
fast, but he gets
4 के मारा लेट्स गो
already in the pistol round.
Incredible round from May. I mean, just holding his ground on stairs here. Just slight adjustments on movement. Look at all the counter strafing that he's doing to make sure.
Oh,
Spike
last
can't-
bullet too.
One enemy remaining.
Nonetheless, too, potentially
BKCG.
ace, but either way, they'll be happy to take the flawless.
Stay awake.
A great way to start the
Strike
second
again.
half.
And he just quietly fist bumps and says, nice. Pop off!
मैं क्या खेलता हूँ
Playing out of your mind today.
I'm sure we might see a
BKCG
little bit
मत
of
बोल
that
एक बंदे का
perhaps if the
चैनल
match
नेम है
win
ओके
comes
ठीक है
through.
ठीक है कैंसिल
Sure.
कैंसिल
Extra
कुछ
in.
और बनाते
Let's
हैं
put him down. Anthem as well.
Huge.
Gonna be able to find one. Let's hear it back.
Not
Oh,
BKCG.
Rumble coming up with one.
कहाँ जा रहे हो
Ran
चीचा
down by Carpe.
हाँ?
Not aware of that at all. Guns now scooped up. Just Medusa and Neth to try to turn the tides, and Izu snipes him out of midair. Now just a Spectre
Spike
versus
planted.
4.
लाइक का बोलते चैट लाइक करो
Going to hurt. Yep, Thrifty coming through as T1.
No charges.
Just immediately sucking all the
Bye.
air out of the room.
And
एक
T1, I mean,
एक round
Carpe,
इतनी
very
अच्छे
heads
game
up to
थे
just rush him down
हाँ?
as soon as that Prowler tags.
एक
Knows that
round
he's not
इतने
going to
अच्छे
be able to
खेलता
hear him.
और
Knows
फिर
that he doesn't
अचानक
have
से
the sight down the lane behind rubble. A great first kill. I mean, that slows him down a lot, right? This toxic screen plus the chamber kill.
One enemy remaining.
At that point, tempo off their
क्या
side.
मारा ना सोच क्या मारा बे
All the way to stop any kind of momentum build here.
सिर्फ BKC बोल
Side of
सकते
T1,
हैं
DFM
हाँ
with
सिर्फ BKC
everything to do.
जैसा
Trying to get
BKL है
themselves
वैसा
back into this one. Early damage out on the
BKC
Anthem.
There.
Just holding inside the site, not even on tree. We'll definitely have to get these first kills and try to play a little bit craftily around the hut in the middle.
Paint shells are trying to turn, trying to lay. It does not work out too much. T1 just continue to push onward. The bot sent.
God, babe.
Gonna be found. As Anthem gets cleaned up.
My T1 too good.
Trying to play ring around the Rosie a little bit here with that classic in hand. So far is tucked away. Finds one, but isn't quite ready for side player. And Neth, his damage was dealt with him.
भाई जैसा मैं खेल रहा हूँ ना मेरे को
with
नहीं
that
लगता
sheriff
कि DFM को भी
earlier on.
चेंज करेगा
See if he's got more of that to deliver.
हाँ
It's two sheriffs
Spike
on
planted.
DFM. Not entirely
कंसिस्टेंटली
impossible,
दोनों मैप अच्छा खेला है
but the angles aren't going to be in their favor.
Medusa would have to swing the corner and instantly get the headshot here, but instead
पिंकी
he's
कहाँ
gonna
पे
take
मेरे को
some
बात
damage.
करने गए मेरे को
Mission
काम
for
का
this
भी
one
कॉल
extra.
करने गए
Eventually,
वो
rewarded
पिंकी
with
को
the
से भी
kill.
बात
Saya
करने
will
गए
find a
पिंकी घर
third.
ढूंढ रही है
T1 now up to
हाउस
11.
हंटिंग
T1 looking, hoping to close this out in clean fashion so they can regain some of that confidence that they should have had for this entire match. Looking towards Sunset, which would be map 3. Now DFM, they will be able to pick up some of the buys, but of course the Odin coming out on the side of T1. It's going to be a very, very powerful round for T1 to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Well,
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? Austin भाई, ये ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं बचा यार. Like we got hardly 5 more months. फिर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फिर से रिन्यू करना पड़ेगा. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फिर से रिन्यू किया तो 10% और रेंट ज़्यादा. ऑलरेडी रेंट 50,000 है. समझ रहे हो? उसके बाद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी, ये बिल वो बिल, उससे अच्छा भाई लोन लेके उतना पैसा मैं एज ए EMI दूं.
Do they push heaven? Yes, they do with an early smoke, so that makes it safe. Same by trying to clear him. Now, yeah, this is the big thing. It's the long sight lines.
Oh, yeah.
Execute up on top of level. He'll find that one. Now they get ushered out in towards Rossi, who finds one, but traded back. An advantage there, but now equalized. And comes up with the second kill. Execute.
GG.
Drop it. Assassin Anthem both dead, and that leaves Neth all
T1
on
strong
his
bay.
lonesome.
Mom dad भी गया दिया के लिए. Mom गई. Dad काम.
Try to hold on to this one.
Yeah.
That's going to be T1 getting themselves up to map point.
Dad काम पे, dad बाद में join
never
करेगा.
feels good, but otherwise it's not like you're going to have buys coming or great buys coming into the next round.
50K rent किधर रहता तो नवी मुंबई.
Definitely doesn't want that.
Okay.
ताने that try कर you will find good deals. ताने side नहीं आना क्योंकि वहाँ से
So much money. I mean, he's at 6,300 before.
कारगर थोड़ा और दूर होएगा.
There you go. Cash capped as T1. Incredibly rich, and as we can see, that clock is going to get paused. Final timeout should be getting called.
काम रहता है, मिलना होता है.
See if there's any adjustments. It's going to be a long road ahead if you want to try to close things out 2-0.
भाई मुंबई कितना महंगा VC.
DFM, what are
बैंगलोर में पूरा
here?
विला मिल जाए.
It's not too many rounds that you can
यहाँ
sample,
पे
right? Just the 4, of course.
670 या 700 square foot की जगह is 50K rent.
Not too much to gather from that round. See what the adjustments are, and maybe just having to, use this opportunity to talk about the mixed arsenal they will have going into round 17.
Let's take another look at it and see what the ult economy looks like right now for DFM, because it's been very slow building.
50K rent for what? 2 BHK.
Just the one round victory there in the pistol.
Yeah,
that thrifty really is what has just been killing them here on this map.
Yeah, it hasn't looked
Delhi में
good.
3 BHK 21.
Rough for them in this.
नहीं प्रॉब्लम वो नहीं है रे. Rent ज़्यादा है.
Built that up early.
घर छोटू सा है.
Never been a
लेकिन
better
आजकल के सारे घर वैसी है मेरे को लगता है. जितने भी बन रहे हैं ना मैंने देखा. सारे छोटू बन रहे छोटू. और जो बड़े बंदे बन रहे हैं उनकी तो बैंच गांड फाड़ प्राइसेस है. Yearly और monthly. कैसे पूछा तूने ईयरली 50K? वड़ा पाव खा रहा हूँ या रेंट भर रहा हूँ मैं? कैसे पूछा रे तूने ईयरली 50K? मैं जिंदगी भर रेंट पे रहूँगा ऐसे घर में ईयरली 50K हो तो लेने ही नहीं खुद का करता है.
Spike now, a little bit stranded. Extra, however, pushing out, finds the killjoy, takes out Saya player. Very much a man advantage here in the hands of T1. Rossi in the corner, completely surrounded.
मैं बोला ना कभी-कभी DFM है.
Get yourself out of that sticky situation.
कभी-कभी है.
He gets taken down. Spam, weakening Execute. Now they confirm his presence. Last thing to do is just take this weapon out of his hands. But
इतने ads कैसे शर्म करो भाई बंद करके रखा इतने ads.
DFM has to hold. I mean, they got an operator for it as well, right? So DFM, they want to hold on to all these weapons because they're going to need every single piece. They want to tie this up into overtime already.
मतलब yearly 50K का वड़ा पाव खाते आप? Possible है. Considering दोस्त आते तो भी मंगाता.
Right, timeout. Then you go for that slow contact once again on Rubble. Again, something akin to Talon's play against Gen G. Works out really well.
3 BHK लोग है ना लेना तो plan वही है.
Set plays to take over Rubble.
कितना square feet आपका 700?
Having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, deciding just to back out. If you catch him off guard, sure, but
10 seconds left.
Not gonna work it.
Second lease on life for DFM. They hold on. So 12-5 now the score line. 7 in a row. If they want to take this all the way to overtime and have a chance at getting a win here.
Odin, operator, both in the hands of DFM for this.
Plus, he can't do any modification in the house, so he can buy his home. Yep.
Surely.
Super build up, nahi. Proper रहने की जगह is around 700 square feet. And if you want to buy the house, it's approx 2 CM. That's how costly Mumbai is.
A huge tempo play out into A.
Yeah, it looks like they've often been doing this T1 in this.
Carpet area 100 square feet रहेगा. मतलब रहने की जगह पे है. अभी उसको क्या बोलते हो, जो बोलते हो तुम लोग सोच लो.
That way they save the paint shells. It's just the Odin that really helps clear A rubble.
Carpet area बोलते तो carpet area.
Potential nightfall.
He's waiting to see if he can hear a tap on the door. Oh.
Maybe a pinch with the double
idea. Nightfall at the ready. There it goes. Open syncs up. They're trying to flush him out. Side player already in from behind. And Izu able to go ahead into the crunch.
T1 Lotus.
Now gone. Push up the rope. Side player down.
भाई Lotus क्या खेलते हैं ना बे लोग.
It's all on May and Sess to see if they can
Maintenance कितना था? Maintenance owner देगा ना मैं क्यों दूँ?
Convert this 2v5.
I mean, these two players have had some incredible moments, but looks like it's going to be a tough one. May basically has to do this all on his own, as Sess will be supporting with an operator from behind.
Blast packs to try to get himself with his angles a little bit sharper, as that's another paint shell online.
भाई मैं अच्छा खेलता है यार.
Does end up getting taken down. There's too many players to
Not
deal
bad.
with
मैं अच्छा खेला. They have good stats. They need to work little on post plans, little on ults.
13 rounds in the end. Lotus continues to be an absolutely excellent map for them. Just the one loss so far. But the other constant is
भाई मैं मुंबई से हूँ, but generally 50k for 700 square feet too much.
So we'll see if that can happen once
भाई
again in map 3.
Not about only area. मतलब यहाँ का घर का building का जगह, location और उसके amenities बहुत बात.
Lotus is probably their favorite map.
दूसरा किधर जाएगा तो शायद कम पड़ेगा. 35k ऐसा कुछ.
Despite the score
जिधर
line,
मेरे
there
ना
are
उसके
a couple
amenities
of
बहुत
really
ज़्यादा
close
अच्छे.
calls.
रुको चेक में फट
You
से
know,
काम
especially
करता
from DFM side, almost getting many of those rounds.
Yeah, I feel like a few of those rounds just came down to maybe little mistakes or just make a little bit of a different decision here or there. The round where they're able to get the lockdown on the post plant, for example, maybe if that lockdown comes sooner, they set up for the positioning for the post plant themselves by mound and stuff like that. Like little things that I felt like could have been adapted better earlier on might have kept DFM closer in this. But I think as time went on, they just kind of like weren't there mechanically. T1 started to heat up. They started to really get into it. They just kind of like lost their footing. It felt like they lost their groove.
I think that's definitely one of those things. I mean, because conversely, while it is a little bit of like the decision making on the side of DFM, you had these rounds where, like, for example, one alt point away from getting the lockdown, you could have picked it up, but then kind of didn't really go for it. They didn't have that in their strategies. Or Anthem versus Izu in that 1v1, for example, right? You know, sometimes just thinking that this is the right move to make, and you just go in for it, but then T1 starts to switch up, and then players like Izu start to pop off. You just kind of get thrown off a little bit, and then you just kind of get back into your head, and players kind of start to get that coordination a little bit off as well. So DFM, although they looked really good at the first map, back onto this one, you know, some players still pretty consistent, still incredibly sharp mechanically, but T1 started to become a more cohesive team.
I think it's worth noting Carpe really stepped up, and Quack, you had mentioned this before we went to this match. You wanted to see exactly that, and honestly, a lot of the rounds, I would say, was saved by him. He stepped up to the plate, took out multi-kills, turning that round completely in their favor when it was otherwise doomed.
I'm sorry, chat, जाना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि 1.5-2 घंटे का काम है और फिर उन लोग वो टाइम के बाद काम नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो really sorry. Please main channel में देख लेना, मैं भी देखने वाला ही हूँ. ठीक है, side by side. और होएगा तो रात को आते हैं, but not sure. जिससे काम खत्म होता है. ठीक है. ठीक है, guys.
Yeah, just not quite able to get
bye. Take his care.
Yeah, I think in particular for Carpe, like he had some really impactful prowlers as well, the nearsighted as opponents, that made it a lot easier for them to kind of come in and get the job done. So it was the gun skill as well as the agent skill for Carpe in this map for sure. You know, there were some pop-off moments, you know, Medusa.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance.